Testing.
Oh, here you are. Hey, come on. Okay, good morning, everybody. Today is Tuesday, September 30th. Let's go and call this meeting to order. If I could please have our clerk, Rhonda, please call the roll.
Thank you. Supervisor Abakoga.
Here.
Supervisor Jung.
Here.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
I'm here.
Vice President Arenas.
Here.
President Lee.
Good morning, present.
You have a quorum.
All right, let's do it. So, if you're in the chambers today and require translation in Spanish or Vietnamese, the translation devices are available at the back of chambers. The clerk can assist you with the setup. Translation is also available on Zoom using the interpretation button, as well as ASL interpretation is also available on Zoom. For this meeting from 9:30 to 12, instructions on how to access the ASL interpretation will be shared on the screen shortly. Additionally, as a general reminder for public commenters, staff, and those of us on the dais, please speak clearly and at the measured pace directly into the microphone to ensure accurate translation. Thank you. All right, may I ask Supervisor Ellenberg this morning to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand if you're able. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. Next, we actually have our invocation, and led by Vice President Rennes. Would you please introduce today's invocator, please?
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. It is my honor to introduce today's invocator, and that is our president of Evergreen Valley College, Dr. Vinicio Lopez. Dr. Lopez is first-generation college graduate, a native Spanish speaker, and a lifelong advocate for equity, access, and student success. His journey earning from an associate degree at Miramar College to completing his doctorate in educational leadership, administration, and policy at Pepperdine University is a testament to the transformative power of education and our community college systems. Before joining Evergreen College as its 9th president in 2024, Dr. Lopez served in leadership roles across community colleges, including as vice president of instruction at Skyline College, dean at City College's San Francisco Mission Campus, and ESL faculty at Santa Ana College. His career spans over 2 decades of service in instruction, student affairs, workforce education, dual enrollment, international education, and student enrollment retention and completion. What have you not done, Dr. Lopez? At Evergreen Valley College, you continue to champion inclusive excellence, empowering our students from all backgrounds to pursue their aspirations and contribute meaningfully to their communities, as we saw in the latest 50th year anniversary, and taking a look back at all of the accomplishments, which was a source of great pride that night. Last month, on August 26th, the board adopted a proclamation declaring September 15th through October 15th Hispanic Heritage Month. And this is a time to reflect on the richness of more than 20 countries and cultures, each with its own traditions. We both come from 2 different countries, have a language in common, and celebrate our respective traditions and legacies, and of course, food. And this is also a time to acknowledge the profound impact that Hispanic and Latinos have on every facet of American life, from public service and education to business, science, the arts, and beyond. It reminds us that the American experience is not monolithic. It's a mosaic. It's built on the dreams of immigrants, the wisdom of elders, the labor of workers, and the brilliance of artists, educators, and entrepreneurs. So welcome to President Vinicio Lopez for joining us today and sharing this invocation with us.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. It is an honor to be here, and I also want to thank Supervisor Arenas for the invitation. As she said, I am Vinicio Lopez, and I am the president of Evergreen Valley College in San Jose, and it is an honor to be here to highlight the contributions of Hispanics in the U.S. and in San Jose. So who are we as a people? We're South Americans from Ecuador and Colombia and Peru. We're Central Americans from El Salvador and Guatemala and Nicaragua. We are Caribeños from Puerto Rico, from Cuba and República Dominicana. We are Mexicanos. We come from the Guaraní and los Indios Taínos, the Mayas, the Aztecs, and the Incas. We are the food of our abuelas, arepas, handmade tortillas, and arroz con gandules. We are the music of mariachis, of tango, bomba, plena, and the Afro-Latin sounds of salsa, merengue, and bachata. We are resilient, and we are leaders. We make the U.S. economy what it is in the U.S., and we help make California the 4th largest economy in the world. We are a place where a Latina is able to be your supervisor, and where the child of immigrants from Puerto Rico and Mexico is able to be the 9th president of Evergreen Valley College. We are Cesar Chavez, whose work with the farm workers' rights lasts even now. We are Elena Ochoa, the first Latina astronaut who makes little girls think and dream of being mathematicians and scientists. We are also Pablo Neruda, whose writings have really captivated lovers years and years, and that really endures even today. We are the late, great Roberto Clemente, el orgullo de Puerto Rico. As a little boy, I would watch highlights of him as he's throwing out runners from the warning track, or his arms flailing as he's trying to go from the end of first base all the way to third base. His legacy, though, endured more than that, as the humanitarian award is actually named after him. We are also the unsung heroes. We are the Latina mothers who are raising 3 children on their own and who are running away from an abusive relationship and have housing and food insecurities. We are the undocumented family who's working hard in this country and they just want their human dignity preserved. We are the LGBTQ student who's running away from their home country and oppression, and they just want to feel safe. And I can go on and on about the contributions of Hispanos and Latinos in this country, but in the interest of time, I'm going to leave you this quote. And it's by Leo Buscaglia, who said, "The hardest war or battle you are ever going to fight is the fight to be just you."
Yeah.
So Hispanics and Latinos here today, I implore you, be yourself, be just you. And as our influence grows in the next 20, 30, 100 years, remember that you are enough. Happy Hispanic Heritage Month. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lopez, for that beautiful message and for reminding us that to be ourselves is a battle. Y que viva Puerto Rico.
Que viva Puerto Rico y México también. Es todo. Bueno, muchas gracias.
There's my mom voice. Good morning. So you get to hear from me once again. My name is Sylvia Arenas. I'm a part of the board, and I represent District 1, which is South San Jose, Morgan Hill, Gilroy, and San Martin. And today we are celebrating Binational Health Week, and this proclamation, I'm sharing it with Supervisor Ellenberg, and as you can see, there's a lot of members that are partners with us, and we've been doing this for quite some time now, celebrating Binational Health Week, because it's so critical to both of our governments. It's one of the ways that we have an opportunity to really engage with our consul from Mexico to create one of the largest mobilization efforts between our two countries. And this is to improve the health and well-being of Latinos in our county. Just last month, or actually just 2 weeks ago, we established a health crisis for the Latino health and well-being. And because of this, we know how important Binational Health Week is to us. Because this offers an opportunity for us to continue to do a lot of the wonderful things that we've been doing in the past, and this is to provide underserved communities information and access to health care. And let me just share with you some of the past achievements. Since the inception of Binational Health Week, we've organized 449 community events, 26,000 health screenings, collaborated with more than 90 agencies, and thanks to the combined efforts of community partners and agencies, we've reached 538 residents and continue to make a significant impact on our local community. This access to health care can close the gap for Latinos, and as we realized in the Latino Health report, Latinos live 2 years less than their counterparts in this county, and so this really matters. And I know that it matters for all the folks who are behind me who are going to also share a couple of words with you. But before I hand it over to them, I want to make sure that we hear from Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you, Supervisor Arenas, for once again leading in this important work, and thank you for including me as a partner and an ally. I want to also just thank Dr. Lopez for one of the most beautiful invocations I have ever heard. An invocation is really meant to lift our spirits, galvanize the energy for the work of the day, and I thought he just did that beautifully. I am very proud to be a co-sponsor of the Binational Health Week proclamation. Here in Santa Clara County, we are very proud to be one of the most diverse counties in the nation, with nearly 40% of our residents born outside of the United States. Our diversity is our strength, and our county has made historic investments to expand healthcare access, ensuring that children, young adults, and families, regardless of immigration status, regardless of ability, receive the care they need. Our healthcare system is under tremendous attack right now. The cuts enumerated by H.R. 1 risk decimating the services that we are able to provide to our population. Nonetheless, this county has always and will continue to do everything we can to protect the health of every resident. Binational Health Week affords thousands of families in our region the opportunity to connect with vital health services. Last year alone, the county's Binational Health Week programming included more than 43 events, served more than 10,700 participants, collaborated with 70 community partners, and provided more than 903 health screenings and 327 flu shots. And thank you to all of you for making that happen. For many residents, this may have been their very first point of contact with the county's healthcare system. Yet, again, we can't ignore the moment we're in. Federal budget cuts threaten the very foundation of our safety net service programs that provide health care, food assistance, child care, and housing stability for families who need them most. And these cuts don't just impact immigrant communities, and not even just those who are direct service recipients. When safety net services are cut, that affects every resident by weakening the systems that make our neighborhoods healthier, safer, and stronger. In times like these, the importance of collaborative efforts like the Binational Health Week cannot be overstated. When resources are under attack, our collaboration and advocacy become even more essential. So as we celebrate this week, let us recommit ourselves to ensuring health equity across the county, because when everyone gets what they need, we all thrive. Thank you.
With that, I'd like to invite Consul Perez Gonzalez, the Consul General of Mexico in San Jose, and Dr. Sarah Redmond to the podium to present this proclamation in October 2025 as Binational Health Week on behalf of the Board of Supervisors for their incredible partnership, as well as the work that we are just on the heels of completing a summit, and many of the folks who are behind me who are part of the Department of Public Health did just an amazing job of making this a reality, and so we're really focusing on our community, and I'm handing over the podium so that you can hear from them directly.
Gracias. Thanks so much. It's always an honor to be here, and thank you all the honorable members of the Board of Supervisors and distinguished authorities of the community present. It's an honor really to receive this proclamation on behalf of the Consulate General of Mexico in San Jose and the Mexican community and the county. The Binational Health Week is recognized as the largest health mobilization between Latin America and the United States. For 25 years, this initiative has been consolidated as a unique effort to bring prevention, information, and health services to millions of people, regardless of their immigration status or social condition. This year, the priority topics for the Binational Health Week is going to be the chronic disease, such as the diabetic, obesity, cardiovascular condition, mental health, sexual health, and also women's health. Also, I would like to highlight the 21 years of alliance between the Consulate General of Mexico and the Santa Clara County Public Health Department. This collaboration has made it possible for thousands of people every October to gain access to education, information, and services. And today we celebrate not only the proclamation of the Binational Health Week, also to illustrate this cooperation that has made Santa Clara being much in inclusion and access to health. I wish to express a special gratitude to the supervisor, Silvia Arenas, because she has played a key role for promoting health for the Latino community. And her vision and commitment also inspired us to continue working with determination. Finally, I invite the entire community to join to the activities of the Binational Health Week during the month of October, because together we are strong, and as together we always give the right to the people. And the health, I always say it like this, health never waits. So it's very important, this for together, all the authorities together for the community. That's the most important for us. Thanks so much.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Sarah Redman. I am the Acting Health Officer and Director for the Public Health Department. And I just want to echo my thanks to Supervisor Arenas, to the full Board of Supervisors for this opportunity to celebrate Binational Health Week. The community members from all over the world who join us in feeling this week as part of who you are and understanding your right to be healthy and to be served in our county. And this countywide collaboration, as our Consul General was saying, has been a national celebration for 25 years, and this marks the 20th anniversary when the Public Health Department jumped in and said, we want a part of this. We want to help make sure that our Latino community members are healthy and thriving. And we've been part of the over 70 organizations who have focused on health at this time of year every year since. I want to make clear everyone knows these services are free of charge. They're offered in English and Spanish, and they're offered regardless of immigration status, social status. Our goal is to have everyone have access to the healthcare you need. As my colleagues were saying earlier, the findings from the recent Latino Health Assessment highlighted the historical policies and practices that led to the disparities that mean that our Latino community members do not enjoy the same health as other folks of other races and ethnicities. They highlight the importance of implementing systems changes, strategies that look to the root causes of what makes our Latino members have to struggle to be healthy, and to reverse those changes we've seen historically and do better. Collective efforts like this one by National Health Week and the Latino Health Assessment and our recent Latino Health Summit are important and vital ways for multiple sectors in our community to work together, connect individuals and families to the health resources and services they need. So, a nombre del Departamento de Salud Pública del Condado de Santa Clara, quiero agradecer al Consulado de México por esta valiosa colaboración durante los últimos 20 años. Muchas gracias.
And you didn't hear from everyone, but I just want to acknowledge those who are standing with us. This is Octavia Hernandez, Consul of Community Affairs, Alan Saúl from Community Affairs Coordinator in the Consulate General of Mexico in San Jose, Angelica Diaz, Healthy Communities Branch Director, and Rodrigo Garcia Reyes, Public Health Program Manager for Partnerships. Help me please acknowledge all their efforts by giving them a big round of applause. We're going to do something that's a little rude, but just be patient with us. We're going to turn our backs to you and take a quick picture, and I'll ask my colleagues to come down from their podium to join us.
Next item, we have Supervisor Young declaring October as Disability Awareness Month.
Good morning. I am so proud to present this proclamation this morning declaring October as Disability Awareness Month in Santa Clara County. I'd like to invite some very special guests and friends to join me if they are able for this proclamation.
No, don't do that. There you go.
In 2021, the Board of Supervisors approved a proposal by my predecessor, Cindy Chavez, to establish the Office of Disability Affairs. The model back then in creating the office was nothing about us without us. That is still very appropriate today. We must continue to ensure that our disabled residents have a voice and a seat at the table and to honor their many valuable contributions to our community. In addition to the gifts of friendship, love, and light, so much of our lives are because of the disability community. Typewriters, voice recognition technology, speech-to-text apps, curb cuts, automatic doors, closed captioning, audiobooks, just to name a few, were all created for the disability community, but benefits us all. We recognize Disability Awareness Month to remember that we are all uplifted when we plan and design our world together for those made most vulnerable by the lack of inclusion. Joining us today are advocates and leaders who work tirelessly every day on behalf of disability inclusion, awareness, and rights. We have Ability Path, represented by Brian Nieder, CEO, joined by Reggio San Pablo, Director for Adult Services, April Lichman, Jessica Jamil, and Patsy Aparicio. San Andreas Regional Center, honored to have Francisco Venezuela, Community Relations Manager Executive here on behalf of the Regional Center, Javier Zaldivar, Executive Director of the Regional Center, Pam Kierman, and the parent of an individual served by San Andreas Regional Center and also serving as a board member. All Things Disability, finally. I'd like to recognize All Things Disability. While their board members Michelle Mashburn and Viviana Garcelle Barnwell were not able to join us today, we still want to acknowledge their leadership and advocacy. And not part of the script of the plans, but I want to give a shout out to SIU 2015 for your work, collaboration, and support of the disability community. So thank you for being here. Pleasant surprise, always welcome. I would now like to introduce Sherry Burns, Executive Director of Silicon Valley Independent Living Center, accompanied by Tita Das, and Marianne Dane, Executive Director of Parents Helping Parents, and Mark Fischler, Chief Development Officer, who will say a few words.
Good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Dong. My name is Sherry Burns, and I'm the Executive Director at Silicon Valley Independent Living Center, or SVILC for short. With me here today is Tita Das, our lead case manager with our Community Transition Program. SVILC is a disability justice agency that makes communities more fully accessible and provides services to support individuals with disabilities of all ages and all backgrounds in achieving their goals and dreams. We wish to thank Supervisor Dong, the esteemed members of the County Board of Supervisors, and our disability service and advocacy colleagues, Parents Helping Parents, the San Andreas Regional Center, Ability Path, and All Things Disability Equity, for recognizing Disability Awareness Month in Santa Clara County and Disability Employment Month in the month of October as well. A lot of people don't realize that 1/4 of our population has a disability or chronic health condition. We are one of the largest minority groups in our community, and our numbers are growing exponentially as we live longer. This year, we celebrated the 35th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act which was signed into law by President George H.W. Bush in 1990. The ADA is the most sweeping disability civil rights legislation in the history of the United States. It opened a broad set of doors for people with disabilities in the areas of employment, access to public facilities like council chambers, theaters, restaurants, and medical offices, in telecommunication services, which Supervisor Dong mentioned a few, telecommunication tools and websites, in transportation, and in government services. Yet, we have much more to improve in equal access, both physically and attitudinally, for our older adult and disabled neighbors, colleagues, family members, and friends. Without awareness, we wouldn't be able to appreciate and understand the need for all of us to work together as an entire community to address the inequities that create barriers for people to live their fullest lives and their fullest potential. That's why the county's commitment to raising disability awareness is so vital. SVILC greatly appreciates the opportunity to join the county and our colleagues in elevating disability awareness through this proclamation and through our collective services and actions. Thank you, Supervisor Dong, and all of the county supervisors for raising disability awareness in Santa Clara County.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I'm here today with Mark Fischler, Chief Development Officer for Parents Helping Parents, and our board chair, Vineet Goel, who's also here today. And for 49 years, we've been serving families with disabilities here in Santa Clara County with a lived experienced board and a lived experienced staff of parents of children with disabilities. And this month and this year is particularly important because it's the 50th anniversary of the IDEA Act. And the IDEA Act begins beautifully. I love this sentence. It says, "Disability is a natural part of the human experience and in no way diminishes the right of individuals to participate in or contribute to society." And it's a 50-year-old statement, and yet here we are still fighting over who has the right to participate in and contribute to our society. So here in Santa Clara County, we have Disability Awareness Month, and I'm so grateful for Supervisor Young for raising awareness of this. Disability, as Sherry shared, encompasses every intersectional identity. It encompasses all races, all ages, all genders, all ethnicities, all immigration statuses, and every refugee community. We are the largest minority group in America and the only minority group in America that any person can become a member of at any time. So for those who think that disability may not apply to you, just keep on typing, see what happens. Parents Helping Parents, we've been proud to support families in Santa Clara County for 49 years alongside our wonderful colleague agencies and hundreds of other agencies who support children with disabilities in inclusive ways, as well as adults with disabilities. For those of you here who are IHSS providers, you have a special spot in our heart. Thank you for supporting the disability community. We really can't begin to describe the impact it makes to have IHSS providers in homes. So today, thank you for giving a voice to the disability community today and in the future, and for declaring it Disability Awareness Month in Santa Clara County.
Community members, the folks behind me carve out the landscape of what disability awareness, advocacy, and rights look like for Santa Clara County. And being rooted in Santa Clara County, we help shape and define this conversation for the country and the world. So thank you for everything that you've done tirelessly every single day. And so much of it is now under attack with the impacts of HR 1, particularly hitting and slamming the disability community harder than anybody else. Because it is an extremely intersectional community in all ways. So thank you. At this point of inflection on the 50th year anniversary, we continue to work together to advocate for health rights and access for all. Now we're going to turn our backs to you to take a photo. So sorry. And I'd like to invite my colleagues on the Board of Supervisors and our administration to join me, please.
Oh, yeah, it was bad. Yeah, it's that backdrop.
All right.
Thanks for that. Thank you for
Our celebrations continue. At this time, I'd like to invite a true community champion and living legend, Rose Amador, and your crew, and whoever you'd like to join you today, Rose. Presently, as my co-sponsor.
Of course, absolutely.
Yes. We like to start every board meeting with celebration and commemoration. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you. I'm going to stand right next to me. We're going to make a shout about you. Hi. The gang's all here. Our gang's all here. Yeah. Good to see you. We work with community always.
Want to slide down?
Okay. You're stand right here next to me. All right. Today we gather to celebrate the remarkable journey and impactful legacy of a true community champion, Rose Amador. It is an honor to recognize a woman whose life has been dedicated to serving others and enhancing the lives of countless individuals in our community. Rose Amador was born in San Jose, California, and in her early years took her to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, before returning to the Golden State at age 14 to Santa Clara County. It was here in this vibrant community that her passion for activism truly ignited. From a young age, Rose followed in the footsteps of her parents, who are both community activists themselves. She became deeply engaged in the Chicano civil rights movement and joined forces with the American GI Forum to support farm worker activism alongside Cesar Chavez. This early involvement laid the groundwork for a lifetime dedicated to social justice. After graduating from Wilcox High School, Rose continued her education at De Anza College, Go De Anza Dons, where she was part of the inaugural class. It was here that she earned her Associate of Arts degree in Chicano Studies. Her thirst for knowledge led her to St. Mary's College, where she obtained a Bachelor of Arts degree in Business Management. As a co-founder of La Raza Roundtable to California, Rose has tirelessly advocated for the Latino community. Her extensive work with the National Council of La Raza, now known as Unidos US, has allowed her to effect meaningful change on a national scale, ensuring that the voice of the Latino community is heard and respected. In addition to her advocacy in Latino rights, Rose Amador proudly embraced her Yaqui heritage and has remained committed to supporting the Native American community. As the producer and host of Native Voice TV, because she is fabulous and a celebrity, she has created a platform that elevates Indigenous issues, emphasizes culture preservation, promotes environmental advocacy, and champions Native American rights. Rose has also been at the helm of Conexion to Community, formerly the Center for Employment Training, serving as president and CEO for over 4 decades. And Rose, there's no way of you remembering this, or maybe even knowing this, but I was an after-school tutor at the Eastridge Mall CTC location over 20 years ago. I remember sitting in an all-staff meeting listening to you speak to inspire all of us to do our best every single day on behalf of the most vulnerable. Under her leadership, this nonprofit has transformed the lives of many vulnerable individuals by providing educational resources and transitional employment opportunities to those who may face significant barriers, including undocumented individuals, the formerly incarcerated, and those experiencing unstable housing or unemployment. Today we recognize that Rose is entering a well-deserved retirement after a lifetime of tireless service. We'll miss you, Rose, but I know you won't be far. Her unwavering dedication has created pathways for so many individuals seeking to improve their lives and the lives of their families, leaving a lasting mark on all of us. Let us celebrate Rose Amador, not just for her numerous accomplishments, but for her immense heart and passion she has shown to all of us from every community and walk of life. Thank you, Rose. I'd like to now invite President Lee to say a few words.
Wow, Rose, you've been a friend for literally decades, and I just want to add a couple of words here. Rose Amador's dedication, passion have really made a lasting impact on our community. And let me just say a few of her efforts. She has been influential in advancing the day worker program, ensuring that workers have safe, dignified employment opportunities and access to critical services. She has worked to ensure individuals and families receive the wraparound service they need, from housing support to healthcare and social services. Through her leadership with the La Raza Roundtable, Rose has brought together community members, stakeholders, elected officials to tackle the difficult issues that directly impact our communities. Rose has been a champion for Latino and Indigenous communities, leading initiatives that elevate their needs, address systemic inequities, and create opportunities for empowerment. Rose, your dedication, compassion, and leadership has left a lasting legacy. Thank you, muchísimas gracias, for your decades of service for making our community a better place for all. And I just learned something today. You are graduates of the Wilcox Chargers. When my 3 daughters just...
But I would think they were Wilcox Warriors.
Warriors back then. Okay, so they're charged. But yeah, it's just so funny that they're still going strong. So wishing you a really joyful and retirement. I know you don't stop, but please just know that your impact will be felt for many, many decades and years to come and affect thousands and thousands of kids in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You know, the very first time I came up to the podium, Zoe Lofgren was chair of the board.
Oh my gosh.
Yep. And, you know, it's Center for Training and Careers. Now we call it Conexion. We've had so many ups and downs over the years. Of course, the rewarding part is seeing our participants go on and flourish and have a productive life. And I guess the worst part was last week when ICE came into our facility. But we've taken care of that now. Terrible situation. But, you know, I was at a powwow one time, and I ran into this woman, and we just began talking, and she said, you know, when I was a single mother, and I went to your center years and years ago, and she said, I'm still at that same job, ready to retire. I've already bought my home, almost paid off. I put my son through law school, and he's now a judge. And that was like, wow, really? She goes, yeah. I started there at the Center for Training and Careers when it was on Las Plumas. And that was pretty shocking. We're still friends, we keep in contact, but, and I've run into a lot of people, some city employees, county employees, and they say, oh yeah, I got my first job or through Center for Training and Careers, and that's what's really rewarding. And we're still doing the same type of work. We're trying to help the community get out of poverty, try and help them flourish in the community, and that's always been what we're seeking. When I started at Connection, and that was about 43 years ago, not 30, 43 years ago, so I'm very young. They were considering closing down. They were going to close the doors. They said, I went for the interview, and they said, well, this is going to be an interim position because we're trying to decide whether we're going to close down, merge with another community-based organization. We really haven't decided yet. And I said, okay, but 43 years ago, and we're still going strong. And Connection, Center for Training and Careers, has been in existence for almost 50 years now. One of the older organizations, community organizations in the county now. So we're very proud of that. And you might notice I'm wearing orange today, bright orange, as this gentleman in the front is, bright orange, because September 30th is the day that we remember the Native children who were taken from their parents by force, hunted down to attend boarding schools. Many of those children were found buried under those boarding schools. And we remember those children. So September 30th, next September 30th, you're all going to wear orange to remember the children. And I want to thank the board for all their support, and I'll be involved with the NASA Roundtable, so you haven't seen the end of me. I'm not going too far. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. But our members come down to get a picture? Yes. Turn around. So next item is what we call public comment. And this item is reserved for the members of the public to address the board on any items that is not on today's agenda. And any public who wishes to speak on items not on the agenda should request to speak at this time. Please fill out a speaker card and return it to a clerk. And we'll call up to 30 names now. Then the remainder names will then be called at the end of the agenda. In-person speakers will be called first, followed by Zoom speakers. No further requests to speak will be accepted under the continued public comment. I want to remind the public that on Zoom that as soon as the first speaker in the chamber starts speaking, no more speakers will be taken to the list. During the public comment, to respect everyone's comment, we do not allow applause or boos. But to show your support, you can raise and shake your hands quietly. And I just want to thank you for your cooperation to keep our meeting moving smoothly. As a reminder, the rules of the board do prohibit raising of signs above shoulder heights, stating 3, persons with such items remain seated when displaying them, must not raise items above shoulder level, obstruct the view of passage of other attendees, disturbing them, or otherwise disturb the business of the meeting. Rhonda, how many speakers do we have?
I currently have 31 speakers in chambers and 4 speakers on Zoom.
All right, give it a few more seconds.
We are holding it 31 and 4.
31?
Yeah, 31 in chambers and 4 on Zoom.
Okay.
So
Because
35
we have
total.
over 30 speakers, which is our very first time since I've been chairing this board, we will use our continued public comment period at the end of today's meeting as item number 20. We'll take comments in Board of Chambers first, followed by those on Zoom. And I've been informed that we have 31 cards for speaker in chambers. So the 31st speaker and anyone on Zoom who wishes to speak under this item will need to wait until the end of the meeting to speak on the item 20, the continued public comment period. All right, so at this point, I will just do 1 minute each for the speakers. Let's let them all lined up.
All right, we are closing out at 31 in chambers and 32 in chambers and 5 on Zoom. All right, so we're going to go ahead and call several people at once. You may speak in any order. Tanya York, Safiria Fernandez, Iris Ores, Yi Kao, Kayla Gomez, Natasha Walker, Cindy, and Sean. Please come forward. Go ahead.
Go ahead, yes.
Good morning, board members. My name is Tanya York. I'm an essential healthcare worker here in Santa Clara. I've been an IHSS provider for 26 years in support of my sister. Like so many other providers, I work multiple jobs just to get by. And like many others, I had to leave a more lucrative job to do this work, which is an essential part of the county's care system. We'd like to see wages prioritized as we move forward in our negotiations. Our IHSS providers do so much to care for seniors and people with disabilities in Santa Clara. They need financial stability and security. Today's county's care system depends on it. Thank you.
Good job, exactly. Thank you. Next one, please come up.
Hola, miembros de la Junta. Me llamo Seferina Fernández y soy trabajadora esencial de la salud en el Condado de Santa Clara.
Hello, board members. My name is Seferina Fernandez, and I am an essential health care worker in Santa Clara County.
Soy cuidadora a domicilio de mi hijo, quien padece esquizofrenia y requiere atención las 24 horas.
I am an in-home provider for my son, who is schizophrenic and requires around-the-clock care.
We actually do have a Spanish translator too, so once you finish, we'll just have the whole thing
Okay.
translated. Yeah,
Sin
that
el
might be easier.
progra-
Thank you.
Sin el programa IHSS, mi hijo tendría que ser internado en una institución y depender del condado para su cuidado. Como tantos otros familiares, tuve que dejar mi trabajo y dedicarme a su atención. Y como muchos otros, en Santa Clara mi familia tiene dificultades para pagar las facturas a tiempo y cubrir necesidades básicas. Por eso nuestros miembros priorizan salarios más altos en este nuevo contrato. Por favor, asegúrense de que nuestros suplementos salarial sea suficiente para mantener a nuestras familias en esta situación económica. Gracias.
UN translator?
Buenos días.
No, one second, momentito. We'll have the Spanish translation of the last
Yes.
speaker first. Yes, go ahead.
Of the last portion?
Yes, go ahead and translate the last speaker's comments.
Okay,
Yes.
yes. And as other families, I have to leave work to address my son, and as in other people in Santa Clara County. And I also have difficulties for paying bills on time and to cover basic needs. And I also would like to be sure to cover all this additional raise and to be enough to maintain our families, and that we are and that to maintain families because we are having the economic difficulties in this situation. Thank you.
Gracias. Go ahead.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Iris Juárez y soy trabajadora esencial de la salud del condado de Santa Clara. Cuido a mi hijo Jonathan, tiene 18 años y es autista. Jonathan necesita atención las 24 horas del día, los 7 días de la semana. Él depende de mí para todo. Sin mi cuidado tendría que ser internado en una institución y depender del condado para su cuidado. No tengo otros ingresos, pero eso es tan importante para mí aumentar los salarios del IHSS para que mi hijo tenga una mejor calidad de vida. Todo es carísimo y el alquiler es lo mismo. También me cuesta pagar mis facturas mensuales. Un aumento salarial es mi mayor prioridad para nuestro contrato. Por favor, tengan en cuenta mientras el condado de mi sindicato negocia en este acuerdo. Gracias.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Iris Juarez, and I am an essential health worker of the County of Santa Clara. I take care of my son, Jonathan, who is 18 years old, and he is autistic. He is requiring attention 24/7, and he is wholly dependent on me. And he is dependent on me, and we also like to have a good care of these essential rights for the IHSS, because we want to have a better quality of life. I also have difficulties for paying rents and for paying monthly bills, and we would like you to consider all these while while the union negotiation is going on. Thank you.
各位尊敬的县监事们好，我是易高，那我是圣塔克拉拉县的这个家护工作者，我已经从事这份工作超过12年了，每年的生活成本呢都在上涨，我们越来越难以维持基本的生活了。
Hello, County Supervisors. My name is Igao, and I am an IHSS home care worker with over 12 years experience. I'm also a member of SARU 2015 bargain teams and an important healthcare workers in Santa Clara counties.
我坚持做这份工作是为了保证我的客户能够在家中有尊严、受尊重的生活。
I've been working for this job because I want to make sure all my provider workers have been working with dignities.
那我知道今天你们呢将通知州政府，2026年呢医疗保健成本的增加，那以确保州政府能够按时支付他们的部分。那我希望呢，当县政府决定如何支付你们的那部分费用时，请不要把这笔费用转嫁到家护助理工人身上。
As you may heard, our members are facing many financial challenges. Many caregivers need to work long hours just to get by. And also some workers will have to work not even to be able to meet their monthly bills.
我们每天都在为生计而挣扎，我们应得到一份可以维持生活的工资，而不是在房租、食物和日常开销之间痛苦的抉择。
So I think we have a decent working wages so that we be able to afford our living expense and pay our bills.
我们是客户的生命线，如果你们削减了这条生命线，客户会怎么样呢？
To make sure, we must ensure that the workforce can continue to meet the increasing demand for the care. Thank you.
Come on up.
My name is Cindy. The Voter Choice Act, implemented since 2020 presidential election, is up for renewal this year, but I haven't seen any review or report on this impact. What does this matter? The 2016 election cost $20 million, but after Voter Choice Act, the 2024 election cost $37 million, an 85% increase. Yet voter turnout rate dropped 10% from 2016 to 2024. This raised serious question about Voter Choice Act's effectiveness. With federal and state budget cuts, Santa Clara County structural deficit crisis, we cannot afford wasting spending. Board of Supervisors, I urge you to thoroughly review Voter Choice Act cost and voter turnout impact before renewing it. Ensure our resources are used effectively, not burden taxpayers further. Demand accountability and priority fiscal responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Kayla Gomez. I am the political organizer for SEIU 2015. I'm here today to urge everyone in this room to listen to our caregivers and the challenges that they share with you today. This is the kind of work that to some may seem simple when you only hear it described. You think about what you might do when a friend or a partner is sick for a short period of time. You might help them with picking up groceries, preparing a meal, cleaning up, helping with medication. You might take them to the hospital, to an appointment. We all have this in common. We all need care. But these aren't tasks and activities that happen on occasion for IHSS workers. This is their daily life. Every day, they take care of those who need it most, our disabled brothers and sisters in the community who require that care. And making $20.04 an hour in this county, it's their daily struggle. They need care too. Time and time again, you have demonstrated your leadership, and we know we can figure this out together. So thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and call forward our next few people. Robert E., Alice E., Brad I., Brian Bertocini, Danielle Moher, and Susie York. Go ahead and come forward.
Nope, but yes, by the podium, correct,
Oh.
yes. There's a building mic. Go ahead, please. Go, sir.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Natasha Walker. I've been an essential care worker in Santa Clara County for 3 years now. For 2 of those years, I've had the privilege to serve on the county's IHSS advisory board, where I've heard many valuable perspectives of how this program works and doesn't work. Since moving from Texas, which doesn't have an IHSS program like California, I have learned that it is possible when a government attempts to actually represent and put its people first. It's one of the many things that sets California apart in the nation. The IHSS program is the foundation of the house this county is trying to build for its citizens. 25% of our community lives with a life-altering disability. The care problem we have is worsening. Seniors age 55 plus are now at the greatest risk of homelessness. We're all taxpayers. We all need to know that you're making decisions that best benefit all the people in Santa Clara County. So I invite you to explore different avenues. Thank you so much.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Brian Bertocini. Later this year, the Board of Supervisors will vote to extend the Voters' Choice Act in Santa Clara County. I am here to express opposition extending the Voter Choice Act in our county as it fails to achieve its primary objective, which is to increase voter turnout. More specifically, citing the Building a Policy Roadmap to improve Latin civic engagement in Santa Clara County, dated August 2024, it states many in the Latin community distrust government and the electoral process. Statistically, Latins make up 42% of the population and only 25.8% of voter turnout. Voters' Choice Act does not restore trust in elected officials, doesn't restore honesty, integrity, and common sense problem solving. Like ranked choice voting, Voters' Choice Act is a solution in search of a problem. The board should consider returning to precinct voting, which lowers cost, restores trust, and voters will know election results quickly instead of waiting weeks. Thank you.
Yes. Next, please go ahead.
This is Alice. There is absolutely no reason for agricultural workers to risk their life to come to U.S. illegally. There is unlimited H-2A visas reserved for them. What's H-2A? H-2A requires employers to provide housing, transportation, and meal or cooking facilities to workers. They are also requiring paying at least a minimum wage. Spending 5 times more than a nearby county to fight ICE is nothing to be proud of. Misleading undocumented into believing you can protect them when you know you don't have jurisdiction on immigration. And all lawsuits will only delay the inevitable. It's both irresponsible and unconscionable. Where is all the funding go? I doubt it benefit a single undocumented by putting them into direct confrontation with ICE. The best course for them is to take the $1,000, self-deport, and come back using legal means like H-2A.
Good morning. My name is Brad, and I'm a retired county employee. I used to work for the Environmental Health Services Department and the Assessor's Office. But recent decisions that you've made on this body has caused me to have to go back to work. And the reason for that is it's really troubling to me, because when you're all looking forward to retirement, you hope that you're going to have enough money that you've saved during your hard work. And unfortunately, for me, I've had to make that decision to go back to work. So I want to remind all of you, you were elected to serve the people and to make our lives much easier. Elected office is not a right, it's a privilege. And I hope you all remember that, and as we go forward, to really think about the fact that.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Robert. Hi, I grew up in the Central Valley. My family still farms there, so I know a little bit about farm labor. I've seen a lot of communications from government officials and board members providing know your rights information where illegal immigration labor is known to exist, and claims that farms can't survive without illegal labor. That's a lie. I see our public officials counseling people how to get around the law. I'm confused, however, why legal remedies are not discussed. That is H-2A. Its existence since 1986 provides many benefits to true immigrants and used by many farmers in the valley. I know it does. I know it is. It even provides a means to bring their family members under H-4. Why don't we see government or board members support law and existing legal remedies? It's a lie.
Hello, my name is Susie York, and I am the president of RMPA. Supervisors, I come before you with urgency. The proposed restructuring of our hospital system is reckless, and people will die if these changes move forward. This is not hyperbole. What the eyes don't see, the heart doesn't feel, but at the bedside, we see it every day. Nursing leadership is making decisions without regard for patient care. It should not be the nurses at the bedside who bear the weight of these dangerous decisions. On behalf of RMPA nurses, I implore you, when you approve the restructuring, think about the patients. The county is not listening to the nurses on the front lines. We're asking you to protect lives, not just balance the budget. Vote yes on Measure A.
Hello, supervisors. I'm Danielle Mahabir, a registered nurse at O'Connor Hospital, and I'm here representing RNPA. I represent about 4,000, 5,000 nurses here in Santa Clara County, and every day we walk into units where safe staffing matrices are being ignored. And those same administrators are the same ones that are deciding the various consolidations. They don't hear our voice when we mention to them that this will drastically affect patient safety. We are here to sound alarms because we see the damage that's happening in real time. ICU patients without adequate resources, oncology patients beginning chemo without proper support, nurses stretched to the breaking point. You have the power to stop this. Invest in care, not cuts. Listen to the nurses. We will not stand by while the system unravels. Vote yes on Measure A.
Mark Trout, Jaiji, Kristen Hoffman, Peter Friedrich, Cole Cameron, Don Suter, and Joe Kay, and Sue. Please come forward.
I am baffled that I'm not famous. I really am. Pharaoh had a dream, and Joseph was told that on the bank of the river, there came out 7 fat cows and were quickly eaten by 7 skinny ones, and they remained skinny, and he told him the interpretation. It's 7 good years and then 7 bad years. Well, fast forward from there to Daniel. Daniel sees these 2 angels on a river, okay? And one's asking the other guy, when is the world going to end? And he said, in 3.5 years. He swore to God, it's over with in 3.5 years. And he said, well, I didn't understand that. And he was told, go your way, because the words are closed and sealed until the time of the end, which implies, of course, that once we arrive at the time of the end, there will be a verifiable interpretation of how long 3.5 years is. And I am contending, okay, that 3.5 years are actually 40 jubilees from Jesus Christ. And oh, God, this is like so frustrating.
Hello, my name is Dawn Suter. 6 years ago, this county board bought 3 bankrupt hospitals. Roughly 52% of Santa Clara County's net expenditures are being spent on these hospital systems in comparison to LA, which only spends 29%. That means $600 million was wasted last year. Measure A is a very expensive Band-Aid that will not solve this problem. I also want to speak out against, I want to be in support of a measure or a recommendation you're going to hear about Charlie Kirk Day on October 14th, Freedom of Speech Day. I also would like to recommend that First Street be subtitled Charlie Kirk Memorial Street. And I want to make a quote that San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan said. My most sincere hope is that every person, and especially every elected leader, ask themselves the question today and every day, are my actions building the world up or tearing it down? Because we can communicate without violence. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors, staff, everyone. It was great to stand with Rose before the meeting started. She said it all. I'm wearing my hunting vest because those kids were hunted and buried, taken away from their own way of living. We've had 2 Native American veteran ceremonies in the recent past, including Billy Mills being in town again. I really appreciated Sherry being able to share her AFN disability presentation earlier and being recognized for that. She works for the cadre team in emergencies also. I'm confused about, in my own neighborhood, I live in a county pocket off of Union, where we have AFN walkways being torn up and replaced for what I don't understand any reason, versus so many other priorities, as you've already heard. My niece is an RN in an oncology unit after surviving leukemia, so I get what they're saying.
Thank you.
Why is District Attorney Jeff Rosen hobnobbing with organizations that are allegedly linked to a foreign government, namely India, and to the supremacist ideology of its ruling party? Rosen has reportedly keynoted events co-hosted by the HSS, an outfit the human rights group Justice for All explains as the international wing of the RSS, a paramilitary group in India. Both embrace the fascist, Nazi-inspired majoritarian ideology of Hindutva, yet Rosen has apparently and repeatedly appeared at HSS-sponsored events. The HSS is closely associated with the Hindu American Foundation, which a recent claim filed with the DOJ alleges is acting as an agent of India's ruling party, and yet Rosen keynoted and promoted a recent law enforcement training session by HAF in which they smeared Sikh activists as terrorists who should be surveilled. Meanwhile, the RSS-led regime in India is accused of attempting to assassinate American citizens who criticize its Hindutva policies. That's why we need bills like SB 509 to train Californian law enforcement how to curb transnational repression, and why we do not need county law enforcement officials like Jeff Rosen hobnobbing with groups that may be linked to the very same foreign government that is accused of engaging in transnational repression by attempting to assassinate Americans. And I have an information packet on the issue for.
Thank you. Again, reminding folks, please no boos and no clapping. Thank you. Next, please. Go ahead.
Santa Clara County Voters' Choice Act, VCA, is due to renew December 2025. How did the program do after 4 years? We did our research. Results show that 2016 general election voter turnout is 83%, in 2024, 73%, a 10% decline. Primary voter turnout has a 17% drop. At the same time, costs to run each election increased by up to $20 million, or 4.2 times more, and the same for midterms. Furthermore, the month-long ballot tallying process is prone to errors and security risks. The direction from the Board of Supervisors to ROV is to renew VCA without evaluating its effectiveness. We ask why the county plans to keep a wasteful program that does not produce results. We urge the county not to renew.
Good morning. It's so easy to spend other people's money. I find it very telling that when faced with a budget shortfall, instead of figuring out where you can cut expenses, you continue to spend. In April, you buy another hospital and operate the largest public health system in Northern California. Why is our county in the hospital business when 94% of the hospitals in California are privately owned? You recently purchased land in San Jose and approved funding for several affordable housing developments. Why? This year you can opt out of the Voters' Choice Act, which promised to reduce election expenses, but instead has proven to be up to 3 times more expensive than precinct voting. You are using our taxpayer dollars to aid and abet those who have broken our laws, while at the same time cutting public safety. But the county needs more money. You call an emergency meeting and vote to increase our taxes by 0.5%. It's needed for health care. Why has the county's medical budget doubled to tripled after the pandemic? You are raising this as a general tax, which means the money goes into the general fund, and that means it can be used for anything. Vote no on Measure A.
Hi, my name is Joe Kay. Voters' Choice Act does not do what it is supposed to do. Per VCA turnout and cost analysis, voter participation did not increase. Instead, it increased costs. VCA is a failed policy. We, the people, feel that our elections are being fixed. There are no transparencies in the month-long process. This makes it very suspect that our elections are being tampered with by this policy. It has to stop. I urge Santa Clara County BOS to do the right thing and don't renew. The people will vote if we go back to one-day voting at their precincts. It will definitely reduce the cost of voting and increase voters' trust in the voting process.
I'm going to go ahead and call up the final speakers. Frank DiMambro, Bridget DiMambro, I'm sorry, Francisco D., Susan Nguyen, Max H., Carol Peffley, Lori Osberg, Graciela Ziegler, and there was a duplicate, so our 30th speaker today will be Sean Cartwright. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kristen Hoffman.
I collected 10 ballots from 2 counties over 5 elections with 3 variations of my name on them. The use of mail-in ballots makes elections federal jurisdiction. This is a contract between Santa Clara County and Dominion Voting Systems. On page 73, section F, it says users shall not connect county equipment, including USB storage media, to non-county systems or networks unless county gives its express written permission. Dominion website states state and local requirements also serve to maintain air gaps for security. Does the Department of Defense offer the county any support and financial resources for cybersecurity of elections?
Good morning. My name is Max. No on Measure A. Raising taxes should be always a last resort, not the first and only option. If this was so urgent to help our hospitals, why not set up a special dedicated fund, not a general fund? Why should we be taxed to fund the county's ineptitude in its spending practices? Last year was already a $250 million deficit. How does Santa Clara County stack up against its neighbors? Recent comprehensive report shows that per capita spending in Santa Clara County is 2.5 to 10x more than its neighboring counties. It's not even close at $3,500 per person. Here's what we should do to reform like our neighbors in Alameda and San Mateo. 1, expand outsourcing. 2, advance systems integration. 3, bolster prevention. Projected savings from these strategies is $650 million to $1.2 billion. Bring it back to Measure A, it's only raising $330 million. So it's not about needing more cash, it's an opportunity to build a much more efficient and sustainable solution.
Supervisors, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Carol Peffley, and I'm here today as a community advocate in support of the Freedom of Speech Day resolution, which I submitted to you yesterday. Our nation is shocked by the horrific assassination of Charlie Kirk, a young man whose life's mission was to engage in open debate with others in an effort to reach across the aisle with honest dialogue and have real conversations, something a civil society should be able to do. He paid the ultimate price for this. Sadly, in recent years, we've seen that fewer people are willing to engage in dialogue with those who think differently. Instead of conversation, we see confrontation. Instead of listening, we see labeling. This resolution is not about endorsing any one voice. It's about creating space for all voices. It's about honoring those like Charlie Kirk who believe in the power of open discussion, even when it's uncomfortable. Freedom of Speech Day would remind us that disagreement does not have to mean division. It's a chance to teach our community that respectful dialogue is not a weakness.
Good morning. I'm Frank DiMambro. I'd like to ask for your opposition on Measure A. The claim for the supporters of Measure A is that hospitals will close. Even before the big, beautiful bill cut to Medicare funding, these hospitals were already bleeding money. We're in that unlikely position because Santa Clara believes that it can be a health provider. This is not a business Santa Clara can be successful with. It's time to back away from investment and let it be run by healthcare providers who know how to provide this service in a way that doesn't equate to financial loss that needs to be passed on to the public. No one measure it.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Lori Oseberg, and I'm here today as a parent and an educator. I urge you to support the Freedom of Speech Day resolution, not just for adults, but for our children. In a time when the internet and digital platforms dominate their lives, kids need to understand that freedom of speech is an important cornerstone of democracy. Freedom of speech is what differentiates our country from so many others. Children will benefit from learning its history from the printing press to the civil rights movement. From student protests to landmark Supreme Court cases, celebrating this day would give schools a chance to teach not only the power of speaking up, but the responsibility that comes with it. If we want the next generation to be thoughtful, courageous, and respectful citizens, we must give them the tools to understand and protect this sacred freedom. Let's make Freedom of Speech Day a moment of learning, reflection, and civic pride. I urge you to please pass this resolution.
I just want to comment on the last two speakers. I just want to thank them for speaking less than the time allotted, because even though you have 1 minute, if you could do it in 40 seconds, it's wonderful. And thank you so much. Thanks.
Hi, my name's Bridget DeMombro, and I live over by Campbell, West San Jose area. I want you to consider on the opposition of Measure A. 11% sales tax will not only hurt the common person on their everyday groceries, but also the trade people that fix the plumbing, the electrical, HVAC. They won't be able to afford a lot of their stuff. This is getting ridiculous. You guys need to be able to cut cost, which you don't do. You just raise our taxes. Please vote no on Measure A and no one-party state, so vote no on 52.
See, thank you. You did it in 45 seconds. Thank you. Go ahead, next. Good job.
Okay. Hello. Okay. My name is Francesco DeMombro, and I would like for you to, for your opposition on Measure A. The sales tax increase will go to the general fund, which comes with no guarantee that it will not simply be used to fund Santa Clara cities like San Jose, Morgan Hill, Santa Clara, who are projected to be in deficit this year and next. You need to look at spending and stop mindlessly funding ineffective NGOs. Thank you.
Thank you. 30 seconds, even better. Thank you. Good, thanks. Good job.
Hello. Regarding the Voters' Choice Act, it has not achieved its goal since passing in 2016. The numbers do not show an increase in voter participation as was marketed. The cost of eliminating precinct voting has only increased election-related costs due to the use of vote centers and mass voter brochure mailings. Instead of election results in 1 day, which most developed countries do provide, it takes up to 30 days for our results to be released. Why would the county want to continue doing the same thing while hoping for different results? It's time for Santa Clara County, the birthplace of Silicon Valley, to show that it can conduct elections to benefit all voters by providing transparency, visibility, and accountability. Please do not renew Voters' Choice Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Coming up.
Good morning. My name is Graciela Ziegler, and I'm speaking to urge this county to prioritize women-only treatment centers. Today is a very difficult day with the closing of Mariposa Lodge, our county's women-only detox and residential facility. September 22nd, Stephanie McWhorter, a SETS executive, spoke at the BHP's executive meeting, which was recorded. I spoke to her the same day at 1 p.m., and she failed to mention part of her plan to the executives. She stated there is nowhere in our county for the LGBTQ plus community to recover. That's not true. Women-only facilities serve LGBTQ plus individuals. McWhorter's plan is to have one lodge for men, one for women, one for LGBTQ plus, and the fourth for transitional youth. Her description was youth ages 16 through 22, for example, someone who's born a male but doesn't identify as a male. That means putting vulnerable adolescents into co-ed treatment environments where unhealthy sexual conduct is bound to happen. Even Morrison opening in November will be co-ed, and so is the camp in Scotts Valley, where sexual misconduct is an ongoing problem. There are no restrictions on the plans being made to address the corrective action plan. The funds that are being used are not funds that the federal government could take, so please, thank you.
I support everything she just said. I just came from a sweep, and I'm going back to the sweep, and I thank you for being in the hospital business because you support the people that I work with. I just also wanted to say that if you don't make shelters a place that people want to stay in, and the hotel program and things like that, that I know isn't your program, but it's still a shelter, then people aren't going to stay there. They're going to return to the sweeps. Right now, there's no shelter that any women can, DV shelter that women can go to with pets. There are women that I just spoke to that want to go to a DV shelter, but they can't because they don't have pets. Rehab should be rehab on demand. When somebody says, hey, can I go to rehab right now? It should be yes. unequivocally yes. And it's not. And we have these problems. We are underserving people right now. And right now, when I'm at the sweeps, these are the things that are coming up day after day after day. It is breaking my heart. And to not have these answers is a shame. And I don't blame you. I actually blame San Jose more because the unhoused people are all in San Jose.
President Lee, that does conclude our 30-speaker limit. We do have 5 speakers on Zoom. We have taken a snapshot to allow them to speak later today.
Thank you very much. First time we are using this policy, so we can move on to our agenda on the other items. So first, coming up is the approval of our consent calendar and changes to a Board of Supervisors agenda. So this is a reminder. We want to make sure that all the speakers that have not been spoken, you will be allowed to speak under item 20 at the end of this meeting called the continued public comment period. All right, Rhonda, at this time, could you please read the proposed changes to our consent calendar, please?
I would be happy to. There's a request from Supervisor Abikoga to add number 9 to the consent calendar. Item number 9 is to approve a support position on Proposition 50 and direct administration to take all appropriate measures to identify the County of Santa Clara as a supporter of Proposition 50 for the November 4th, 2025 statewide special election ballot. There's a
1 second. I just want to advise, as I said earlier, if you would not mind, please leave your placket. Yeah, you can show it, but not over your shoulder. Thank you. So you don't block the person behind you. That's what that's about. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. There's a request from Supervisor Abikoga to consider item number 13 after item number 11. Item number 11 is to receive a report from County Council on legal issues and closed session meeting of September 29th, 2025. Item number 13 is to receive a report relating to enhancing the Mobile Crisis Response Team program and changes to the Psychiatric Emergency Response Team program. Request from Supervisor Abikoga to consider item number 17 before item number 8. Item number 17 is to receive a report relating to county departments' current work and capacity for referrals, recommendations relating to the management and introduction of new referrals, and alignment of processes such as board priority setting and the referral matrix review with the budget process. Item number 8 is to approve referral to administration to accelerate and enhance the County of Santa Clara and City of San Jose collaboration to prevent and address homelessness through implementation of initiatives to expand direct medical and behavioral health services to City of San Jose funded interim housing sites and other sites in San Jose, continue expansion of inpatient and residential behavioral health capacity countywide, including increasing capacity for referrals from the City of San Jose, facilitate expansion of city shelter client placement into supportive housing units by incorporating most of the city's temporary housing sites into the coordinated entry system, and provide regular progress reports to the board on the outcome of these efforts. There's a request from Supervisor Abikoga to consider items number 14 and 15 concurrently. Item number 14 is to consider recommendations relating to countywide services and supplies reductions implemented to balance the fiscal year 2025-2026 adopted budget. Item number 15 is adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.26.19 and ordinance amending Santa Clara County salary ordinance number NS-5.26 relating to compensation of employees, deleting and adding various positions in the Office of the County Executive, Employee Services Agency, Office of Supportive Housing, and Office of the District Attorney. There's a request from President Lee and Supervisors Abikoga and Ellenberg to add item number 18 to the consent calendar. Item number 18 is to receive a report relating to the county strategic planning process. Request from Vice President Arenas to remove items number 27, 29, and 30 from the consent calendar to be considered concurrently. Item number 27 is to adopt resolution delegating authority to the county executive or designee to negotiate, execute, amend, or terminate grant agreement with State of California to receive behavioral health continuum infrastructure program funding for the Morgan Hills Subacute Facility in Morgan Hill on the Valley Health Center campus in an amount not to exceed $81,810,876. Item number 29 is adopt resolution delegating authority to the county executive or designee to negotiate, execute, amend, or terminate grant agreement with State of California to receive behavioral health continuum infrastructure program funding for the Behavioral Health South County Treatment Campus in Gilroy on the St. Louis Regional Hospital campus in an amount not to exceed $207 million. Item number 30, adopt resolution delegating authority to the county executive or designee to negotiate, execute, amend, or terminate grant agreement with State of California to receive behavioral health continuum infrastructure program funding for the enhanced short-term residential therapeutic program in an amount not to exceed $3,450,000. There are corrections to items number 31 and 33. The items should read as follows. Item number 31, ratify tentative memorandum of understanding with the Deputy Sheriff's Association of Santa Clara County for period October 27, 2025 through September 9, 2029, that has been reviewed and approved by County Council as to form and legality. Item number 33 is to ratify the tentative memorandum of agreement with the Santa Clara County Government Attorneys Association for period September 30th, 2025 through February 25th, 2029, that has been reviewed and approved by County Council as to form and legality. There is a request from Vice President Arenas to remove item 43 from the consent calendar. Item 43 is to adopt a resolution granting consent to the County of Santa Cruz to form the Santa Cruz Mountains Wine Improvement District. Correction on item number 44, the item should read as follows. Item number 44 is adoption of ordinance number NS-300.1002, an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Clara, repealing Chapter 6 of Division A33 and amending various sections of Divisions A33, B3, B11, B11.5, B12, B13, B22, and C22 of the County of Santa Clara Ordinance Code relating to the Public Health Department. There's a correction to item number 54. Possible action B should read as follows. Item 54B, accept the resignation of Lisa Matichak from the Airport Land Use Commission. And this concludes our consent calendar.
Whew, that's a handful, Rhonda. Thank you very much for going through all that. I just want to check with my colleagues if there are any more further changes to it before I open up the public comments period. Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Allenberg.
I don't have a change, but I want to make a quick comment on item 18 related to strategic planning, which has been moved to the consent calendar. Creating a robust strategic plan has been a priority for me since I made that initial request back in June of 2023. The idea at the time was for the process to coincide with the arrival of 2 new board members this past January in order to establish priorities and outline multi-year strategies to achieve our shared goals. My commitment to this remains strong, yet I agree with administration's assessment that the challenges we are currently facing are significant and need to be dealt with in the moment. But I will look forward. I want to call it an ordinary time, but something hopefully in the near future where we'll be able to catch our breaths and really be forward-looking and not need to be quite so reactive and responsive.
Thank you.
And with that, I'm happy to move approval of the consent calendar.
Got a motion? Do I have a second?
Second, Abikoga.
Moved and seconded with all the changes as stated. So let me go ahead and open that up to the public as well. Let's see how many speakers do we have, Rhonda?
I currently have 13 in person and 2 on Zoom.
Okay, 15 total. Let's do 1 minute each regarding the consent item agenda. And I'm going to ask those who speak on this item, please identify which item you're speaking on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to call forward several people in chambers. You can speak in any order. At this point, we're now closing the queue. Jan Gaurad, Mary Lindsay, Don Suter, Ha Tran, Robert Rissell, David Wasterman, and Jim Cargill. Please go ahead and come forward. You can speak in any order. It's too late.
Yes, just come on up and speak at the podium. Yes, right there. Perfect. Yeah, you can get started.
I have 1 minute.
Yes, you have 1 minute.
Right?
Correct.
Hi, my name is Mary Lindsay. Ed Munns and I farm 13 acres of vineyard, Munns Vineyard, on the Loma Prieta Ridgetop. And I am here to speak in favor of the Wine Improvement District. I think that's 43 on your agenda. We have been proud supporters of
No, one
these-
second. Tony, go ahead. Excuse me. I'm so sorry.
President Lee, I believe 43 has been removed from consent.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is that correct? Supervisor Arenas?
Actually, I was going to make a friendly amendment so to actually keep it on consent.
Okay, just to clarify whether the comments are appropriate, perhaps we should pause and
let's
get the
that
motion
clear
clear
first.
that it will
I
go
am
back.
so sorry. We'll start you over again later, so let's get this clear first.
Yes,
So we
it's
are-
appropriate for her to be speaking. I just want to clarify that there is agreement on the motion and the second that 43 can be
Stays on
placed
consent.
back on consent.
I am happy to accept that friendly amendment that item 14 remain on the consent calendar.
43.
43.
And I second. 43.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. So sorry. We'll start over again. You get your whole minute back. Sorry about
Okay.
that. Go ahead, please.
My name is Mary Lindsay. I'm with Munns Vineyard, and I'm here to speak in favor of 43, the Wine Improvement District. Ed Munns and I farm 13 acres of vineyard on the Loma Prieta Ridgetop in Los Gatos. We are in Santa Clara County. We have been very proud supporters of the Santa Cruz Mountains AVA, which is a very unique and special wine region. And most of the wineries in the AVA have discovered that working together we can achieve more than going it alone. And that's what the Wine Improvement District is all about. And it also brings in some more wineries that are not currently members of the association, some of which have really been excited about this. So I would invite you all to join with us to work together to make the Wine Improvement District a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker can just come up.
Hi, my name is David Westerman. I'm here to speak against your resolution to support Prop 50, which is a very egregious proposition. And all of you board members are Democrats. I know it's a nonpartisan position, but you need to keep that going to the public and your recommendations. And this is clearly a support for Gavin Newsom and his political agenda. We have the California Redistricting Commission, who has carefully drawn out the lines for the various races, including the congressional districts, which this proposition changes. In your introduction to this meeting, it says Proposition 50 draws fair maps that represent California's diverse communities. That is completely false. That was done by the Redistricting Commission. Thank you very much.
Hello, Your Honors and staff. Thank you for your service. Jan Garrett from Garrett Farms. We've been operating on the same property for 130 years. First, we were fruit and apricots and prunes, dried fruit. We pivoted into the equestrian recreation business, and then in the '94, we had a bonded winery and a vineyard. I'm here, and thank you for putting the number 43 back on consent. I'm here to support that action. We need help in the wineries. It's We have a renaissance in agriculture in the Santa Cruz Mountains that makes fine, fine wines, but we can't get anybody to come. So we need this district so we can advertise and get people from Napa and Sonoma, stop them and come to our valley for our economy. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Please come on up.
So I was called, but I didn't sign up for this item. I signed up for number 9. Was there a mistake on my part? I apologize.
No, so number 9 has been put on consent, so.
Oh, okay, so I can go ahead and speak.
Yes,
Sorry
you can.
about the
Yes, you got 1 minute.
confusion.
No, actually, let's start the clock again for her.
All right, we'll
Okay.
There you go,
restart
1
the
minute.
clock.
I am in opposition to Proposition 50. It's a violation of California Constitution, and there is a lawsuit that is currently in effect and being fought. In 2010, we voted for the current citizen-led committee to determine district boundaries, and moving the decision-making to the hands of legislature is against your constituents' vote, and it's also against the California Constitution. Please pay attention to me. Thank you. Which bans partisan gerrymandering. California is 40% conservative voters, and Proposition 50 will further erode the current 17% conservative voters' voice in Sacramento. For a county that prides itself in diversity, please don't vote to dismiss the voice of 40% of your district's constituents. I would also mention that the sign that I was carrying in here on my way in, I got a honk and a thumbs up from a Hispanic gentleman who had a city of Santa Clara, Santa Clara County was driving a van, Santa Clara County. So please do not dismiss your Hispanic voters. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Morning.
Good morning, still. Feels like afternoon.
Several years ago, the voters of California voted to remove redistricting responsibility out of the politicians' arena and put it into a special commission with the idea it would be less biased and more fairly distributed. For us to make a change at that, because of the actions of Texas or another state to our Constitution, seems particularly irresponsible. So I think we should remain voting, redistricting responsibilities should remain with the commission. They have a better chance of redistricting in a fair manner. Thank you.
Sir, what was your name?
I'm sorry. Robert.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and call the rest of the speakers forward in chambers. Ha Tran, Jim Cargill, Gianella Ocdonas, Sean, Cindy, Robert E., Alice E., and Brian B.
Good morning. I'm Brian B. Proposition 50 is a method of voter suppression. And of course, our electeds, who are modern-day slaves to the Democrat Party, are just following Gavin's orders. It was my understanding that DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, are core value to this body and to this county. Prop 50 is anti-DEI and it's voter suppression. But when our elected supervisors' campaigns are sending millions of dollars to their corporate overlords, the Democrat Party, something doesn't smell right. But now you have a chance to take all that stink away. You can take that stink away right now and show the voters your independence and demonstrate that you trust them to make informed decisions. And you can do that by voting down the proposal to support Prop 50. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Janelle Ordonez with the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits and resident of San Jose. I am here speaking to item 8. We want to thank Supervisor Young for bringing this item to the board, and we are in strong support of the referral.
Oh, wait, sorry. Sorry, you're not there yet. Just wait. We'll get to that. Yeah, we're still on consent right now. Sorry.
Okay, so item 8 is not on consent.
Not yet, no.
Okay.
My apologies, it was in my wrong stack.
Hi.
We'll start by 1 minute. Yeah, yes. Go ahead, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Cindy again. And California congressional map was drawn by the Independent Citizen Redistricting Commission, created by voter-approved Proposition 11 and 20 to avoid partisan gerrymandering. This system took redistricting power from the politician, addressing California's serious gerrymandering issue in 2008 and 10. However, Governor Newsom, Proposition 50, would reverse it and letting the legislature draw temporary map, potentially gerrymandering to gain Democrats up to 5 seats. Gerrymandering by politicians, whether in California, Texas, or elsewhere, is never acceptable. All states should adopt California independent redistricting model for fair, competitive elections. The Board of Supervisors, as a nonpartisan elected, should not push partisan agenda like Prop 50. No on Prop 50. Thank you.
Hey, I'm Robert. Members of the board, I urge you to set aside partisan politics and focus on what truly matters to every citizen in the county. Decisions like approving Prop 50 do not directly benefit our district maps or improve lives by reducing programs that rely on Medi-Cal, etc. As voters, we have freedom to make personal choices, but it's unacceptable to use county resources for partisan agendas like you do. The county budget reveals clear evidence of such political indulgence, leading us to tax increases and impact that impacts all residents. H.R. 1 isn't the problem. It simply exposed questionable and irresponsible spending. Let's stop wasting time and money on partisan interests and work together for the good of everyone. I strongly oppose Prop 50 and urge you to prioritize what needs to the entire community.
This is Alice. What does whether you approve Proposition 50 or not has anything to do with this county? Is that going to change the district map for our Board of Supervisor district? Is it going to improve people's life and reduce their need to rely on Medi-Cal, SNAP, so they don't further bankrupt this county? Board of Supervisors is a nonpartisan position. As a registered voter, you're free to vote however you like. What is not okay is for you to indulge yourself using county's time and money to make partisan political decisions. As we dig through county's budget, we see plenty of partisan indulgence in your decision make that leads the county to the point of needing to raise sales tax, which hurts everyone. H.R. 1 didn't hurt us. It exposed your questionable spending habit, save your partisan political stance. We don't care. Please focus on well-being of every citizen of this county, not just your partisan special interests. No on Prop 50.
Thank you. We'll move over to our Zoom speakers. Our first Zoom speaker is Raquel White. We've asked you to unmute. Raquel, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Raquel White with CFAC. We request that item 48 be removed for further discussion. The staff report cites board policy 5.4.5.4, exception 10, to extend the contract into its 6th year. The contractor, Newco Events LLC, DBA Impact Lighting Solutions, does not appear to have a valid CSLB license or be registered with the DIR, even though the scope includes installation work that may qualify as public works under Labor Code Section 1720. We also found no record of an original competitive solicitation. Extending under best interest compounds the problem. It is not in the county's best interest to approve this extension. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Parent. Parent, we've asked you to unmute.
Yes, hello, good morning to you all. I wanted to speak on 55 and 56. I don't believe that the District Attorney, Jeff Rosen, should have the authority to apply for grants for the Child Advocacy Center and for the treatment of children who've been abused. He can't be trusted. Jeff Rosen, he's pro-child abuse. He's allowing my own children to be sexually molested. And he's using his authority to cover it up. And he's denying my kids a screening. I asked him for a screening to refer them to the Child Advocacy Center, and he's just refusing, and he's ignoring me. And what is he doing with this money that he's asking for? I mean, if he's not granting screenings for children, I mean, it's just terrible. He can't be trusted. Please Google search terms Jeff Rosen petition sex trafficking, all that together, you'll see what I'm talking about. Thank you for your time.
And this concludes our public speakers on this item.
Okay, all right, so on the consent calendar, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further comments on any of the items in consent? I do have some comments, actually. I just want to respond, or actually just talk about the issue that I have put in on regarding the item of Proposition 50, which is now on consent. We've all heard that saying, don't mess with Texas. Well, Texas mess with us. Texas politicians are trying to rig the system in the middle of the decade, which is completely not according to the law and not even approved by the voters in Texas. And that's why we have to do our part to protect our democracy. In general, gerrymandering is very wrong. And that's why we had the independent commission to draw the congressional district boundaries. And I agree with those speakers who mentioned that. But in this case, Texas is not playing fair. It's like Texas brought a flamethrower to a knife fight. And that's why we need to fight fire with fire. Because when they go low, we don't just roll over. Having our county on record as supportive Prop 50 will demonstrate yet again we will do everything in our power to preserve our national democracy and the critical safety net services to protect everyone. The one-party rule of our country right now, the House, the Senate, and the White House, together passing laws like H.R. 1, so-called the big and not really so beautiful bill, is hurting our country and our county. Our federal government, in less than 13 hours, is about to shut down because we cannot work together. When our country divides like this, we will never become great again. Our democracy is at risk. I wore a United States Navy uniform for 28 years to defend it. I served in Iraq 30 foot from a mortar attack, and I survived today. Like many millions of other veterans, we'll give up our lives to defend your freedom of speech and expression, even those that we don't disagree with. My birthplace, which is Hong Kong, has already lost its freedom a few years ago, and that's why my family came to this country, and that's why we must do everything to save it. Thank you. With that, let's take a vote. Thank you very much. Let's take a vote. Oh, I'm sorry. There's more comments.
Yes.
I see. Yeah, it was Vice President first, and then.
Okay,
go ahead.
Thank
please.
you. And thank you for speaking up regarding Proposition 50. I wanted to thank the speakers who came in from Munn's Vineyard and Garrett Farms regarding item 43 that was on the agenda. I had some questions and some concerns, but those were resolved offline, and so I continue to put this on consent. I love this idea of an improvement district for the wineries, and I completely agree that we have these gems in our mountainsides, in our hillsides, throughout our counties, and a little bit extended outside of this county in Santa Cruz County, and most people don't know about it. And so this improvement district will help facilitate maybe some signage, maybe whatever kind of improvements that those wineries will benefit from. And looking forward to next year when we have the Super Bowl, when we have the World Cup, when we have, what's the basketball one? I can never remember all of them. I'm obviously not a sports fan. March Madness. Thank you. I will remember at one point. I just look forward to the footwork that's going to be increased in our county, which means a lot of wonderful people coming into our county and getting to know what's in our backyard. And so hopefully this improvement district will set us up in a way that will facilitate those visitors. So thank you so much for coming in. And I wanted to lastly thank Consuelo Hernandez for working with my office, with myself, and the wineries of this county. to hear their concerns and address them. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. If no further comments, let's go take the vote.
Oh, I do have a comment, Mr. President.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry, Supervisor Young.
apologize.
Yes, go ahead, please.
I just want to thank this board. I'm so honored. I'm still in my first year, so I get to still call myself a new kid. First year of elected office ever. I just continually am so proud to serve in such a courageous board that continues to do the brave things that may not be popular or may not be agreeable with everybody, but still also holding space for all opinions of differing perspectives. It was also a courageous board in the late 70s that allowed my family to come as refugees when the world didn't want us. So that's a legacy that I get to derive all my strength from and where I am today. And so thank you, everyone, and I look forward to voting in support of our resolution to support Proposition 50. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. Let's call the roll.
Thank you. On motion of Supervisor Ellenberg, seconded by Supervisor Abekoga. Supervisor Abekoga? Aye. Supervisor Young?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
President Lee?
Aye as well.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item we have is item number 17. Am I correct? Just going through the...
That is
Yes,
correct.
all right. So we skip to 17, report from the county executive relating to county departments' current work and capacity for the referrals and board policies.
Yes, thank you, President Lee, members of the board. I'll be presenting this item. This is an informational report that responds to requests from the board regarding a few categories of information. First included in this item is an assessment from county departments regarding their current mandated activities and non-mandated activities, and you'll see there's a lengthy attachment with that information. Second, there's information included here regarding an assessment in general of capacity. I'll say a couple notes on capacity to take on new initiatives. Obviously, significantly and heavily affected by HR 1 and the other crises that we're facing as a community. And so some of the departments that are listed as ones that don't have significant capacity are ones that are dealing with the bulk of either fiscal impacts or other mandates or other very significant bodies of work, both board directed and otherwise mandated work, such as SCVH and the Behavioral Health Services Department as two, I think, pretty self-evident examples, as the board is well aware of the significant impacts and bodies of work that those departments are doing. But that's included in attachment as well. The third piece of information is a categorization of the existing and outstanding referrals. As the board is aware, we did do a process earlier this calendar year, and we are recommending that the board consider doing a similar process of sorts on an annual basis, and our suggested time frame for bringing that forward and engaging in that effort would be in the probably January timeframe, so that it could be something that would then be teed up in the context of mid-year, where there's kind of an annual process of just looking at what's happening with that referral matrix overall. But included as an attachment is the current status of that. And then finally, we were asked to make some suggestions regarding the referral process. We have a suggestion that's out there. I think if the board is interested in actually taking action on a proposal related to modifying the referral process, that's something that could certainly come back as a board policy of some sorts. I do think there's more work that we would want to do in looking into that. Most significantly, we are recommending that there be something that is incorporated in part of the process, either formally or informally, that includes an opportunity for there to be a conscious administrative feedback on both the magnitude, budget, and operational aspects of proposals that are brought forward. So that's an overview of what's included here. Obviously, it's a lot of informational material, and we're happy to answer questions.
Thank you, James. I see no lights, so I'll just see if any public would like to speak on this item, 17.
I have none.
Okay, no speakers. Let's close the public speaking portion. Supervisor Abikoa, you have a motion?
Oh, thank you. I actually just had some comments,
Okay.
questions, comments? Yes,
Sure.
thank you. And first, I'll just say thank you to staff for the work on this, and I appreciate the extensive information provided. It was very helpful for me to see things like what's mandated, what's not, what's discretionary, to see the list again of referrals. And so I definitely am obviously very cognizant of our major budgetary challenges. And so we're going to have to be prioritizing what our vital county services are, and using our vital county resources wisely. So that was my real interest in asking for this process to be analyzed and brought back. I also do appreciate that we as a board should have the opportunity to advocate for our priorities and try to make change. That's why we're often, we want to do this job. So I appreciate the suggestions. I certainly do think there is a need to have staff analysis at some point with the referrals. So, and it's really about staff time, resources that it would take to actually implement the referral. So whether it be done ahead of time, so as you know, as us supervisors, we could provide our draft to staff in advance before it's agendized, or there's a step here added where we would see it first and then refer it to staff. I'm agnostic as to which way. The first way may be more efficient, but would appreciate thoughts on that. The other, what I noticed in looking at the list of current referrals, a lot of them are high resource information items, and it was explained to me sometimes it just takes a while to compile the information, and I very much appreciate that. But I see quite a few of these that could probably be integrated into our committee report outs, and so. Once it's asked, to me, a lot of the information that's being asked is pertinent, and I would like to see if we can just integrate it into our semi-annual or annual report outs from the committees. So that could potentially, reduce this list. And then for the, I guess, initiatives is really what I was looking at, how to moderate, and I appreciate that. Actually, I had my staff look up how many initiatives, referrals were generated by the board in the last 2 years, since September 2023 to now, and the number was 49, I believe, from all 5 offices, which averages about 5 a year. So to me, that seems like a reasonable number, and if there, is support to just agree to that number, perhaps that would also help in terms of staff anticipation of, with workload and whatnot. So that would be my added suggestion. Thank you.
Yes, yes, Vice President Arenas, please.
Oh, thank you. So I wanted to start off by just thanking you for the report. This is something I believe I had asked for a follow-up and for information, but I'm confused about why there is some action included in the report, as this is an informational item only. And when it's informational item only, I would like for it to either stick to being an information item, or if there's actions that need to be approved, that they also are reflected as action items and not as information. Because we want to make sure that we are transparent to our residents and to those folks who are interested in this process, in the government process, and how we get our work done. There was a ad hoc committee that Supervisor Ellenberg and myself had formed, and we explored some of these items. And so I'm also somewhat confused about why our feedback maybe wasn't included into the overall process and information that we have here. So let me start by asking some questions. You have an assessment in terms of work capacity, and I really appreciate the capacity and the idea of letting something go in order to take something on new. Although I think that we're trying to sort out a process without having a priority setting process. And I think a priority setting process would allow us to vote on a certain priority areas on an annual basis, and that would, which are significant areas or a 2-year cycle, whatever it is that we decide. We haven't decided as a board to figure that piece out. That has been pushed to the side for a little bit. So I'd like for us to figure out as a board, what is our priority setting process that we're going to use? Are we using it on an annual process? And then those priorities would then focus our work for the remainder of the year. I'm sorry, let me wait until this delivery gets done. Our priority setting process hasn't been defined, and I'd like for us to place this on the agenda, and I also like for us to have some of the feedback from the ad hoc committee presented in a future item. I don't know that I can settle in with some of the recommendations here without having a thorough discussion, or at least some of the work that was done in ad hoc brought forward to the board, heard, and then discussed with all of our colleagues. We had put it on pause because we were waiting for this new formation of the board. We thought, why would we do this priority setting process if we're getting new members, and now we're at the 10th month of the year, and so I think in order to get ready for next year, we should figure out what that looks like, and then figure out what the new referrals would look like in conjunction to a priority setting process, and how we would distinguish both of those areas. We can determine what kind of referrals we would allow for the year that would consider some of the capacity. So those are some of my thoughts for the information that came to us in this report. But I do have some questions about the capacity, and part of the questions is I don't know how the capacity was determined for the different departments. I'd like to know how many employees are in a department or in a priority area that we want to focus on. I don't know how we could do that, but figure out across the board, across the county, what that capacity really is. I don't know that I'm satisfied with folks saying, we are at capacity, but we could take something if you would give something else up. And figure out what does it really mean to have capacity for new work. I understand that people are going to be taking on maybe new tasks, because part of the work that we are doing in asking our residents to vote on a measure that we put on the ballot, and it's up to them to determine what that vote will be. But we said we weren't only going to ask our residents to do the work, that we would do some of the work as well. And part of that work is making some reductions and making some efficiencies within our own system. And this is not the first year we've been doing this. This is, I think, our 3rd year, really cutting the fat, if you will, from departments, and we have felt it. Our residents have felt it. And now we have to take a look at efficiencies. And so I want to figure out how did the capacity process get determined? Because I think at this point, most departments were reporting a 0 to 10% capacity.
Sure, if I can make a few comments. So first, regarding the comments you began with, I don't believe this item includes any action. We have brought forward some information and some recommendations for board consideration, but the board would need to take subsequent actions either to do something with the pending referrals or to change a policy or establish a policy regarding referrals at some subsequent point in time. So I did just want to clarify that this is intended to be, and I believe is, an informational report, and its consideration and approval doesn't change any process unless the board actually takes action to do that.
No, I appreciate that, but I think in developing policy, I have a practice of checking in with the respective departments that relate to the policy area that I'm focused on, and as well as engaging with your office. And so there needs to be reciprocity. As I mentioned, there was an ad hoc committee that spent time on these areas, yet they were not consulted. We were not consulted.
You're absolutely right. The ad hoc committee did discuss different approaches and processes related to referrals, and I think that we have been waiting for the ad hoc committee to bring forward whatever those recommendations might be from that process. There is a separate discussion regarding priority setting that will be a piece of the October 21st meeting. I do think the three elements are obviously the strategic planning, priority setting, and referrals are obviously interrelated, but they're somewhat distinct. We do have the current broad set of priorities that the board has adopted. I do think, they were briefly revisited earlier this calendar year. I do think we're seeking direction on either more specific priorities from the board or prioritization relative to those broad priorities that would help inform decision-making, especially in the context of significant budget reductions. And hopefully, the board will be in a position to either provide some of that at the October 21st meeting or at least begin a process that might do so maybe around the mid-year time horizon. In terms of capacity for departments, I think there's a couple elements to it. Typically, when we're talking about the bulk of staffing for a department, it is associated with the performance of kind of day-to-day operations or responsibilities. And so with new policy initiatives or new programs, that work tends to fall on the leadership of a department to really drive forward. Maybe there's a program manager or someone else. But when we're looking at kind of new policies, new ordinances, new programs, that tends to fall disproportionately on the leadership of a department. You're absolutely right, Supervisor, that we are in the midst of significant initiatives associated with efficiencies. That's why, for example, when we look at the health system and we look at the leadership capacity in the health system right now, that capacity is focused very squarely on a multitude of fiscal-related initiatives ranging from revenue cycle to looking at service lines to doing the kinds of work related to contracting and productivity and other efforts that are necessary to help bridge some of those gaps created by HR 1 in particular, but just more generally also in a health system that is facing kind of the multitude of changes that it is. Similarly, if you look at, for example, Behavioral Health Services Department, between the litany of state mandates coupled with the board's real clear policy direction for a series of initiatives, plus layering on that very significant fiscal challenges to all of the funding streams for behavioral health, Medi-Cal, 2011 realignment, and MHSA funding, which is now becoming Behavioral Health Services Act funding. That is the focus of the leadership capacity, those collective three sets of things for behavioral health services. There's no, I think, formula when you're trying to assess capacity for departments. And of course, there's different kinds of initiatives or proposals that would touch a department differently. And that's, I think, part of the acknowledgement that we've tried to have in laying this out. It's not a mathematical formula. You can have a department with a lot of FTE that has limited capacity because of what I just named, depending on the nature of what the initiative is. You can have a department with few FTE that might have more. So it's really the nature of what the initiative or proposal is. Is it something that's adjacent to or can be incorporated in an existing program? Is it a whole new program altogether? Is it a policy change? Is it an operational initiative? And I think those draw on different kinds of resources, whether they're fiscal resources, staffing resources, or analytical resources in a department. So we've tried to lay out, the same thing can be said candidly for the very lengthy mandate, non-mandate attachment in this report. Several years ago, back when the county had faced a decade of downturns, the board had requested a mandate study from Harvey Rose. And I think it was 3 or 4 massive binders. And it was an effort to go department by department and try to identify every applicable state statute that mandated something or the other in a department. And given the nature of county services and just how many county services are state directed, it ended up being, there's a copy I think still on the 11th floor, ended up being about a stack this thick. And I'm sure 90%, obviously there's been many new mandates since I think it was 2011 or 2010 when that was done. There's obviously been many new mandates, but the bulk of those are, I'm sure, still in place today. So, it is an attempt to give, in good faith, an overview of the kinds of categories of work that a department does, but it's not a formula and it's not meant to be, and I don't think is a substitute for a more precise analysis. And I think part of whatever process I would suggest that the board undertake, whatever it looks like regarding new initiatives on a go-forward basis, I think some part of that should be some information regarding, depending on the nature or the type of what the initiative is, whether it's fiscal, operational, or analytical in nature, some assessment of how that fits into what might be happening right now for the work of that particular department or multiple departments in the event of interdepartmental work as well. So anyway, I don't know if that answers all of those questions, but it's kind of the thinking that went behind trying to pull this information together.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And the consultant that you utilized to help determine this, I'm wondering could potentially help the board also facilitate some of this process?
We didn't, for this report, we didn't use a consultant. I was referencing that back in 2010 or 11 when there was a mandate study done, the board asked Harvey Rose as the management auditor to do that. I'm actually not recommending that body of work. I don't think ultimately those several binders ended up being a work product that the board was able to really utilize effectively. I mean, certainly it could be updated. We worked with departments. The departments reported to us their categories of mandated, non-mandated, and board-directed work, and then we reviewed it in the county executive's office and made some adjustments. But the information came from the departments, and then we assessed and compiled it in a uniform format and tried to identify any glaring things that we thought were missing or miscategorized in some cases.
Got it. Okay. Well, listen, I want to hear from my colleagues, but I'm hoping what we can do is, I don't want to push this further. It is very apparent we need to figure out what our priority setting process is, especially in light of all of the changes that we are currently making and will be making leading up to the new fiscal year, because times will be tough. And also because we need to just have an agreed upon referral process that works for all of us as a board collectively, but also takes into consideration the capacity piece for staff. And I think there's also a conversation that needs to be, another part of this conversation is to distinguish between when we produce a referral, when I produce some direction on the dais, it doesn't necessarily for me represent a new referral. It is part of policy making. It's part of this mashup that we do when somebody has a memo, and I don't necessarily agree with everything that's on the memo. It is, as part of a policymaker, it's part of my job to say this is how we're going to shape it and shift it, and I don't think that that's part of a referral. I think that's part of policy making, and yet that is counted as a referral when we take a look at the list of products and referrals that we've produced. I try to be very thoughtful about the referrals that I have moved forward. I don't know that you can count on them in more than one hand in terms of referrals that I have submitted and have asked my colleagues to support. Is there a lot of direction that I provide on the dais? Absolutely, because I feel that is your memos from administration are the starting point in terms of a discussion. And I'm not going to necessarily, most of the time I agree, right? We agree and we just vote. And there's times where we need to shape a policy, but I think that is part of policy making and not necessarily as part of a referral. And so anyways, those are my thoughts. I do want to make a motion so that we can continue this process, and thank you for getting this started. In terms of the information, I do want to have a set of policies around new referrals and how we assess those, around aligning our board priority setting process, and just capacity of staff and recognizing that for in relationship to referrals. But before I do that, I want to hear from my colleagues their thoughts, because I want to make sure that it's a collective voice and not just mine.
Thank you. Yes, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you so much to staff for the report and to my colleagues for your comments. I want to just divide this into, I think, two categories. There's the philosophical piece of how we collectively determine our priorities. And we did say in the previous item that we're holding process on the strategic planning movement because there is so much immediacy that we have to address. However, that longer-term strategic planning is different from the priority setting, which I think we should have some clarity around. And you mentioned that there will be some opportunities to do that collectively in October. That's critical because we are going to be asked to make really, really difficult cuts, consolidations, changes. And my guess is that each one of us has some overlap in some of our own priorities of programs that we just don't want to see touched. So I think having a shared set of priorities for the purpose of of getting through the budget contractions is going to be critical. In terms of logistics of bringing forward a referral, I would note that sometimes the board has voted to curtail its own power. For example, when we created inventory caps and sponsorship caps, we have done that, and my guess is that in part, we do that because in the moment with any specific proposal, it is very difficult to kind of, I don't want to say police each other, but sort of monitor in that way. However, with substantive and policy referrals, we have that ability every single Tuesday. Any referral needs 3 votes to pass. So I would be very concerned about preempting any of us from bringing a referral that we believe is important. If a majority of the board doesn't see that, then it won't pass, and we'll move forward. In terms of the administration's early role, I think that's a very important addition, but want to make clear that we all understand that that is not an opportunity for administration to preemptively say, no, don't bring this. My preference, and I as well, 95% of the time, bring my referrals to administration well in advance for input and feedback and iteration. What I think would be an interesting exercise would be to have, and this is what we talked about in the ad hoc, to have some kind of cover sheet that allows administration to weigh in early on anticipated impacts in terms of staff time, funding, general capacity, attach that to the referrals such that when it is submitted into the public agenda, we have that information. Alternatively, if a supervisor either doesn't have time or chooses for their own reasons not to submit that in advance, I would be open to kind of making a requirement that before the board considers it substantively, it then go to administration to have that sheet attached by the next meeting and have it returned then. It ensures that we are bringing things, we always have to have them checked for legality as to form and content, but I think this additional information may help us all have good, solid information in front of us when we make a decision, rather than the past practice for as long as I've been on the board, which is really to approve virtually everything with very few exceptions, with the understanding that administration will come back with options. The challenge there is that process of coming back with options involves a lot of staff time and staff work. And if it's something that we are not that excited about and just kind of wanted to push out and let staff come back and do the hard work, I think that, I don't know how significant a contributor that is to capacity issues, but I imagine it's not trivial. So that's a piece of logistical change that I would be interested in supporting today moving forward if there is board agreement on that. And with regard to priority session setting, would very much look forward to how that's going to be structured in October. And it would be helpful in advance of October if each of the supervisors can get some information so that we can come, really prepared.
Yeah, I think for the October conversation piece, given the fiscal context we're in, what we're really looking for from the board is guidance from the board as a body on how to prioritize cuts.
Right.
And I think that is really the overwhelming need at this point in time, and just the reality of what we're facing. So that October conversation is in the context of laying the groundwork for the beginning stages of budget proposals, et cetera, where we will be seeking feedback from the board on how to prioritize. So and be happy to, of course, talk with each of you individually about that as well between now and October 21st.
Great. Supervisor Arenas, did you make a motion? I'm so sorry, I don't remember. You didn't?
You need your mic on, sorry.
Okay. And then you're going to make one? Or do you mind? I will give it a try and see if there is a second. My motion would be to receive this report I'm supportive of the recommendation to provide an annual review and prioritization of active referrals by the board. Certainly supportive of increasing public engagement with key stakeholders regarding the upcoming budget cycle. That will have to be incorporated into our priority setting sessions. And direction for administration to come back, you tell me when, I know 45 days is the default, with a proposed cover sheet for referrals with information administration believes would be helpful for us to have upon consideration of a referral. That will be an opportunity for the board to weigh in on that sheet. And the recommendation is, or the direction would be either that a referral is submitted, and again, I'm happy for my colleagues to weigh in and adjust, but let's say a week before the agenda item has to be submitted in order to have that cover sheet provided with the item in the agenda. And in the event a supervisor is unable to do that, the item can be published, but will automatically be held for until the next board meeting when it can come back with the cover sheet. It was a little bit messy, but happy to hear anyone's input.
I'll second that. I think we do need to clean up the process just a little bit, but I like the direction that you're taking because it has two pathways, which is either you come with an assessment of what workload this will create for administration, and so that assessment and that referral. And I think we've talked about it. We saw a sheet, and just for my newer colleagues, because I'm going to sound repetitive, when I was in council, I went through, I think, 4 different priority setting processes. So we had 4 different iterations. Every year, it seemed like it was something new. And until we landed with one particular one, and we kept it. And then we also, it's not called referrals, but new memos or new direction had these assessment sheets that you would submit along with your memo that would help determine for administration the workload that your referral represents. And if it was, and for council, the baseline was if it meant more than 8 hours of time for administration, then they would qualify it between 0 to 8, 8 to I can't remember 15 or something. But if it reached more than 40 hours, it was given a certain determination. And there were 3 categories. Either it was and these were simple like. Red, green, and yellow, and so the different hours that the workload would create from your referral would part of that would be this determination of time. How long would it take? The amount of money that it would require, and so there was this level of assessment for administration, and normally those. Referrals would go through the rules committee, and the rules committee kind of would oversee some of that. But because we don't have a rules committee, we are our own rules committee, so we are going to determine what the rules are. And I think if we don't set it all up today, at least we could have the bones of what we want, and then maybe have a follow-up conversation on just really cleaning up our iteration of the referral process until we get it to the point where we want it to be. So anyways, it's a yes on it's on a yes on your motion, and I'm hoping that we can have an additional conversation so that we can continue to refine the referral process.
James, you have a comment?
Yeah, I think, based on this feedback, which I think is very helpful and is consistent with the conversation from the ad hoc committee and the form that you shared, Supervisor, I think we could then come back, and I would suggest Supervisor Ellenberg targeting the November 18th meeting. I think that's a reasonable
That seems fair.
time frame. But I think we could come back with something that's more fleshed out that actually would be something then the board could react to and subsequently take action if it wishes to actually adopt and put something in place.
Yeah. Does that work? So the maker and the...
Yes, that works for me.
That also works for me, and I'm wondering through the chair if I could make an add to the motion, because this is only to do with the referral process, but not the priority setting process, and so I wasn't sure if you wanted to integrate anything.
Because the priority session is already planned for October, I'm happy to wait on that. However, I would encourage you, if the city of San Jose or Mountain View or Sunnyvale had priority setting systems that you thought worked well, we don't have to discuss it here, but to please reach out with recommendations to administration. We don't have to reinvent if there are good programs happening.
Would that be a referral?
Referral to...
I'm not trying to be
Well,
facetious,
they've already said they're doing a priority setting session, so I don't make referrals to my colleagues, but I would encourage you all to reach out to administration and
All
share
right.
your great ideas.
I'll work offline with administration on the priority setting process, and so I won't ask for an amendment on the motion.
Thank you. Thank you to Supervisors Ellenberg and Arenas. Clearly, there's been a lot of work done in the ad hoc. I think the challenge is that we haven't had the opportunity to hear. So if at the next meeting or by the next meeting, if it's possible to get some of the recommendations that came out of the ad hoc, that would be great, because I clearly appreciate, Supervisor Ellenberg, your motion with one of those recommendations, and that's really what I was looking for, is to just have a more clarity on actual resources that would be needed for these referrals. And I also do agree with Supervisor Arenas about the different types of referrals they're categorized, which is very helpful. But frankly, I think we should talk about, well, what is a referral versus, what is a ask for information? We had a 1 hour rule. If it was under 1 hour in Mountain View, we could just do it. But if it was more than an hour, we had to get council approval to have staff work on something. 1 hour might not be very much time on this board, but coming up with that type of criteria for what a actual referral is versus just information. A lot of those low and medium high resource information items, frankly, I consider them information items, not necessarily what I would consider a referral. I'm thinking a referral is more of policy or program or a project. Yes. So I think we just need to define what a referral is. So I would ask that to be a part of the process if we need to include in the motion.
James Agreda?
Yeah, I think, the point of information requests, and this is something that I think we do need to continue to refine. I think there are categories of information requests that you especially see on the ones that are listed right now as high resource that are asking the gathering of information that doesn't currently exist. So it often is to go and do an assessment or do a report or commission a report or change data gathering practices to then be able to report in a different way. And so I do think those are different than a request to assemble something that's existing and present it and provide it. But I do agree that there's a need to define these, and it's not something that, historically, we didn't even have any categorization until this year. They were just all lumped all together. And so I do think it's a step in the right direction that we have broken them out now into kind of 6 categories: information, non-information, low, medium, high. But I agree completely that we need to refine that. And one way might actually be on a go-forward basis. If the board does adopt this form type setup, that may almost be embedded in a way in that piece of things up front. So there's clarity in that end, instead of on the back end trying to figure out what that might be.
Thank you. The only thing that I was going to add is I do appreciate the request in particular to help define some of the terms that we're using. I was thinking about that actually during Supervisor Arenas' comments, where she was talking about kind of the distinction between a more formal referral versus the policy direction and guidance of the board. And I think just speaking purely from a staff perspective, we use the term referral to really define categories of items requested by the board or direction given by the board that we need to track and make sure we report back to you all on. And so we use that term internally in that way, or have for many years. And so that does capture a very wide variety of activity and direction from the board, more so certainly than the real formalized referrals that I think is maybe how the board thinks of what is a referral. And so I think some of the process on the staff side to define these different categories may help us, but just wanted to share that partly what why we're capturing so many things as referrals is to make sure that the direction the board is giving during meetings is not lost, is tracked centrally, and that we, as county administration, are making sure we're holding departments responsible for taking whatever was the action directed by the board. So I wanted to share that additional context in terms of how staff use the term.
Thank you. And Rhonda, I think we got motion in a second. Should we just
Sorry.
sorry, go ahead, Tony.
President Lee, just because there was a specific request from Supervisor Abakoga to integrate that last piece regarding the differentiation into the motion, can we get confirmation that the motion and the second are okay with that?
I'm happy to include that, and you also asked for an update on the ad hoc. We haven't met for quite a while, but is that something that perhaps Brian Darrow could present?
Sure, I would suggest we just bring that as part of that November 18th
Perfect.
information.
Thank you.
Okay, okay for the second as well, I assume, yes?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's take the roll, Rhonda.
Supervisor Abakoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Jung.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas. President Lee.
Aye as well.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. I believe next item I have number 8, which is referral, collaboration to prevent the address homelessness brought in by Supervisor Young. On this one, let's see how fast we are. I'm trying to see if we can do this before lunch, if possible. Yes, Supervisor Young, I see your light is on. You want to speak on it
Yes,
first?
and lunchtime is a relative term.
Go ahead.
Time for a referral. All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for this opportunity to present this referral. Homelessness is one of the most pressing issues in our community, particularly in San Jose, which has over 60% of the unhoused population of the county. It is truly a humanitarian crisis. The 2025 point-in-time count illustrates how homelessness impacts the city of San Jose. There were 6,503 unhoused people counted in the city of San Jose, 61% of the county's total unhoused population. Nearly 4,000 of them were counted outdoors, and 75% reported a disabling condition. It is one of the most challenging and complex issues we face, requiring cooperation between multiple government entities as well as our nonprofit partners, which is why my referral today is proposing expanded and accelerated partnership with the City of San Jose. It will put county health and social services frontline workers on the ground at city shelters and deepen the partnership between the county and our largest city, where the majority of our unhoused residents are located. It will expand inpatient residential behavioral health capacity countywide, including increasing capacity for referrals from the City of San Jose shelters. Finally, it will facilitate the expansion of city shelter client placement into supportive housing units by incorporating most of the city's temporary housing sites into one coordinated entry system. I want to thank Supervisors Ellenberg and Lee for laying the groundwork for this action with their effort to have mental health declared a public health crisis in Santa Clara County. I also want to thank Supervisor Arenas for continuing to highlight the health disparities that our Latino residents face, including that the Latino health assessment finding that 40% of our county's unhoused residents are Latinos and Latinas. I also want to highlight the work of my predecessor, Cindy Chavez, who years ago identified the need for closer cooperation between the county and the city. That was when Supervisor Arenas was on the city council, and I know that she was a huge part of that conversation and partnership. This new partnership, or this next iteration or phase of this partnership, would not have happened without the work of our county staff and staff at the City of San Jose, particularly the frontline staff who are on the ground every day trying to help our unhoused residents and who know how important coordinated action is to success. This referral is designed to make your jobs easier and give you the tools you need for success. We have received considerable public comment on these items through written letters of support and also recommendations. I want to acknowledge that I've heard from other cities, we are a county of 15 cities, I've heard from other cities wanting to have a similar model implemented in their jurisdiction. I appreciate that and applaud that initiative. Today, my referral is asking for us to start with where the problem lives, where the problem exists at its greatest form. And let's start there. And I think this will be a good next step and new chapter for our work on this front that Santa Clara County has been on the forefront of for many years now. With that, Supervisor Ellenberg, hate to put you on the spot, but I'm turning to you as the lead driving force behind our behavioral health work. I would be honored to have you as a second to this motion.
I'm happy to second with, when appropriate, some comments and some questions.
Yes.
Right now. First, just a note about the inclusion that Palo Alto and Mountain View are already part of the county's continuum of care. So this would be really just bringing San Jose along. And I want to start officially by just thanking you for your leadership. We have wanted San Jose to be part of this continuum for years. So thank you for making that happen. Being able to integrate city shelters into the county coordinated system is really going to allow for greater efficiencies, less duplication of effort, and hopefully more successful stories of people exiting homelessness and achieving long-term stability. I also appreciate your acknowledgement of the tremendous work that has been done by county staff and partners since 2022 to expand beds, treatment slots, and workforce in our behavioral health system, and I feel confident that we are on track to meet our ambitious 2030 goals. I do feel that I need again to emphasize that the road to recovery is more than a temporary stay at a substance use residential facility, and it requires consistent care and support systems, including employment service, access to medical and dental care, and stable housing. And I just want to be very clear for the record that the county's mental health services do not serve as a substitute for interim housing. The presumption that people should not move from temporary shelters into let me re-say that. The presumption should not be that people move from temporary shelters to treatment facilities, but into true transitional and then permanent housing. I think if San Jose and all of our cities want to see a real and sustained reduction in the number of people experiencing homelessness, particularly those who are entirely unsheltered, there's no path other than housing that will achieve that goal. Everything else, including treatment for mental illness and substance use disorders, as critical as it is a temporary stopgap specifically for homelessness. And even for those with the gravest of illnesses, sorry, having a computer glitch. Love technology. and I was making a good point, even for those with the gravest of illnesses, current law continues to favor the least restrictive, it is really, the least restrictive environments. I guess I can't pretend that I'm speaking off the cuff. Current law continues to favor the least restrictive environments, and very, very few people are coerced or are eligible to be coerced to stay in locked and secure settings. Oh, thank you. For extended periods of time. So again, we come back to the need for housing, in some cases with ongoing treatment and supportive services. I appreciate, oh, it must be me. I appreciate San Jose's anticipated support as well for our Prop 1 bond applications. We certainly don't have the resources locally to continue to expand our infrastructure without a return of some of the state dollars that were diverted from the pool of funds that were previously available to us under the prior Mental Health Services Act. I also want to note, it's definitely me doing something wrong. I also want to note that a lot of the work that's anticipated by your referral, the work that we are doing and desire to continue and grow, is of course in jeopardy as a result of the horrendous federal funding cuts that are spelled out in H.R. 1. One of the counties the strategy is pursuing to mitigate harm at the local level, of course, is to propose a temporary sales tax to backfill a portion of the lost revenue so we can continue to provide essential and mandated services. But even if the voters approve that direction, that's not going to make up for the enormous losses we'll be facing. And some things, probably many things, we'll have to give. In the meantime, I certainly support doing everything we can to care for the families and individuals who rely on county services for their very lives and well-being. I want to ask a few questions to get some clarifications on the record, because I do want to make sure that going forward, there is a shared understanding, whether it's between board and city or electeds and public, that we know what we are doing, that we can do it fiscally responsibly, and that it fully aligns with our own goals. So let me look to, okay. Who should I direct questions to? Should I look to you?
Yes.
Okay. So certainly we know that evidence and best practices show that full wraparound services, including access to medical professionals, legal and employment support, and stable housing, are critical to successful outcomes for individuals who are unhoused or formerly unhoused. And certainly from a community health and policy standpoint, it's an excellent idea to have clinical staff provide direct patient care on-site at interim and shelter sites. But I want to understand what that looks like in practice. So the first question is, will there be dedicated clinical spaces and providers at every shelter site?
No, these are not. We're not opening clinics up at these interim shelter sites. What we are talking about here under this item is an expansion of Valley Homeless Healthcare Program, going out and providing the kind of backpack medicine type mobile related services, but inclusive of shelters. And I do want to be clear, and I saw the comment letter from City of Mountain View, that these are services that we intend to try as much as possible to meet demand. Of course, you mentioned aptly the fiscal considerations, but to do so on a countywide basis, and for some of the other elements here, like the coordinated entry system, are pieces that already are in place everywhere except for San Jose's city-run sites. And so I think it's important to have that context and understanding. And of course, the behavioral health components are work that we have been seeking to do as an organization, and those are facilities and beds that are available on a countywide basis. So I think that helps address kind of the countywide perspective on these services, but specifically in terms of the deployment of healthcare resources, it's not to set up a clinic there, but to really do mobile medicine-related services, and then, of course, connect people in with the health system as appropriate for more significant needs.
So may I assume that there will be some kind of schedule and people will know that the VHHP mobile backpack unit will be at this shelter on this day at this time?
That's exactly the idea. So rotating through the different sites over time, and of course as capacity allows. But yes, that there would be coordination around that.
Great. And the coordinated entry system, I think having San Jose now join that is certainly an advantage as well. But certainly given the persistent shortage of housing resources, are we thinking about how that collaboration would be deepened when, and it's going to be a when interim and current permanent supportive housing beds are full?
Yeah, you know, the reality, of course, is that across the continuum of services, there's extraordinary needs, and the current available resources don't meet those needs. What this is about, though, is making sure that we are most effectively and in a coordinated fashion utilizing those resources that we do have. And it has been a goal for quite some time for the county to make sure that the city's interim housing sites are actually part of this coordinated approach, this countywide coordinated approach. And we do think that that will help more efficiently utilize the resources that are available, that it will help with throughput. But no one should be mistaken to think that there aren't still going to be considerable needs to increase the supply of housing and the need across the continuum, because of course interim housing is a really important piece, and one, by the way, as you well know, that county has continued to support and augment its support for, but is only a piece of that overall continuum. And you have to have all elements. We've got a lot of rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing units that will continue to be coming online over the next few years as a direct result of the really extraordinary efforts from Measure A, from the 2016 Measure A. But that being said, that pipeline is going to then dry up.
Right.
And so those needs will grow, but as these units right now are coming online, there's real opportunities in having this unified, coordinated approach.
I think that's great. And we have been talking for a while about expanding the Valley Homeless Healthcare program as well. So is there new funding that had not been anticipated in this work, or is this funding that we already have that has been granted or that has already been accounted for in work that we are doing?
You know, this is work that's largely dependent on, in terms of the operating resources for especially the healthcare services, is dependent on Medi-Cal, including some of the flexibilities that we have with some of the adjacent services through the waivers that the state's obtained. And so we are, as of today, still in a position where we're ramping up these services, but these are the kinds of things that we are concerned about on a go-forward basis. I think in the city has a recognition. I certainly spent several hours talking with the city council, answering questions about, you know, HR 1 and the impacts and the implications that it has on our ability to provide some of these kinds of services, including behavioral health services, and our ability to staff some of the facilities that we've been investing in over the last several years, that this board has shown extraordinary leadership in driving forward for the last several years that are now coming to fruition. Take, for example, the behavioral health services facility on the Valley Medical Center campus, and that extraordinary world-class acute psychiatric facility that has been built by the county, that's been put together by the county, but now has to be staffed and operated and is heavily dependent on Medi-Cal revenues. These are the kinds of things that make the overall strategies associated with how we move forward in the wake of H.R. 1 so critical and so important. And I don't think we can say anything other than we are dependent on all those strategies coming together to ensure that we actually have the resources to sustain those operations.
Right. To be clear, a lot of the work that we do around outreach to folks that are experiencing homelessness comes from our general fund, and we invest far, far above our minimum mandated requirements in mental health, in substance use disorders, and Medi-Cal is at risk. The state funding has been contracted, and our general fund is the only place that we're going to have to pool dollars and adjust them. So while the partnership is really exciting and has been long awaited, the timing is just incredibly challenging because the success of this work really depends on flexible funding going forward.
Well, and I hate to add to what you just said, but even the general fund is not in good shape given the significant slowing of property tax roll growth, and given that is the main funding source for general fund. And so, for behavioral health in particular, each of the 4 funding streams, Medi-Cal, 2011 realignment, MHSA, which the governor has now changed, the legislature and the governor have changed to BHSA, which reduces funding streams to counties, and general fund, each of the 4 elements is severely challenged to differing degrees. Medi-Cal to the most extreme percentage-wise, but all 4. And that puts things in a very difficult position. That said, these are bodies of work that the board has prioritized for the last several years, and that's why, as a county organization, we're trying to move forward so many strategies to mitigate those impacts to the greatest extent possible. But we have to be very clear-eyed about the fact that all of those funding streams are affected, and largely in fact, all of them affected by conditions that are outside of our control. H.R. 1 in the case of Medi-Cal, the state changing MHSA to BHSA in the case of that funding stream, and then what's happening with the real estate market in the case of property tax roll growth that's been heavily affected by the commercial roll.
Yes, we have a motion, we have a second. I'm going to ask my colleague, since we haven't opened up for public hearing, does public speak if there's any, and then we'll come back to further comments and questions. Is that okay? Thank you. Rhonda, how many people do we have to speak today?
I currently have 7 speakers in chambers, and it looks like 3 online.
Okay, let's do 1 minute each.
All right. We'll go ahead and call up everybody in chambers. You can speak in any order. We are now closing the queue. Roadman, Tamara Chavez, Gumby Marquez, Lawrence Dean, Cindy, Sean, and Gianella Adornos.
Yes, please come on up. And just by the podium was perfect. Thank you. Yes.
I can't speak very loud.
That's okay. We'll try to yank up our mic so that we'll pick it up. But yeah, the mic is built in. So let's try it. See how it works. Go ahead, please.
So I spoke on Friday with the mayor and Councilmember Duong at their conference. I was homeless inside the Mayberry tiny homes for 4.5 years, and I got lost in this shuffle because of something called the Vias Bedat. It's flawed. It can't be basic like it is. It's got to be a case-by-case basis. On a personalized, I only got my score changed because of my mental thing that happened to me. So it's mental health and behavioral. It's got to be torn apart and reestablished. So what the city and county are doing, this has got to pass, because once it's put back together, what happened to me won't happen to anybody else. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Next speaker, please come up.
Thank you. My name is Cindy. Santa Clara County offers unmatched public benefit, attracting homeless and undocumented immigrants. Hungry? Free food distribution. Food bank, CalFresh, EBT program are available. Sick? Medi-Cal cover all low-income residents, including undocumented immigrants, with food, medical, dental, vision, and long-term care. Housing? Santa Clara County provides shelter and affordable housing for low-income residents. Plus, Santa Clara County invests $13 million in immigration legal service for more than neighboring counties to help undocumented immigrants legalize their status. But this generous safety net is broken with a $250 million budget deficit last year, even before H.R. 1. Governor Newsom held new Medi-Cal enrollment for undocumented immigrants in 2026.
Thank you. You have any other comments? You could actually submit it to the clerk. We'll add it to the record. Thank you very much. Next, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Tamara Chavez, Regional Director for PATH. I want to share our appreciation to Supervisor Young for bringing this item forward. We also want to commend her and county leadership for their continued willingness to coordinate with local government and ways to prevent and address homelessness. Anything we can do to expand access to medical and behavioral health services at this moment would be impactful. Building these services into existing interim housing sites would not only save money, but will likely lead to better health outcomes for medically vulnerable individuals due to their enhanced access and continuity of care. We're also encouraged about the expansion of city shelter client placement into supportive housing units through the incorporation of most of the city's temporary housing sites into the coordinated entry system. On behalf of PATH, we urge you to support this thoughtful item. Please let us know how we may be able to help as you work through implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. And with 14 seconds to spare, thank you. Go ahead.
Probably might take those up. Hi, I'm Gumby. I'm the interim CEO of the San Jose Downtown Association, and I'm here in very enthusiastic support and gratitude for Supervisor Betty Young's proposal for a closer collaboration and partnership between the County of Santa Clara and the City of San Jose. I also applaud the recognition of a homeless and mental health crisis, and I further appreciate the acknowledgement that as this 12th largest city in the country, San Jose has special and significant needs. The San Jose Downtown Association is not a service provider per se, but based on the needs and demands of our 2,000 member strong organization of landlords and businesses of all sizes, we have started a social impact team, which celebrated its second anniversary, and the mission is to build trust with our homeless and vulnerable population downtown and connect them with the actual service providers. A partnership with the city and the county and the SGDA began under tragic circumstances where one of our sit workers was assaulted while continuing outreach, made all the more egregious by the fact that she was 5 months pregnant. As a result, we've had a town hall and a commitment to wrapping around our most 40 vulnerable people, and we want to look for the services, and we will report on the results. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please come up. Thank you.
Is this thing on?
Yes, go ahead, please. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Hello, supervisors. My name is Lawrence, and it's good to see all of you. I want to first thank Supervisor Betty for her work and for building partnership with the city and doing everything that they can to help fight the issue of homelessness and ensuring that people have the service that they need. Mental health and a lot of things and housing should not be taken as a joke, and we need to put people first, then play games. Very importantly, I want to thank Betty for doing so much to help keep things in line. And I also want to thank all of you for doing your part to help represent the everyday constituents. Very importantly, we do need to make sure that we do everything we can to keep our hospitals going, and we do need to make sure that people have the resources that they need to survive. It should be considered as a necessity. It should not be treated as a privilege. One time I can tell you is that I kind of strained my muscle one time, and first responders had to check on me, and really fortunate that I was okay. But many people in the future may not be if we do not pass Measure A and other measures. Let's continue to fight for our democracy, and let's continue to do our part to help make San Jose better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please come up.
don't consent to any of my comments being used in media. When I hear coordinated entry, I have concerns because Here For You does not work. We stopped using it, we don't call, the advocates don't call, the in-house folks just say it doesn't work, it doesn't work. The number one word for the 4 Columbus hotels that people use is prison. It's 100 days that it's 2026 before they're allowed to have visitors. There's no inside lock on the room doors. Women cannot lock their doors. You can't have like a Ring video for your room to ensure that people aren't going into your room when they can't. This is at the tiny homes. This is at the hotels. This happens all the time. People do not feel safe. If people don't like these places, mental health doesn't matter. These places are counterintuitive to your own mental health. I support this, but the places are counterintuitive.
Thank you. We'll move to our Zoom speakers. Cheryl, we've asked you to unmute.
Hi, this is Cheryl. This is Cheryl here. I support this, but I don't see where the sense of urgency is on this. I mean, it says you're going to provide regular progress reports. When? If this thing said, we'll provide quarterly progress reports, maybe starting January 2026 or something, that might be okay. But I don't see anything that's going to say, like, this is really going to happen. And I'll tell you one thing, District 6, we had another fire by an unhoused person. He's in jail right now, waiting mental health evaluation, 10 people displaced over District 6 this month. This needs some sense of urgency with it. And I don't see it in this. We already had the fire downtown where somebody was killed. And like I said, this month, another one. Is that the only avenue for some people, is to go to jail and wait? And fortunately this fire happened in the afternoon and not in the middle of the night, but there's 10 people, 10 families displaced, and we don't know when that building's ever going to get replaced. See?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gianella. We've asked you to unmute.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Janelle Ordonez with the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits and a resident of San Jose. We want to thank Supervisor Young for bringing this item to the board, and we are in strong support of the referral. SVCN and our members have been longstanding proponents of city and county collaboration and coordination that effectively meets the needs of our most disenfranchised residents, including our unhoused neighbors. We specifically commend the proposed initiatives to expand direct medical and behavioral health services at city-funded interim housing sites, improving referral protocols to expand behavioral health capacity, and incorporate city shelter sites into the county coordinated entry system, streamlining placement into permanent supportive housing. These are in line with the SVCN's policy agenda, which calls for increasing and strengthening our community-based behavioral health services. Thank you, and SVCN is happy to support in the coordination.
Thank you, and that concludes our public speakers.
Thank you. Let's close that portion. And yes, Vice President Renes.
Thank you. I'm supportive of the referral. As a former council member and somebody who put Measure E on the ballot that committed to building more permanent housing for our San Jose residents, I am somewhat disappointed in the path that the city has taken, not necessarily this referral, but in the path that the city has taken as they are deciding to focus their resources that they have on interim, on shelters. And this is not necessarily aligned with Housing First. It's not the strategy that most advocates utilize as a evidence-based model. And my concern is that we are going to be misaligned in terms of our strategy. Now, I understand that the city of San Jose, and believe me, as a council member, I was very concerned at the number of shelters that we were building without considering the operating costs. And I see that the city of San Jose is in a place where they really need a lot of support. And I really love the idea that they're coming into our system and that our system is going to support our residents in a meaningful way. I think that is absolutely fabulous. I want us to make sure that as we work with the city of San Jose, that they are aligning with the kind of perspective and evidence-based strategies that we use internally. Otherwise, we are promoting a misalignment, if you will, in best practices and evidence-based practices. This is not a criticism on this referral or you, Supervisor Young. It's my concern around what the city of San Jose is doing regarding our unhoused. And so their concern is in putting folks into shelters and into temporary setups without building out their permanent housing pipeline. We don't have any more money for Measure A. And so where will people end up going? And they'll compete with the folks who I think are high needs and I believe should be prioritized, and those are folks who are survivors of gender-based violence. I don't know how they'll compete in terms of placement. And so that's actually one of my questions, is to figure out how will the city of San Jose folks compete with the rest of the residents who are in our pipeline and in our continuum of services internally. And I'll look to you, James, for an answer.
Yeah, the points that you just made around the continuum, around the need for additional resources across the pipeline, those are all 100% true. And the purpose of trying to get these interim shelters into the coordinated system is really to make sure that these San Jose-run interim shelters are part of the overall network. It will provide access in a coordinated fashion to the, and you're right, they're limited, but to the rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing resources that we have and that are coming online thanks to the work of the county through the 2016 Measure A. And we fortunately do have in the next few years a number of units that are coming online. But it would be part of that coordinated system. And so the other facilities that are today already part of that, which include sites that are not run by the city of San Jose. They include the sites that we fund in the city, and we fund a number of interim shelter sites and resources in the city, some of which, as you noted, are for specific purposes. And then the sites that we fund and or our partners in other cities have funded elsewhere outside the city of San Jose are already part of that. And so this is about the inclusion of these city-run sites into that, not to the exclusion of any of those others, but to make sure that we're actually seeing the whole picture. And so, prioritization of those resources is always a struggle, but it would allow that prioritization to be occurring with the full picture of everyone, instead of there being this separate set of city-run sites that are just not part of that at all.
But they make up, I think, 61% of the unhoused. And so I'm concerned about the affordable housing sites that would be built out in my particular district and how those would be in competition with folks who will overwhelm our system.
I think two important points there. One is we already fund a huge number of interim housing sites in the city of San Jose that are already part of the coordinated system. And second, this won't change the priority for placement. What it does do is make sure that folks who happen to be on an interim basis in one of those city sites are included in that prioritization process, so that whether you as an individual who's affected by homelessness are included or not included in that overall prioritization doesn't depend on whether you ended up at a city-run site or you ended up at a county-funded site in the city of San Jose, if that makes sense.
No, that makes sense. I'm not talking about place-based. I'm talking about just the numbers. It's a numbers game, right?
Yeah, the numbers, you're right, it's a numbers challenge. Today, if you end up at a city-run interim shelter site in San Jose as opposed to a county-funded one, you're not in that coordinated system and you're not in that pipeline. So, you know, does it help the coordinated system capture more folks who should be in that? Yes. Does that mean there might be more volume? It does, but I do think it will give us a better, more coordinated assessment, not just of overall need, but ensuring that that overall prioritization is reaching the right folks.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think this is a great strategy. I think it's really smart to work in coordination with the city of San Jose. Part of this issue was created in terms of having too many shelters and not permanent housing is if you're not investing in permanent housing, you're not producing permanent housing. So where are you placing people? And so I think there's still a level of responsibility on the city of San Jose's part to produce their own pipeline of permanent housing. While the county can do their part, our part into integrating these shelter sites or motel sites, I think there's still a level of responsibility, and their onus is to their residents and to produce as many affordable housing sites as possible instead of maybe, I don't know, a $330 million investment in a stadium, for example. That could be something that they could rearrange. And the other piece is that we're focused on behavioral health. And I don't want it to look like all of our unhoused folks have behavioral health or drug or substance abuse issues, right? Because those are the two focuses that are in this. And while I understand that the city of San Jose may want to have this level of investment, it doesn't reach the root causes, right? The root causes, and we know this from a point in time count, is affordability. People are priced out of this valley. We've seen it in the closure of schools. All of those families who have left didn't have mental health and substance abuse issues. That's not the reason why they left and are no longer sending their kids to school. They left the area, went to Central Valley because it's more affordable there. And so I would really love to see a level of advocacy to ask the city of San Jose to look at root causes. Now, normally they don't. It's not an area where they venture to do these kinds of things. I know as a council member, I worked really hard to have a focus on children and families, which was something that was not natural because most cities are focused on parks and development and streets and not really the infrastructure that supports our families to thrive. I think it's a great step towards creating access to healthcare in a very meaningful way for residents of the city of San Jose, especially those in the shelter and motel sites. They deserve to have access to our county services, and I think this partnership will really help bridge those two things. But and I think this is a great solution for that. While I think it's a great solution, I'm not in complete agreement as in terms of the strategies that are being utilized in order to address homelessness. We can't just decide that that this is the best way to go about it. We have to figure out the root causes, and part of that is taking a look at some of the programs that we have offered, some of the supportive and permanent housing that you've put into your memo here, Supervisor Young. And so I think those are the kinds of solutions that I think will work. And I hope that the partnership will create an opportunity to have these kinds of conversations about root causes and shift the profile of who is an unhoused person. It isn't somebody who necessarily only has mental health issues or has substance abuse issues, because being poor does not mean that you are likely to fall into those two things. All right, so I'm going to support the motion on the floor, and I'm actually really interested in continuing to grow the partnership between the city of San Jose and the county. As a former, like I said, former council member, I understand in a very deep way some of these issues that plague the systems, and our two systems definitely need to continue to work with one another. In the future, I am going to bring forward some additional areas that I want the city and the county to work on, especially making sure that we expand CalAIM, community supports and enhanced care management opportunities to offset the cost of the city of San Jose. This is something that actually I brought in for the Child and Youth Master Plan. The idea of having Medi-Cal reimbursed revenue. And so I think hopefully they can do that. And so I also plan to put a referral, talking about referrals, that will hopefully, yes, it will be a referral, and it will be more than 8 hours. But I'm hoping that we can take a look at the operating cost sharing in the interim housing projects, that we expand, like I said, expand the CalAIM, that we look at some of the, maybe some of the funding that the city can invest, especially some of the costs that they owe us for COVID era, and put it back into their homeless prevention services, as well as making sure that we have maybe a new shelter that has new congregate shelter, and an opportunity to grow in partnership with a new community plan to end homelessness. I know that every city contributes to it, but I think this is an opportunity for us to really align, not just with strategies that work for the city of San Jose, but that work for the unhoused community with evidence-based strategies. Thank you.
Yes, Supervisor Abacoga.
Thank you, President Lee, and thank you so much, Supervisor Young, for the referral. I'm very excited to see this effort to strengthen partnerships. I think that's really the key, is partnerships, especially as we move into the headwinds that we are facing. So I certainly support the referral. I didn't know that San Jose wasn't in the continuum of care. I learned that, so I'm very supportive of them joining in and the ideas of integration, and I think that hopefully will create efficiency. So very happy to see that. I would be remiss, however, to, as I represent 8 other cities, to share the input that we have received from some of the other cities. And, I'm not going to hide it, but having worked on these issues of homelessness and housing in Mountain View, I've shared that I am very proud of what our city has done for a city of 85,000 people. We had the safe parking, the largest safe parking lot for quite some time. We had the first Project Home Key site, and as you saw the message from our city manager, the concern about making sure that all cities in an equitable manner receive the same treatment. That I think there's the way this was written seemed like there was a preference. And I think that's the issue, is that if there's going to be a preference for San Jose residents to be housed in San Jose facilities, which I think is actually fine, other cities would like to see that too. And the reason why is that, I bring Mountain View as an example, is that we're a pro-housing city. We have 1,200 units of affordable housing that we've built. The number of homelessness was 600. It's jumped to about 900. And oftentimes, we've asked, well, right, if from a numbers perspective, we should have been able to house everybody at this point. But when we get into the system, frankly, we pull from, the list is from all over the county. So we don't have, the Mountain View folks haven't gone in at the top of the list. And I ask about that. We've asked about that many times as a city. I know there's some fair housing issues there, rules. So I would like to ask for more clarity in what this means in this referral for San Jose in comparison to what we have been experiencing in other cities. So I want to continue to incentivize cities to do their share, and for us, more than our share. As you see, our numbers have jumped in Mountain View by 63%. Part of that, frankly, is that there's oversized vehicle. We had a lawsuit, and so as other cities, the bigger cities are doing sweeps, we're actually seeing that many of those vehicle dwellers are coming into Mountain View and parking in Mountain View. Palo Alto, the same thing. We've actually heard from the residents, because our staff will go out and talk to our residents, that they're being told by other cities to come to Mountain View. Part of the settlement was that we had to produce a map of where people could park. And so this is now available, and so people are utilizing that. So there's just a lot of complexity to this issue, and I think we really need to deeper dive into this, because I don't want, again, I feel, frankly, feeling a bit discouraged given all that we've done in Mountain View and seeing these numbers jump. And we need to figure out, right, the opposite. How do we incentivize all cities to do their part? And, what can the county do to support that? So, one idea is we look at the point in time numbers and perhaps, add resources to those numbers so everybody gets every city gets something. I think there's just a lot more to this. I know this is just this referral about San Jose, and I support it, but I agree with Supervisor Arenas. There's the root causes. There's so much more to discuss, and through perhaps the the plan to end homelessness, we can have these conversations, but we really need to do a deeper dive, because I do see cities working and trying to do more, and yet the numbers aren't really showing the results to that. So I want us to be mindful of that. But the issue of preference, I would like to get more clarity on, because I think that's the concern I'm hearing from other cities.
Sure, and I think we will have opportunities to really have that deeper dive conversation in the context of the community plan to end homelessness, which is going to be coming obviously in front of the board and in front of the various cities. We do already have some of these arrangements. I know we do with Sunnyvale, and so it's there's no intent on the staff side anyway in this context with anything that would be different between any of the different cities. So this is the approach that we're trying to take here really is actually to bring these San Jose facilities into alignment with the partnerships that candidly we already have with the non-San Jose cities that have made investments in this space around the county. Mountain View has been a really good partner with the county in those efforts. Palo Alto, you mentioned, there's a few others, and there's many cities that haven't done these investments, but it's to bring really these San Jose city-funded facilities, bring them into alignment, actually, with the partnerships that the county has elsewhere in the county.
Was okay, so no more lights, so I'll just make my final comment here on this item. First, I just want to really say thank you so much, Supervisor Young, for bringing this very important referral forward. This memorializes the work that San Jose and our county needs to be doing, and it's a blueprint of how we should be engaging with the other cities in our county as well. It gives the county ability to focus on what it's good at, right? Behavioral health, case management, and the city to focus on what the city is good at, like zoning issues or building more affordable housing. It is this type of spirit that the city and county working together is what is really needed. This is the type of cooperation that's been long overdue, and I really hope that this will be the beginning of many other city and county partnerships to better serve our residents, especially during these very challenging fiscal times. We need to be leveraging our partnerships in order to make the limited resources stretch much further. So I look forward to hearing this progress reports of this work, and looking forward to be able to work better together to support our in-house neighbors. Thank you. Well, with that, Rhonda, let's take the vote.
President?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I am not a comment, just augmenting my motion and turning to my seconder, that the motion remains as is with the first status report to come back to the board in January 2026.
Good addition, glad to second.
Okay with that, James?
I think the timeline is totally fine. I did want to note some of these bodies of work are the subject of other reports to the board. So, yeah, I would hope we would have some flexibility to report out. So, for example, the behavioral health strand of this work, my recommendation was that continue to be reported out in those reports, given that it would otherwise be duplicative. So I think the San Jose specific elements of this, that would make sense to me.
That makes sense to me. Thank you, James.
That's fine.
Okay, right. Rhonda, let's take the vote.
Thank you. On motion of Supervisor Young, seconded by Supervisor Ellenberg. Supervisor Abacoca.
Aye.
Supervisor Young.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye as well.
Motion carries.
Right, next we get the county exec report, a short one, right?
Yes.
Between you and lunch, so hurry up.
Just a couple important updates. First, as the board is likely aware, Congress is at an impasse on funding. Today's the last day of the federal fiscal year, and if a continuing resolution is not passed by midnight tonight, the federal government will have a lapse in appropriations and will shut down. That appears almost certain to happen at this point, especially given the latest news today that the president was posting videos mocking congressional leaders online. So it doesn't seem like those conversations are headed to any resolution. There are impacts on the county organization as a result of a federal shutdown. In addition to impacts on grant-related funding streams and the processing of programs and interactions with federal civil servants, we also will likely experience, at least at a minimum, a delay in certain Medicaid funding. While the Medicaid base program is not subject to discretionary appropriations, some of the supplemental funding streams are. In addition, things like the COVID-19 era Medicare telehealth flexibilities also expire and were included in the continuing resolution. These are things that do have bipartisan support. They were included in the Republican proposal for the continuing resolution. But during the lapse, we will have challenges. We will be monitoring the situation very closely. If the shutdown becomes extended, there may be growing impacts on the county organization. A couple other real quick items. Since this is our last board meeting before this date, just a reminder that we will be relaunching labor and delivery services and NICU services at Regional Medical Center on October 20th. As the board knows, Regional had terminated labor and delivery services in May of 2020. So we're very excited that we'll be restoring those services there. It's been a long time coming. And there will be an event on October 16th, a baby shower. So hope that every member of the board will join us for that exciting event. ROV is preparing for the November special election, and just want to remind folks that the last day to register to vote for this important November special election is Monday, October 20th. However, voters who do miss that deadline can still vote using conditional voter registration. Ballots will be mailed to all more than 1 million active registered voters in our county on October 6th. Early voting at the registrar's office begins October 6th. The registrar has secured and published 38 vote center locations and an additional 109 ballot drop box locations for the election. Those drop boxes will open on October 6th and are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week until Election Day. So lots of activity going on with that important special election. And finally, we are doing our employee flu and COVID vaccinations again this year. Email has gone out to county employees, but just a reminder to our staff that we're beginning October 8th with our clinic at the SSA Center Road facility. They'll be at Tasman October 23rd, here at 70 West Heading October 30th. So employees should get their flu and COVID vaccines. That concludes my report.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Thank you. James, thank you for the report. I know a theme that I talk about often is the county's ability and desire to tell the story, to talk about the work that is happening here. And I always think that's important with regard to all of our work. In some of the public comments this morning, and also just as I go about my life, I've heard some concerning misstatements and bits of information about how HR 1 impacts us, what the county's 3 strategies are to try to address some of this shortfall. And I would encourage administration to proactively and extensively reach out to as many of our residents as possible so that people really do have accurate information and understand what they can expect in the months and years ahead.
Absolutely, and I would just let folks know online at scc.info/federal funding. We have a variety of information, videos, fact sheets, et cetera, but we will be sure to redouble our efforts and make sure that we provide informational material to as many folks as possible in our community around what's happening with HR 1, the important role of SCVH in our community, and our strategies to help address what's going on.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on that too, Supervisor Ellenberg, is that this big, beautiful bill is big, and I think there's a lot of time to lose in translation when it comes to the people understanding what it means. So I think as a government representative here, we owe it to our residents to explain to them what exactly is the bill, right? And if it's gonna, why is it hurting us? Why is it such a big deal for us that we need to figure out how many hundreds of millions of dollars we have to cut moving forward? I mean, we've cut 10 million, 20 million, 50 million before. We know how to find the funds. But when we talk about $1 billion, like $1,000 million, right? Just, I hate to have to explain that carefully, but per year, that's a lot of money. And so, I mean, there's issue of people can argue all day about Measure A, but even that, even if it were to pass, we still have to cut over $100 million a year. So that's the type of numbers I think we need to say, where do we spend our money? How can we not cut more, right, for example? So I think it's important to let the public know how the funds are being spent and make this very clear. Thank you.
Yeah, we will be sure to take an expansive approach to education and outreach so that people have the facts and the ability to access the information that they need.
Thank you, James. And now, go ahead, Tony, County Council report.
At the September 29, 2025 closed session meeting, by unanimous vote with all members present, the board authorized the county to initiate litigation in one matter. The name of the action and the defendant, as well as the substance of the litigation, shall be disclosed once litigation is formally commenced to any person upon inquiry. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Tony. I think we're going to go break for lunch. Given that we're now 1:18, how about 1:55 colleague? Would that be okay? We'll come back at 1:55 and keep going. Thank you. Good afternoon. It's now 1:55 p.m. We'll go ahead and reconvene the afternoon session. To confirm quorum, could we do a quick roll call, please?
Supervisor Abakoga?
Here.
Supervisor Jung? Absent. And Supervisor Ellenberg?
Hello, I'm here.
Vice President Urbanis?
I'm here.
And President Lee?
Good afternoon, President.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Okay, we will go ahead and start the afternoon with item number 13, which is a report from Behavioral Health Service relating to enhancing the Mobile Crisis Response Team Program and changes to Psychiatric Emergency Response Team, the PERT team program. I see Keeley right here, Deputy County. Oh, actually, James, the light's on. Go ahead, James.
Yes, good afternoon, members of the board, and joining me on this item, Deputy County Executive Keeley and Behavioral Health Services Director Sherry Terrell. I just wanted to, we're mainly here to answer questions, but wanted to just make a few comments real quick at the outset of this item. What we've outlined in the report is after conversations with several of the cities, there's continued desire by many of them to continue with the PERT model. In recognition of the fiscal realities facing the county, and we talked earlier in the meeting about those challenges affecting all of behavioral health's funding streams, and the reality of a desire on the part of cities to really have stability in the staffing associated with the program, which is directly impacted by what happens elsewhere in the department, given how layoffs and position adjustments work under the county's labor agreements. Our recommendation to those cities who wish to continue the program with their existing funding or their augmented funding is for them to engage with CBOs in contracting for those positions, and that Behavioral Health Services would ensure, and this was one of the key points that came up with those cities, that Behavioral Health Services Department would ensure continued access to the data systems that would provide real-time and needed information on clients being served. In that way, cities would be able to continue with the PERT response model and do so in a manner that's both fiscally and operationally sustainable in the long run, while ensuring that the county is focusing its resources on its obligation to provide 24/7 emergency response through the MCRT program. I think taking that approach will be one that both allows the PERT model to continue, even though it's a model that isn't one recognized by the state as a core behavioral health services delivery model, but would allow cities to continue the PERT model of direct co-response in a squad car, while having the county provide emergency response through the MCRT approach. So we've laid that up, but I just kind of wanted to provide that synopsis really up front. There's a lot of other information in the report, and we're happy to answer questions. But I think that kind of threads the needle between all of the different considerations here and gives a pathway for those cities to continue with a PERT model response.
Yeah, so I would just say, Key, do you have anything to add, or I go open the public? Are you ready for questions? Yeah, let's see. How many in public would like to speak on this item?
We have 2 requests on Zoom and 2 in chambers.
Okay, let's do 2 minutes each.
Okay. When I call your name, please approach the podium. Wakana and Jorge Mesa.
Yeah, just come up to podium.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Jorge, licensed clinician embedded with the San Jose Police Department through PERT. I actually just learned Mayor Matt Mahan submitted a letter urging the county to maintain PERT in its current format. To this date, he's the only elected official to do a PERT ride-along. I invite you all, if you're ever interested. PERT is not underused. In collaboration with SJPD MCAT, PERT recently led the local push to improve crisis diversion and trained San Jose dispatchers for the 911-988 pilot. We also provide on-scene crisis mitigation, real-time consultation to officers and dispatch, and direct family and grief support, work that often qualifies for reimbursement when documented properly. Meanwhile, MCRT roles have largely remained unfilled for about 2 years. Staffing gaps, not PERT practice, explain why a fully staffed MCRT has not been achieved. Our advocacy sparked renewed interest from multiple police departments wanting PERT to remain. San Jose, Santa Clara, and Palo Alto reached out about this multiple times and were always told the backline would be enough. With PERT's continued advocacy, the departments pressed behavioral health to provide more information about how to fund the program themselves. Behavioral health's response was to give these departments 5 business days to create a 5-year, $1.3 million commitment. Was this a realistic timeframe to provide when everything needs to be revised and passed through multiple chains of command? Several jurisdictions felt dismissed, and that jeopardizes the relationships we've built, not just with law enforcement, but with the communities this county serves. This isn't just about staffing and billing. It's about how we treat our partners, our communities, and the people who call for help to both 911 and 988. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please step up.
Good afternoon. My name is Wakiana Okuma, and I'm the PERT officer assigned at San Jose PD. Jorge is my partner. I'd like to thank you, the supervisors, for taking your time to speak with the PERT clinicians in the program. I know that on some occasions you were putting your kids to bed, you were going to events for your kids, and I thought that was amazing. You were up until like 9 p.m. You know, it's insane to even think about. So thank you. It really is really cool to see. I'd like to thank the clinicians for the PERT system, the program. They are just relentless. They really believe in this program, and I've only been in it a year, but they really, really have their heart behind it. I'd like to thank Jorge. He has taught me so much in 1 year. He is so patient. He, trying to fix my police brain into going to these mental health calls. These are calls that will always stay in the police world. These are calls that are so dangerous. There's no way that a trust, peer-to-peer or an MCRT clinician can go to or would want to go to. I would want them to go to that. And it just seems like we are trying to fight for a program that the directors of behavioral health don't want. So I'm not sure why the cities have to continue to fight for and to be put in a position, stay in the program. I want to stay in this program, Jorge wants to stay in this program, but it just doesn't seem like our heads and their bosses want to keep us continuing to do what we want to do. So I hope it continues. It's not about our jobs, it's about, keeping the police department and the county together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to our Zoom speakers. Our first speaker is Kristen Briscoe. Please accept the unmute. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Dr. Kristen Briscoe, clinician with the County Psychiatric Emergency Response Team. I'm here to correct several inaccuracies that Behavioral Health's September 30th report presented. First, PERT is neither underused or redundant. PERT has responded to 2,942 crisis incidents since September of 2023 and over 5,054 incidents since January of 2021. PERT clinicians are single clinician teams co-deployed with law enforcement. MCRT are 2 clinicians. Behavioral health's team level comparisons therefore equals 3.6 calls for MCRT clinicians per week, meaning per clinician, call loads are comparable. So PERT's field response rate is 89% with a 13-minute average response time, which is unmatched by other teams. Second, training is not the same. PERT clinicians receive law enforcement level and tactical training, including FBI 40-hour FBI hostage negotiation, behavioral threat assessment, ballistic vest, and scenario-based training, skills necessary for high-risk co-deployed response that MCRT does not receive. Third, the law enforcement agency's outreach was not equitable. Many agencies were only given 5 days, like Jorge said, to accept a 5-year funding commitment, which unfairly constrained their ability to secure local funding. It's reasonable to believe that additional jurisdictions would have retained PERT with a fair process. So finally, Behavioral health staffing claims are misleading. Relevant MCRT positions have been unfilled for nearly 2 years, and there is no evidence that simply reassigning PERT roles will instantly create a robust 24/7 MCRT. I ask the board to pause the transition, commission an independent review of the data and training differences, allow law enforcement agencies a fair timeline to negotiate funding, and preserve county PERT clinicians in jurisdictions that want them.
Our next speaker is Deborah St. Julian. Please accept the unmute. You have 2 minutes to speak.
My name is Deborah St. Julian. I'm a member of SURGE Santa Clara County and a D2 resident. As a member of SURGE, I strongly support the Behavioral Health Department's recommendation to restructure the crisis response team and dissolve the PERT program. There are strong financial reasons for this move, but we are more concerned about racial and disability justice. We know that bringing guns and other weapons to mental health emergencies can result in unintended consequences, like the injury or killing of our neighbors, family members, or friends who are experiencing a crisis. Data from police-caused injuries and death in my hometown of San Jose show most people seriously injured by police in San Jose are mentally impaired. Between 2014 and 2001, 73% of the individuals seriously injured by police were having a mental health crisis or intoxicated. 80% of those folks who were killed were having a mental health crisis or intoxicated. I can send you the reference. We know extensive officer education has failed to curb these trends. We all know communities of color and people with disabilities are disproportionately affected by police violence. We support shifting resources away from law enforcement-based responses into non-police crisis teams like MCRT and Trust. This is best practice. This will save lives. We urge you to approve the proposed restructuring, and invest fully in non-law enforcement crisis response. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. So we'll go and close the public speaking portion of this. I see a bunch of lights on here. Let's go down. I have Supervisor Ellenberg first. Go ahead.
The wrong way. Thank you very much for the report. I'm going to make just a quick comment about PERT, but actually want to talk a little bit about 988. Certainly our county government and supervisors have the prerogative to fund, defund, switch funding for services that are not mandated. And this is an area where we do have flexibility. PERT, of course, was an early pilot program, one of the first attempts to incorporate emergency clinicians with law enforcement, and it did have some successes, which was exciting. Since then, the system has been improved upon. We've learned about best practices. We've seen examples of a variety of ways to do this work, and my strong belief is that looking to the expertise in our behavioral health department, if you're making the recommendations to pivot to programs that are more impactful and more effective, then I'm prepared to support that. If cities would like to continue that work and fund it, I certainly don't object to it. I don't think our purview extends to telling others what to do, but the simple fact of our having jurisdiction over behavioral health certainly doesn't translate to a mandate to fund every possible program that exists and what each jurisdiction may want. So I think you've landed on a really good place in the middle, and would encourage counties that, cities that want to continue this work to work out funding agreements, or even frankly do it independently. It doesn't have to come through us. But let me switch to 988 because I wanted to highlight a couple of other things that I thought were very important. Of course, we know that in 2020, Congress passed the National Suicide Hotline Designation Act, which made 988 the nationwide 3-digit dialing code for national suicide, and crisis line. The federal system, we know, imposes a standardized framework, especially around routing, menu options, and call handling. And states and counties, unfortunately in this case, do not get to rewrite the core 988 menu logic or override how the routing network itself is organized. And just a month or so ago, on July 17th, option 3 that had been established by the federal government linking LGBTQ community folks to the Trevor Project for Specialized Support was unfortunately terminated. And while we don't have the authority to reinstate option 3, we do need to think about how we are filling that vacuum locally. And I want to thank the Office of LGBTQ Affairs for creating some cool resources. I just learned about them in asking what we were doing to compensate for the lack of option 3. And I would encourage that office, as I encourage everybody, to make sure we're disseminating information, because if the board doesn't know it exists, if the community doesn't know it exists, really good work goes unrecognized and doesn't have the opportunity for impact. So there's a two-sided card called LGBTQ plus mental health and well-being, and it has lots of contact information, including 988, Trust, a Be Well line, LGBTQ Wellness, the Gardner Ethnic Wellness Center, Charlie Heath, the Q Corner, and a few others, Trans Lifeline and the Treasure Project. So I would encourage, I don't know how people find it. Maybe that's a question I should ask. Is this all available on a website as well? And there's a Care Connection card, this handy dandy little accordion thing, that has a lot of that same information too on crisis outreach. So thrilled that we have materials. We have to make sure that they are getting out into the community. And I would just like to make sure that the county continues to build on this work. My motion would be then to receive the report and direct administration this can be provided off agenda, to share with us a strategy to promote and disseminate these resource cards that were developed, and any local action we can take to counteract the loss of the 988 option 3 piece. So that's what I would like to come back with.
Supervisor, if I could ask for a clarification. We had already intended to come back as a part of our behavioral health quarterly report on November 4 with the report on ways to mitigate the loss of 988. I'm sorry,
of option 3.
But we're happy to accelerate that if you would like.
Yeah, I want the November report is great. I just think about urgency and how quickly we can get information out. So this really isn't, I'm not looking for policy or analysis here, but just how are you going to get them out into the community? What is the plan to disseminate them? Are they on a website? Just more tactical pieces of information, and maybe also where the board offices can get these, or can they be delivered to our offices? And the substance certainly can wait until November.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And I will look for a second.
I'm happy to second that motion. I do have some amendments, or if I could.
Let's give it a try.
Try? Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you to staff for bringing this forward. As I think it's been clear, I have shared many concerns about the potential ending of the PERT program, and particularly because I have heard from various cities who have expressed interest in continuing the program. I've heard a lot of positive comments about the program. For me, and I appreciate that we have now, frankly, many options for alternative response, and that's what I value. That actually. The issue for me with PERT is the positive is that it provides for one, versatility, because sometimes when you get a call, you may not know what really is going on until you get on scene. That call incident can evolve over time, and to be able to have the officer and the PERT clinician together gives that versatility to address this situation, once you see what's really happening. And so that's really important to me. I also think it's response time is really key. And having had experience calling 911 myself, just getting to that call as soon as you can is really important. And with PERT, the 13-minute average response time compared to, frankly, MCRT is 30 minutes. I've heard in like my communities in North County, sometimes it's an hour or longer. That's just a really long time to wait. And if an officer is called on scene, they have to wait for the team to arrive. So it is an issue of just urgency and time and being able to respond to those incidents as quickly as possible. And PERT allows for that. Just more opportunity to do that. So, and as mentioned, and this was the city of Palo Alto, who 2 years ago went so far as to set aside funding to pay for a PERT clinician. They actually never got one because the position's been vacant, but they have continued to express interest in, in providing and funding the position. And so I just wanted, to be able, and I appreciate Supervisor Ellenberg is saying, if cities want to continue it, I want to, allow for that opportunity. So San Jose has mentioned that. I believe the city of Santa Clara has also mentioned their interest. The West Valley cities have 2 PERT clinicians through the sheriff's office. I don't think we've had a chance actually to ask the cities in the West Valley areas if they would like to help fund it, and I think we need to give the opportunity to the communities to do so. So that's what I would like to ask. I do have a couple of questions that have come up in regards to the suggestion or the proposal to have a contract provide the clinician services. One, there was the reason why that was an issue, or was that there wasn't clear certainty as to whether those contracted clinicians would be able to access the county records, so the data, the medical records, and so forth. So, could you clarify that? Would these contracted clinicians, in fact, be able to access the records that the county holds?
Yes, we would work out an arrangement to give those contractors access.
Okay, great. 'Cause that was the question, and that's why the cities wanted to originally have the county provide those clinicians. Another concern is about just in terms of experience, potential turnover of contractors compared to a county employee. I heard concern about just the experience and training and, riding with law enforcement. So would these contractors have that same level of experience and training?
Supervisor, I think what we would try to do, of course, is work with the law enforcement agency so that they can select contractors, have a contract that meets their needs.
Mm-hmm. So, I'm sorry, the city, you would have the
cities, work with the cities to identify CBOs and put into place contracts that would meet the city's needs.
And then what about our existing staff? If a city wanted to continue with a county clinician, is that possible?
So I think one of the challenges is, I think the cities are under not recognizing kind of the broader fiscal context of what we're facing as a county organization, assuming that there's staffing stability associated with the county side that is just not, I think, true for the next several years. Maybe has historically been the case, hopefully will be the case someday in the future as well. But we're not in a position to be able to guarantee a specific individual would be made available. So we believe actually that the expressed concern from cities regarding staffing stability is better able to be achieved through a CBO arrangement than through the county side, given the magnitude of what we're facing on the county side and the fact that under our labor agreements, the reality is that individual staffing assignment changes will largely be governed through seniority based on what happens across classifications, not even just within the Behavioral Health Services Department, but under many of our contracts actually across the broader healthcare delivery system, inclusive of SCVH, behavioral health, VHP, public health, et cetera. So I think there's just a mistaken view that there's a particular individual associated with that. But if a city is interested in funding an FTE on the county side, we can do that. I just think we need to be honest about funding an FTE doesn't mean funding an individual.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. So then the question is then, if we were to, or if city were to choose a contractor, would we be charging the true cost? So I hear there's a potential cost differential between a contractor versus a county FTE. So we would charge the
I think our recommendation would be for the city to have a direct contractual relationship with the CBO. And we would have a data agreement to ensure full data access. Because that was the concern that was expressed, and we believe that there's a vehicle to deal with that concern. But to have that contractual relationship and then the payment and whatever else is just direct between the city and that entity. Now, I do think we would have recommendations for, there's obviously a broad network of CBOs, and I think we would have recommendations to cities who are interested for those entities that we believe actually have the ability to be successful in doing so in a stable manner. But I think the best structure is that one, so that there's no then issue around money passing through the county, or how it was an invoice paid on time or whatever else. I just think it's much cleaner, and we can make sure that the data piece is taken care of separately.
And then if they did want to fund an FTE, we could allow for that option too.
We could. Again, I don't think we recommend it because, let me put it this way. Even if an FTE is fully funded, I don't think we can assure that there won't be service disruption, especially in the next 2 years.
Yeah. So, yeah, and I understand all that. I just want to, give the cities the option and lay it out, everything out, so they understand what the situation is. So that was my request, was to include in the motion that we have staff work directly with interested cities to and conduct proactive outreach to all of the cities, or the remaining cities in our county, to ensure that they're, one, aware of this change, two, to better understand their situation and to work with them to fund response teams that they would work best with their needs, including a PERT model, if that's what's desired by the cities.
What I would support along those lines is our behavioral health department sending out a letter to each of the 15 cities, letting them know that we have discontinued direct service provision or funding of PERT programs. And if a city is interested in funding this and entering into a data sharing agreement with the county, then they should reach out and you'll take it from there. Does that sound consistent with? I don't want them to spend a lot of time outreaching, doing all of the legwork. If cities are interested, after that initial letter, they certainly can do that work. And again, I want to minimize our time, spent on a program that we have, that the subject matter experts have deemed to be not as good a practice as other options, leaving the window open. If cities still want it, great, but I don't want excessive time to be spent on the county's part trying to pull cities into that work.
Yes, I mean, I'm not saying, it shouldn't take a lot of time.
Does sending a letter meet your needs for proactivity?
Yes, and then if the city's interested, then they can,
they'll
talk
come
to
back.
staff and come up with a model that could work with them. I guess the question there is that if a city wanted to fund an FTE, would that be inclusive of this approach?
I think the outreach letter could certainly lay out some parameters. If you're interested in doing this, reach out. We would caution you about an FTE relationship due to our budget, great instability right now and uncertainty around positions.
Yes.
I don't know how much you want to put in the initial letter as opposed to when people reach out to the extent they do, but certainly indicating options and risks is fair.
That'd be fine. Yes, thank you. And I just want to say, I very much appreciate, yes, your expertise, but I do, I also do consider the other side of the law enforcement expertise as well. And it's really, to me, a combination, a partnership of the two. And so, I'm hearing from police departments, police chiefs, and I've very much respect their input as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice President.
Thank you. So earlier this year, well, let me take a step back. When I first stepped into this role as a supervisor, one of the first calls that I got was from former council member Raul Perales, as he was returning back to the police department on the force. And he asked me about the PERT program. And he asked me because we had gone through this massive demonstration point in time in our country that put a lot of stress into our communities, but it also highlighted how people of color are targeted. And within the San Jose Police Department, there were some incidences that were very concerning in terms of interaction between protesters and the police department. And that's not the only time that people of color interact with our police department. They interact with them all the time, as some research has shown over-policing in certain areas of our county. And so to me, this is an opportunity for us to prevent folks who are having a behavioral health, mental health episode from coming into, one, from being targeted by our police department, different LEAs, law enforcement agencies, and second, from ending up in our jail system. Because it is a lot more expensive to house somebody in our jails. So I'm going to turn to James and ask, off the top of your head, Key, what is the cost of one therapist?
A fully loaded psychiatric social worker is approximately $220,000.
$220,000. And how much does it cost for us to incarcerate somebody for about a year?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but there's a fixed cost component, obviously, and there's a variable cost component. I know many years ago, I don't know if the sheriff has that number on the top of his head, but I believe several years ago it was something like $120 a day is the number I remember. I'm sure it's higher today.
Well, the point I'm making is that there's a cost that we are not taking into account. And I understand that what we're looking at is our financial strain on our system. But I don't know that PERT program ever really was developed because it was cut before it even allowed for people to be hired. It wasn't because you couldn't find folks. It was because you decided that this program wasn't going to work. And at the beginning of this year, we have somebody who had an interaction with the Mountain View Police Department. Now, I don't know how that interaction came about, but I don't think that this person needed to be in our jail system and wasn't classified correctly, suffered from mental health issues, and ended up losing his life in our jail system. I don't know what cost you put that, cost of life. So to me, it really speaks to me differently. And I'm not taking this lightly, and I know that there is this alternative for the MCRT, although in your report it says Gilroy reflects that MCRT would suffice, but I think that's an interim chief, and that's not the former chief. Because South County has been looking forward to PERT and has never received the kind of support that it has needed. So what I'm going to ask for is for us to take a look at how are we going to determine that MCRT is being effective. I see the votes here. I see where this is going, and there's a motion on the floor. Because the 911, I don't know how we're going to track the 911 calls to see from the MCRT, did we prevent any further incarceration? How are we to know that these are folks that we prevented entering our jail system for behavioral health reasons? Aside, I guess, from the causal come from 911, from folks, I don't know how they'll be trained in order to understand that they are going to go to the MCRT, because most of the time, I think for PERT, you have somebody on site who can help distinguish the call. So how are we going to do that, or how are cities supposed to determine that if we're just sending out a letter and saying, well, you're kind of on your own?
Sorry.
I was just going to say, I think that the outcome data you're asking for is actually really applicable across all three models, so trust, MCRT, and PERT. And the question is, as I understand it, how do we really measure efficacy if one of the main goals of all these programs, a shared goal across these programs, is to help with diversion from criminal justice entry for folks who otherwise might end up there and don't necessarily need to. And I think what we ought to put in place, and I don't know if there's thoughts specifically from behavioral health, but is some way to actually try to get data regarding that's similarly assessed across all three models. Because one of the other things, by the way, that it's not this item, this report here, but just a flag for the board, the funding for trust, it's about, I think, $6 million. The funding for trust, which is innovation funding, is going to be running out in the fall of '26. So we're going to have a fiscal challenge there too. So, there's the state, the trust model is also not structured in the same way for the state. So it's similar to PERT, where we had initial pilot funding, and then we don't have any viable state-related drawdown. But we do have an obligation to have emergency response, which is hence the MCRT, which is eligible for the state match. We're going to end up, not today, not this year, but we're going to need to have some conversations associated with trust down the line as well. So I think in looking at all those pieces, PERT, MCRT, and trust, we want to be able to figure out a mechanism for as much as possible, and it's not 100% possible, but trying to create an apples-to-apples conversation around that. And so I don't know if there's any real-time thoughts that Key or Sherry or your team have right now, but I think that's the framework that we need to have across the three models, because it's likely that in some form, for a while anyway, all three will continue to be in existence in some way in the county.
No thoughts on the moment, but I think we do have some evaluation services via trust, which we can try to modify to try to answer some of the questions that were posed today.
Okay. And what is the transition plan? I heard the letter, but what is the transition plan for some of these agencies that have gotten used to having somebody internal? How are you transitioning those folks if they decide that they're going to go with a CBO because they want to have somebody internal? What is the transition plan? What is our, I'm not feeling very comfortable about our level of responsibility. So we're just gonna well, that's it. We're done. And everything is on that agency from there on.
Thank you for your question. We actually met with all of our law enforcement agencies from April and then also in June and most recently in September to really kind of discuss some of our plans, our thought processes, and also creation of a backline. And we all actually really presented to them and shared our presentation material with them as well to explain the backline was created. Some of the common concern we heard from PERT is that they really wanted to have a direct contact with the clinician for consultation. When things are happening, as they're seeing incidents happen, they wanted to have a direct access to the clinician to ask and consult. And so we created the backline so that they could call directly. Right now, if they were to ask for MCRT, they have to call 988, and then they will route them. The creation of the backline actually is created so that they could call and they'll have a direct access to either MCRT manager or clinician directly. And then right at the moment, they could actually talk to them, they'll triage the situation with them, and then assist. And if they need to, they will coordinate a joint response as well.
So let's, no, I understand that that's something that's available. Let's take your example. So there's a police officer, they're going to call the back line, have access to somebody who's going to give them some feedback in the moment that they're responding to a call. And how is that going to look like? Because they're going to tell them all the information of the 911 call. Would the counselor already have that information? So then now that police officer is giving an update to the counselor on all of the data. How is that really going to look like?
It would be like an officer might encounter somebody. If he or she has a name of an individual, then they could share that with our clinician. They could look up our EHR system, our electronic health record system, to see if there's any history, if we've already served them, worked with them, and even the history, so that they could quickly let them know, hey, there's this history or there's history of violence. If you want us, we could respond together. So they could do that at the moment and provide more information that way.
What the point I'm making is that yes, they could do that, but for the call, for the sake of the call that they're going to go out on, and now the police officer has to give an update to the counselor or to the therapist about what is happening, what the call is about, what the situation is, who's involved, where they're at, whatever other details they have on the call, right? So now that's, I don't know, 5 minutes of talking to a therapist about giving them the information versus if somebody was in real life, they would be accompanying that police officer in the moment. They would be in kind of lockstep, if you will, with information. So that's an additional delay, right? Now that also the therapist has to decide, let me look this person up. Oh, they do have this history. Now they have to think about, taking into consideration their history, what is the best interaction with this person, right? And so then the police officer's then going to have them, what, like in an earbud, speaking to them like the FBI, or are they going to, like, I don't know, because it doesn't seem practical to me. Carrying them on the phone and then walk through the, do you see what I mean? Like, how is that going to be? Because they're either going to have to wait for that therapist to come and show up, or they're going to be, somebody's going to be talking to them in the ear, talking to them through the process. Either way, you're going to be losing time, right? And so to me, obviously, you can tell from the comments, obviously my comments from earlier, I'm not happy about this. I'm not happy about this because it hasn't been transparent on your part about why the PERT program isn't working. Obviously, I know that we are in very difficult financial times, but these are folks that are interacting with our police department that I would like to not see in our jails, because most of them are brown and black. And so to me, there's a racial equity piece to this. And I'm not hearing and I'm not seeing how you are addressing that. I understand we need to reduce our cost, but how are we really transitioning this program over to MCRT in a very realistic way? Somebody like Aaliyah, who has not had a PERT program in place, like in South County, which has been waiting for you all, has never been realized. They wouldn't know because they haven't had anything to function. So who's going to help guide them through that? Who's going to give them the technical assistance to help make sure that MCRT is something that's viable for them? Because I'm going to guess after a while, some police officer is going to say, this is not even worth it. I can't do this. I have to do my job. And they're going to do their job the way that they normally do their job, with the tools that they have, without any additional tools that we may provide to them.
Two things that I would just add to this. It is going to be very important that as MCRT continues to roll out, that those connections with law enforcement are deepened. There are law enforcement liaisons that behavioral health has, and that work to deepen that partnership is going to be really pivotal. Now, the reality under both PERT and MCRT is that the on-scene person who's first responding is calling somebody in regardless. It is true that PERT is, when it's staffed and available, is going to tend to be faster because the person's responding in a squad car. But there is that information exchange that needs to happen because the on-scene officer needs to communicate with either the PERT team or the MCRT team on what is happening. And what we need to make sure is that the communication coordination is as seamless as possible, and that the MCRT resources are able to respond as swiftly as possible. And so some of the work that I know behavioral health has been doing in the last several months as part of this transition, and they referenced the backdoor communication hotline, but is to actually strengthen that coordination and communication tie. But it is undoubtedly the case that response in a squad car is going to be faster for sure. I don't think there's any disagreement about that. But that the information exchange and communication coordination, I do think, can look very similar for MCRT and for PERT.
Well, are they going to have the same level of credentials? Are they going to be a licensed marriage family therapist? Are they going to be a licensed social worker? What level is MCRT guaranteed to have somebody?
Yes, thanks for the question, Supervisor Arenas. We do have a classification called Crisis Intervention Specialist that is all of the clinical Providers on the MCR team are classified as crisis intervention specialists. It does require specific training, knowledge, skills, and abilities, licensure, et cetera. So that classification actually is higher than the psychiatric social worker classification, and that is the classification utilized across the mobile crisis response team, MCRT.
Okay. I would like to see an additional training that comes from the respective police department or from the sheriff, whoever it is, but I know that there was an element of training that when I spoke to some of the therapists who are from the PERT program, that they received that was slightly different, and that had more of a law enforcement focus, and it just was congruent with protocols for police department that are probably not intuitive to everyone, right? And so I think just to prepare, I don't know if there's going to be just one team that is going to respond to PERT type of calls, or if all of the team's going to do it, and if all of the team's going to do it, then they all need to be at the same level of comfort and confidence to interact with folks who are going to be interacting with the police department. Does that make sense? Because not every therapist is going to sign up for something like that.
Yes, we are looking at all of the training across MCRT and attempting to standardize that similar to the trainings that were offered to PERT clinicians.
So that is already integrated into your transition plan?
Yes, they are, and we are working on scheduling new trainings that might be more helpful for enhancing the skills for these clinicians.
Okay, wonderful. I think the other piece, and thank you for that information, I think the piece that I'd like to include into the motion is so that we can keep track of the data, and we can see whether the data allows for a I want to make sure that we have data that demonstrates how we are diverging people from the justice, from the jails, from getting involved in the jails, because ultimately this is what this project is all about. Did we divert them? Did we not? How many ended up in jail anyways? I don't know how to get this information, but I know, James, you talked about it earlier, that it is important for us to figure out whether at any one of those three tracks, what those outcomes will produce. And so I'm wondering if we can integrate that into the motion.
I'd like to hear from James so that we can be specific and precise about what we're looking for and in what form.
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing, and we'll have to come back with the right framework and material, but I think it's consistent with our comments from earlier in the conversation, which is across the three programs, PERT, MCRT, and Trust, what we're looking for is a set of data that can be comparable that's outcome-based. One of those important outcomes is to the extent to which we can measure, assess, or document diversion from the criminal justice system. I think there's some other relevant outcomes too, like the clinical outcomes for the individuals who are experiencing a behavioral health crisis. So I think we can think about how, what are those few relevant factors? We don't want it to be something too, massive, but what are those few relevant factors? How can we standardize the data gathering so that we actually have something that's then consistent across the programs? And like I said, we're going to have some difficult conversation, not today, but probably in the next fiscal year, around what's happening with Trust. And we're going to want, I believe, that information to help inform that as well. And also because in the case of PERT, MCRT, and Trust, there's also a number of different operators. And so there's having a standardized set of data will be useful in that assessment as well. Because we might find that there's, for instance, just hypothetically speaking, we might find that some of the approaches in operating Trust have been more effective than some of the other approaches, given that we have different operators for some of the different teams. So So I think that makes good sense. We'll just have to give some thought to what that looks like in a way that's actually universally administrable across all of the programs.
So standardizing clinical outcomes or practices?
The measures of outcomes.
I would think, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that there's an outcome report with each encounter. We would know if the issue was resolved in the field, if the person was taken to EPS or Mission Street or another facility, or to jail. So could we
There's definitely
measure it by
there's definitely individualized data. It's really a question of how do we collate it in a way that's standardized so that we can make sure people are reporting things in the same way so that you can actually do apples to apples. Because one of the challenges that happens in this space is, everybody might be entering information in the medical record, right, in the electronic health record, but is it in a standardized way that we can then extract in a comparative fashion, I think is really the question here.
So I'd be glad to add to the motion direction that administration come back with options to track outcomes of the various types of providers and the specific providers within those categories.
Measures of outcomes.
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Is that all right with the seconder? Great.
And lastly, I'm just going to, I'll support the motion on the floor. Obviously, I gave my feedback, but I'm not completely convinced that this is the way to go. And I hope I hope this goes well enough that you make a believer out of me.
Supervisor Abakoga?
Thank you. Yes, and I appreciate the comments that have been made. I think this is, TBD, frankly, how this is all going to work out. And so when I'm expecting we will have updates on the transition, I appreciate the data collection because, we'll see what the data shows a year's time or two. And I know that this was really frankly, a budgetary decision and perhaps a staffing decision. I don't really think it was necessarily an outcomes-based decision because, as Supervisor Arenas mentioned, I don't know that we gave it a chance to really materialize. I have a city that's been waiting for 2 years for a clinician. South County sounds like the same situation. So, I'm going to be open to seeing what the outcomes are, and we may end up, going back to a PERT model, but that's what I want to do is keep those options open. So I think this is a compromise position. Thank you.
Thank you for my colleague for a very engaging discussion on a very, very difficult topic. I always learn one saying, which is, if ain't broke, don't fix it. And when we hear from so many folks about the PERT program, it sounds like this is a program that our community likes it, police have worked well with it, and that's why for us to just give it a program that seems to be working certainly is a big concern for me. The number certainly is also frightening in the sense that they said the PERT team only get about 2.25 calls a week versus the MCRT team gets over 7 calls a week. So it's the utilization seems to be one of the biggest driver. And of course, we talk about reimbursement and money, and of course, tightening resources is something that we are facing every day. I would really want to see that there are more engagement moving forward, because I've heard some comments saying the PERT clinicians not willing to move to the MCRT, and clearly there's lots of vacancies MCRT teams that needs those same clinicians that could be trained at PERT to do the work. So I'm hoping, given this motion we have today, that some of those PERT clinicians would seriously think about joining the MCRT team, because I really want to see how that is actually truly working. We don't know. As the initial proponent of trust and putting that program in place, I mean, we're hearing certainly many good results on that. Obviously, the program is still fairly new. We still have to work on that. And I certainly want to make sure that program, what we're coming up with MCRT, would be at least just as successful, number one. Number two is increasing the 24/7 coverage, of course, is very important. I mean, if ideally you could say if PERT could be running 24/7, then maybe we could solve some of those issues. But obviously, given the funding issues, that's not something that's doable. So I'm very concerned, as my vice president, as many of my colleagues has mentioned, about this loss of potential service. And the other thing I want to ask a question is the timing of response. Response time is very important. Blue and red lights is going to get people there faster. So I did ask the question when I spoke with James, is there any way we can get the MCRT, if it's not the police lights, can we give them some yellow lights or something so that at least they could get through something faster? Is that something doable, or can we look into that? Okay.
I don't think that is feasible, but I'll defer to county executive if we can give them lights and sirens on that.
Well, I'm sure we could probably put yellow lights, but we'll have to look and see what, you know, I know there's very specific legal parameters for Code 3 lights and sirens, but I'm pretty confident we could probably put yellow lights on.
That would be great. I mean, some of these potentially could be life and death situations, let's be honest. So I think for that reason, having those teams get there faster is going to be important. So if yellow lights is due, I'll settle with that. That's okay if they make a motion?
I just want to remind us that there are different levels of response for different reasons. And certainly the law enforcement response is for the highest acuity. Trust and MCRT were developed specifically because not everything needs that level of acuity or response. So I don't think we should be encouraging MCRT vans and responders or trust vans to go speeding through lights, but to note that when that highest level of response is required, it is law enforcement that goes. The majority of cases, first of all, that come to trust and MCRT are actually able to be resolved on the phone. Only a small percentage of the trust calls actually need somebody to go out into the field. And this isn't, in many cases, obviously not all, like a stroke where their seconds make a difference. When that is the case, it certainly should be law enforcement, paramedics, fire, whoever needs to come for that level of emergency. But I don't want us to kind of flatten what has been very deliberately created as a tiered system.
Well, I certainly don't want to slow them down. I mean, if there's anything that PERT is providing is the speed of response. So I'm going to ask to see if...
It's not PERT that provides the speed. It's law enforcement
who
who has the clinician with them.
Clinician to get there faster.
Right, but law enforcement can respond that quickly without PERT as well, is what I'm saying. If there is a medical emergency, 911 deploys police, fire, whoever else comes out. So it is not essential that that is a PERT team if we're at that level of urgency. I don't want to get ahead of myself or out of my depth in the subject matter, but I'm not sure we need to add that piece to the motion.
So here's where I'm concerned about. Law enforcement gets there first, I get it. But I see law enforcement here is they're not trained to deal with these type of mental health issues. And if they need that help, they could call into the back line, right? We've got that, so that's good. But at the end of the day, sometimes I think the individual, and like I said, majority of cases, they want to come. But by the time they say, oh gosh, we need to get somebody out here.
Yeah.
When that happens, I don't think necessarily that the slower method, if we could actually speed it up for them to get out on scene, I see there's a value to it. So I'm just saying, I'm not saying asking you to make sure it happens, but I just want to ask the question. If that's actually something that's doable, as the county exec says, I think that could potentially be something good. And I'm going to let the expert, I'm not the expert here. I don't have a degree in psychiatry. I'll let the expert here to decide, is this something that potentially could be helpful or not?
Yeah, I do just want to re-emphasize that every team, irrespective of whether it's MCRT, PERT, or Trust, are acting with the utmost urgency and responding. So I do hear, your concern, Supervisor Lee, but I did want to just add that, every team is responding with utmost urgency to a call. I appreciate Supervisor Ellenberg referencing just the high percentage of calls that we actually de-escalate, resulting in a field response not being needed. So it is a smaller percentage of field calls that we are responding to. Many of the calls that we take, we're able to successfully de-escalate by phone. So.
Yeah, and if
I'll just add
PERT is
that.
the first call, it's that level of response that's
Correct.
going out immediately. Sorry, I realize we're getting beyond.
Sure. So in that case, yeah, I'm fine with this. So I'm just like, let's try it, right? We are trying this in the future, and if that's something that turns out to be needed, let us know, okay? And we'll come back when this experiment continues. Thank you. If no further comments, let's go take a row. Thank you.
Okay, that was a motion by Supervisor Ellenberg and a second by Supervisor Abacoga. Supervisor Abacoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Young.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
And President Lee.
Aye as well.
Thank you, motion carries.
Thank you very much. Unanimous. And we move back to item number 12, the Valley Homeless Healthcare Program Report.
Hi, good
Hi,
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, President Lee and members of the board. I'm Christy Rouse, Assistant Nurse Manager with Valley Homeless Healthcare Program, and I'm here with Celine Ho, the Director. Included in your packet, we have our quarterly update on our quality improvement metrics. While we do actively monitor 15 quality indicators, we focus on the 3 key metrics that we believe have the most significant impact on our population, and that's the colorectal screening, the hemoglobin A1C monitoring, and the depression screening. Also included as requested by, Vice President Arenas is in the age breakdown for the depression screening. So we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you so much. My colleagues, do you mind if I go open the public first and come back to us? Thank you. How many speakers do we have on this?
There are no requests to speak for item number 12.
Oh, that makes it easy. All right, let's end that part. I see the lights coming on. Start with Supervisor Young, please.
I'm sorry, I left my light on.
Oh,
but
okay.
since I have it on, I just want to send my appreciation to staff.
Thank you.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you so much for this month's report. I'm really encouraged by the progress that you're making in the 3 UDS metric categories. I just particularly want to single out the sharp decline in uncontrolled diabetes rates as evidenced, as I think that's evidence of your team's ability to coordinate outpatient care in the field, which I imagine is immensely challenging. Aside from today's report, I was hoping you could provide a brief update on the HRSA grant renewal process. Are we still on track for a November submission?
Yes, thank you so much for your question. We are still on track for that submission. The November submission is to let them know that we'll be submitting a full application, and that application is due in December. And as I mentioned, the application packet will be going to the board at that time for the board's approval before it gets submitted.
Thank you. HRSA is federal funding, correct?
Correct.
Is that impacted by HR 1? James mentioned something earlier about the Valley Homeless Health Plan expansion ending in 2026, or can you just say a little bit about the stability of the funding to the extent one can make predictions?
Yes, so far we have not received anything from HRSA that says we cannot submit and renew our grant funding. So we are under the impression that we will continue to submit our application for the next 4-year term.
Fantastic. Great. I hope it continues. Thank you so much. I'm happy to move receipt of the report.
Do we have a motion? Okay, the motion to receive report. Seconded.
But I do have some
Yes, go ahead,
comments.
Vice President.
I also want to thank you for the reduction of the A1C levels that improved over time, what is something that you thought really worked for people? Is there a practice that you changed, something that was improved, a delivery service that was different?
Well, I think one of the major things, we did initiate a point of care hemoglobin A1C machine at the Home First Clinic. So we were able to do point of care testing, so they had same day results. And then we have a pharmacist on site who was able to meet with the patients, order medication, and do some diet education with the clients. And I also believe it was really helpful that it was at this site because a lot of the clients reside at that shelter. So they were able to get follow-up care there as well.
And they were able to get like medication the day of or
Correct.
on site as well?
Correct.
Nice.
If not on site, we do have outreach workers who would pick up the medications and bring them to the shelter.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, somebody picking up medication is half of the battle, right? Wonderful. So how about with the rates of colorectal cancer for people under 50? I saw that there was a rise in that, and I wasn't sure if there was anything that you were thinking about doing differently or asking any preventative questions as part of your screening to help folks be more alert to that.
Are you, Supervisor Arenas, can I ask, are you asking why there's an increase in colorectal cancer screening or why an increase in our numbers?
Yeah, no, well, I guess maybe if you can begin by distinguishing both, because I thought it was an increase in people under 50, or is it just because you're seeing more people that there is an increase?
Yes, we are actually increasing the screening rate, and so we're actually screening more folks for colorectal cancer screening. And as in the report shows, we're actually being a lot more proactive with screening folks that are already in our medical respite program. They're there, they're stable. We can follow up to make sure that they submitted their fit test. We actually did also carry it out at our Saludos clinic, and so we're able to distribute the fit test in those settings as well.
Got it. So you increased the screenings, and in the increase of screenings, you found out that there was more folks who had cancer. Is that part of the increase?
I believe, Supervisor Ennis, this is just the screenings. So this is how many clients we've screened. It doesn't necessarily show the result of the test.
Okay, got it. And do you know if there is an increase in the rates of colorectal cancer for people under 50?
Great question, Supervisor Ennis. We could get back to you on that. We don't have the data right now on it.
Okay. I have some data that says that it is going to be the leading cause of cancer related to deaths in men under 50 by 2030, and so it'll surpass breast cancer as a leading cause of death in women. And so I'm wondering if there's anything that, if you're actually doing this screening and we know that this information is true, then how can we help in managing that? So it would be wonderful to hear any plans and what you find as you move through with the screenings now that you're doing. Okay, so those were my questions, and I think I thanked you last time for also the great improvements and increases in the depression screenings, and you broke them down by age, so I'm really grateful. Thank you so much. I think overall we are seeing a lot of depression in our younger kiddos, and then we have seen in the Latino Health Assessment the increase of 48% of suicide in men. And so knowing that, is there anything that different that you would do for the folks that you are completing depression screenings for? Is there any connections or anything else that you may be doing?
Yeah, that's a great question, Vice President Arenas. So our nurses do enter the screening tool into the system, and it does flag if it's above a certain score. And then with that flag, we then refer them to our internal psychiatrist, or we can also refer them to behavioral health.
Wonderful. I think if we could, for the next time, maybe have a little bit more of a breakdown on the ages. For example, if the 100 youth ages 0 through 18 were seen, if you could tell us if it was 20% of them that were screened or 80 or whatever that is, and if they were connected to a service, that would be great to know as well. Because I think I think the next step for that, admitting that you have a depressive state, sharing it with somebody, and then not getting a service, I think could be very detrimental, right? That may not create another opportunity for that person to be that revealing next time, right? Because they're going to say, well, I wasn't connected or nothing really happened. And also we can hopefully provide them with some information that can connect them with real services. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I really don't have any further questions, but I thought the report was very good. We got a motion, we got a second, then let's take the vote.
Okay, and that was a motion by Supervisor Ellenberg and a second by Vice President Arenas. Supervisor Abacoga is absent. Supervisor Jung?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
And President Lee?
Aye as well. Thank you.
Motion carries.
All right, next item, I believe we're hearing 14 and 15 together. And that's receiving recommendations relating to countywide service and supplies reductions implemented to balance the fiscal year 25-26 budget. And items 15 is adoption to the salary ordinance relating to specific positions.
Yes, so this item was requested coming out of the last budget process where we unfortunately had to take some urgent actions at the end of the budget process to ensure a structurally balanced budget in light of significantly reduced revenue estimates associated with some of the county's state realignment revenues. As a result, and as part of the budget that was adopted by the board in June, included a negative placeholder appropriation in Object 2 across departments. We have brought back a report that outlines departments' current strategies to address that, as well as, in a few cases, some adjustments in certain departments to swap some of those Object 2 reductions for Object 1 changes. You have the relevant details in the attachment to the legislative file, and item 15 is the implementation of those actions in those few departments that are associated with Object 1 instead of Object 2. We're happy to answer questions, and I know there's representatives from many departments who are available in case there's specific questions relevant to those departments.
Thank you, James. Any public like to speak on this item?
For item number 14 and 15, we have 3 speakers in chambers and 1 on Zoom.
Let's do 2 minutes each.
Okay, the queue will close when the first speaker begins speaking. In chambers, when I call your name, please approach the podium. She, Alice, and Cindy.
Our county's fiscal budget is in crisis because of uncontrolled spending and waste, not because of the uncertainties outside of the county's control. The truth is, for fiscal year 2024 and 25, our county was already in a hole of $250 million to $500 million. And the health and hospital system was in an operating deficit of $600 million. And yet, for the new fiscal year, we're still adding another $1 billion to the budget. You see, the government is never good good at controlling spending because it is other people's money. Even worse, our county officials blame the federal funding cuts and play victim, telling us if we don't impose more taxes, we might have to shut down our trauma center. Well, we don't buy that. For the record, the federal cuts are to reduce waste and fraud. The county officials should take the opportunity to re-examine all the programs and beneficiaries for the legitimacy and efficiency. For example, if we don't renew the Voters' Choice Act, we will bring back $88 million from waste and put it in good use for the next 5 years. And why is there a $13 million for illegal immigration service to counter federal immigration law? In case you forgot, U.S. Constitution Article number 6 establishes that federal law is the supreme law of the land, and state officials must take oath to follow. We do not need our county to ever expand government programs and spendings and perpetuate the social problems they claim to solve. These out-of-control spendings enrich the NGOs and benefit selected groups.
Ms. Dallas? Yeah, I just want to call your attention that Voters' Choice Act is an option for this county, not a requirement. It's Board of Supervisors' job to review the data every 4 years to determine whether it meets its objective before renewing. It's not for you to just put it on autopilot. And we have been to a ROV meeting and discovered that it was never reviewed by this, by any of you. So Voter Choice Act is up for renewal this year. The intentional Voter Choice Act is based on the premise that by giving voters convenient choices will increase voter turnout. We combed through ROV's data and discovered that VCA was an objective failure. The data shows voter turnout actually decreased because people didn't trust the massive vote by mail. Worse yet, the cost of VCA election double or even quadruple in some cases. Essentially, we're wasting 10 to 20 million every election for negative results. Is this really what we want? The solution to your budget problem is to have the courage to review and cut out any fair programs, such as Voters' Choice Act, and not further tax every single resident in this county.
Good afternoon. My name is Cindy, and I would like to have a comment about 15, salary. In 2024, Santa Clara County has employees, 28,000 people, with 277 people earning over $500,000 total compensation annually, 147 people over $600,000, 88 people over $700,000, 52 people over $800,000, 19 people over $900,000, and 6 people exceeding $1 million annually. About 90% of this high earner work in our healthcare systems, and majorly in Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. These figures raise concerns about fiscal priorities, especially amid the county's budget challenges. While healthcare is critical, such high salary for a small group demands scrutiny to ensure taxpayer money is used efficiently. The Board of Supervisors must review these compensation levels to balance fair pay with fiscal responsibility, particularly when facing budget deficit crisis. Transparency and accountability are essential to maintain public trust. Thank you.
We'll now take our speaker on Zoom. Parent, I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, I was reviewing the cuts in the DA's office, and it shows that we're going to cut 3 employees, legal secretaries and legal clerks. And I just had an idea I'd like to pass it by you guys. Maybe we could save these jobs. And that's by bringing Daniel Chung back to work. Because that one deputy district attorney job, I mean, we could parlay that. We'd have one less necessity, and we could parlay that into 3 jobs. And it doesn't make any sense that we're paying him to stay at home. I mean, 4 years now. I mean, that's $800,000 and all the legal costs. I mean, because what? He wrote an op-ed, or he supported the VTA shooting victims, or he paid out of his own pocket to attend a training. I mean, I don't even buy those excuses. He just wanted to protect my children, and that's what we really want in the DA's office. And I also saw that we $200,000 cut in the county council office, and I just read yesterday that Tony Lopresti, he welcomed the ruling that we're going to dismiss, that the case is going to be dismissed, that Daniel Chung filed against the county. And Daniel Chung, of course, he says he's going to appeal the decision, and so we're going to throw out more money. And I mean, doesn't Tony Lopresti care that? I mean, we're paying him to essentially do nothing. It makes no sense that we're keeping him at home. And really, this guy wants to protect the community. If you want to see how he tried to protect me and my children, please Google the terms DA Jeff Rosen, petition, sex trafficking, all those terms together. In the first top 5 results, you'll see what I'm talking about. Thank you for your time.
That was our final speaker.
Thank you. I'm going to look to my colleagues. Oh, my colleague. To see if we have any. We're just taking comments.
I see, yes. Thank you so much. And we finish with our speakers, so we end the speaking portions of this. So I'm looking toward dais. Anybody would like to have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, motion. Have a second?
I'll second it, acknowledging that the content is hard to read, but what we had expected. So thank you for the clarity.
Thank you. And I just want to thank the county exec for putting together these thoughtful reductions. Certainly, this is just a very small piece of reductions that we'll have to deal with moving forward, but certainly this is a start from you look at supply budget, but I can imagine that there'll be many more millions of cuts that we'll be facing in the very, very near future. These are tough times ahead, but no, certainly it's necessary given the fiscal impact that we're seeing. And that's all I have. Oh, sorry, more comments. Yes, Vice President.
No, I just, I was thinking about when you were speaking that I also appreciate that this is a difficult thing to do. And I know we're going through it quite quickly, but I do want to take the time to thank James and your team for the work, and of course our budget director for the work in this item, but more importantly for ensuring that we're keeping our word to our residents when we said we were going to do our piece, that this is a three-prong approach, that not only are we asking for Measure A to be on the ballot, but we're doing our piece about efficiency and reductions and looking for external revenue sources. This financial cliff that we are about to jump from isn't one that we created, but we certainly need to work with our systems to ensure that our residents feel the least amount of changes, and definitely not in quality for the services that we provide. There was a question I had about I know I've mentioned this before, and I wonder if we could have an opportunity to bring to a future meeting some of the efficiencies that our departments sometimes find, and I know that in our Hewlett, our Housing, Land Use, Environment, Transportation Committee, there was a really quick fix, which was putting a QR code or sending the right address for people to send in their payment to us. And some of these things that we take for granted, and their novelty maybe internally here, but for us, that's the way we even look at a menu nowadays in the restaurant. So are there other strategies that are probably in our workforce that we can bring forward?
Yeah, absolutely, and I appreciate your comments, Supervisor, and just going to your earlier comments, I know the departments here and those not here would acknowledge that they're hard at work in these efforts, including identifying efficiencies, and recognize the severity of what we're facing as an organization, largely as a direct result of what's happened at the federal level. Regarding these kind of examples, I think they are great, and one of the things we're planning to do is incorporate some of those examples as highlights in this budget process, so that we can really showcase concretely some of the ways in which our staff and our organization as a whole has identified ways to either deliver service better, more efficiently, revenue-related options and approaches, and ways that we've addressed sometimes some outdated ways of doing business. So we're going to feature and highlight those exact things.
That would be great. Listen, if we can make it a contest.
We have that as well. So we have both at the departmental level and at the countywide level, we have mechanisms for ideas and suggestions and feedback. Several departments have even anonymous ways for folks to share that, and then at a countywide level, we continue to have contest. Maybe isn't quite the right word, but basically an acknowledgement, program where ideas that end up getting incorporated in the recommended budget, and we do have some recognition, ways of recognizing that for those good suggestions.
Wonderful. So maybe what you could do is at the next meeting that you think is in which you have some of that already done, if you would share it in your updates, and that way we can also recognize that and share it with our residents that internally we are doing our part, not only in these very difficult reductions, and as you heard me earlier, I'm resisting also in some of the changes that we're making for our programs, because I know the value that they hold to our community and what it actually means and translates to in the long run. Not because I don't want to make these reductions, but because these are very difficult decisions to make. And so anyways, I just wanted to amplify that a bit.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, got a motion and seconded. If no further comments, let's take a vote.
Want to confirm that is a motion for item number 14
And 15.
and 15?
Correct,
So
both.
it's a motion to approve and a motion to adopt.
Correct.
Okay. And that was Vice President Arenas, and the second by Supervisor Ellenberg.
Correct.
Okay. Supervisor Abakoga is absent. Supervisor Jung?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
And President Lee?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item, I believe, is 16, which is regarding the Assembly Bill 109. This is a report from the county exec regarding to services, strategies, and funding for the California Public Safety Realignment Act, gender-based violence support, immigration-related support, and Department of Families, Children Services Prevention Programs. Yes, Greta, hi.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I will just provide a brief overview of this item, and then we're happy to take questions or any other feedback the board would like to give. This item brings forward to the full board for consideration 4 reports that went to the various board policy committees, beginning first with a report on AB 109 funding for contracted services and kind of the historical approach that's been taken to allocating those funds, as well as reports that went to FGOC and CSFC related to funding for immigration-related services, gender-based violence services, and prevention services administered by the Department of Family and Children's Services. We have taken the feedback from the committee members and attempted to summarize key themes from the various discussions that took place at the committee level to bring forward for further input from the full board, what were at least our high-level takeaways from those committee discussions, with an eye toward then capturing the board's feedback in the instructions that we will give to our departments as we enter the upcoming budget process, as one of several opportunities based on prior feedback from the board on how the board would like staff to help facilitate more opportunities for board policy input and direction on prioritization as we head into what we all know will be a very challenging budget season. So appreciated the really positive feedback that came at the committee level on some of the information that was presented, and also wanted to express gratitude for the many staff who worked on trying to compile really detailed information in response to requests from the board that came during our last set of budget discussions for the budget for this fiscal year. And with that, happy to take questions or any additional feedback that board members would like to provide related to the summary of the committee level feedback included in this report.
Okay, Clerk, do we have anybody who wants to speak on this item?
We have one request to speak in chambers. Julian Delgadillo. That was our only speaker.
Okay, I guess that's it. So we're going to close the public speaking portion. Yes, Supervisor Allenberg. Go ahead.
Thank you, Greta, for the report and the breakdown that that helps us begin to get a handle on what it means when we cut Object 2 or cut funds. It is such a vague and sanitized response or description. My priority, I know we talked earlier in this meeting about board member priorities. Mine has always been to prioritize investments in prevention and then very early intervention. And I also think it's critical that we try to hold on to the programs that are truly the most impactful, evidence-based, reflect best practices. What I'd like to see is, as well in table format, are the rest of the general fund funded service contracts that includes a column designating one of those 3 categories, if any, so that the board has a clear understanding of where general funds are going. You've done it for these 4 categories, for example, public health, probation, the Office of LGBTQ, and the other DESJ contracts. I'm sure others that aren't coming to mind at the moment. Compared to something like behavioral health, where my understanding is that those are not primarily funded by general fund, although they will be severely impacted by HR 1 and MHSA partial defunding. Is that a clear ask?
Well, let me just share a couple of thoughts in response to that, and maybe you can help guide us, because we obviously want to figure out what we can bring back that's getting at the heart of the question that you're posing. You know, of course, we use general fund to fund all manner of contracts. I'm just looking out at the audience, everything from the expert witnesses that might testify in a case brought forward by the public defender to items big and small. If what you're asking for is in these categories,
Direct client service contracts where we are providing or contracting for services that support clients, patients, et cetera.
Happy to try and bring forward a little bit more information on that. I think probably the best version of that, and perhaps we can get a little bit of feedback from you on what we can bring back. The best version of that included in this document was one of the items brought forward to CSFC related to prevention funding, where we did some augmentation. So happy to walk through that with you, get any feedback on what else you would hope to see be included, and think about how we could apply a chart form like that to some of the other service categories that you're naming.
Yeah, thank you. The charts, if we're listing the service and the amount of money, that gets us part of the way there because we know what we're funding. How will the board be able to evaluate what contracts are actually having desired impact as opposed to output? They're serving X number of people, unless the impact there is to just provide a specific service. If we're looking to decrease recidivism, for example, okay, whatever the examples are, how do we know if the contracts in which we are investing are improving people's circumstances?
I think it depends a bit on what service type we're talking about, and I'll maybe return to some of the conversations that we had at Public Safety and Justice on this topic for your colleagues who are not part of that discussion. For some of our contracts where we're serving a really small number of folks and where those folks are getting multiple types of services from the county, it's often difficult for us to know which of the services that may be receiving may be driving a positive outcome if we see one, or what may be the factors that have nothing to do with the services that we're providing that may also be inhibiting them from achieving the outcomes we may want to see. For example, we talked a little bit about earlier in this board meeting, the efficacy of some of the behavioral health services we're delivering may be diminished if somebody's unhoused when they're receiving those services. But I think the best answer I can give to that is sometimes we're looking at specifically what's happening with the folks served by a particular service modality and what we're seeing as trends over time. Other times we're really making sure that the services we're funding have a really strong evidence base to support paying for that practice, and that the contractor we're using is doing that service delivery with fidelity to the practice that's been studied and deemed effective in other contexts. So as we give direction to departments to really focus on preserving funding for those services that we think are yielding the best outcomes for the communities that they serve, we're expecting departments to be looking at both of those types of approaches to determining efficacy, both looking at what are the evidence-based practices we're funding based on research in the relevant field, plus what services the department leadership are seeing, or the folks who are having most close contact with the program are seeing as yielding good outcomes for their clients. And then finally, another component that was also part of the feedback we got from multiple committees is making sure that we're receiving feedback from folks who are receiving services so that they can also guide us in saying, these are the services that we are experiencing as meaningful and having an impact and being most valuable to us as the folks who are receiving the services the county is funding.
Thank you. I think increased transparency here is one of the most valuable things we could do in always, and in particular in this budget climate. I think it's also an opportunity to look at our contracting practices with CBOs, with other partners, to be maybe more clear than we have been with what the expected impact is. That way, and do they have the capacity to achieve the impact that we are looking for? I would be interested in how we can formalize that in our contracting process so that there is a more regular, I'm about to say reporting out, and I can hear the CBO providers in my head. They're very good. saying, don't give us more paperwork, don't give us more things to fill out, we don't have capacity for that, we need to provide the services, which is fair. We also need to know that the money that we are investing is having a positive impact, and we have to have the courage to shift those funds if they are not having the desired impact. But for the most part, the board hasn't weighed in on what impact we want to see, which again comes back to the priority setting that Supervisor Arenas mentioned. And the bigger picture, and I have been working on a referral, not refined yet, but to ask for a better breakdown, and happy to achieve this in other ways, a better breakdown of Object 2. Because when we're doing incremental budgeting, especially if there's no changes to the budget, we still don't know how the money is being spent, and we don't have a clear understanding of what is direct service, where are we helping, everything helps people, where are administrative costs, where are staplers and papers and copiers costs, and that whole collective Object 2 single number is really difficult. And I think just even the fact I think it was 14 in the previous item, that just about all of the departments met their requested reduction, like almost to the dollar. That to me suggests that within the category, items weren't delineated so specifically, but that it was just an overall pot that had to be reduced. So I'm open to suggestions and recommendations, but this is the kind of help that I'm looking for. And if I'm going to be asked to make cuts, I need to understand who is being impacted and what we will be losing.
The question makes good sense. I think we can come up with some strategies, particularly kind of looking retrospectively on how Object 2 has been spent. There's a lot of reasons why there isn't the sort of granularity of programming of Object 2 funding on a go-forward basis that we can talk through, but very possible to give much more clarity on how Object 2 is being spent for different departments. That can give you a sense of how that breakdown is occurring between service delivery, office supplies, other standard Object 2 expenditures, and how departments kind of leverage some of the flexibility they need in Object 2 as needs evolve throughout the year for different, is there a conference that somebody needs to attend for continuous learning and the like? So we can definitely think about how best to do that. I think
if we even pull out and focus third-party contracts, those aren't flexible once they're signed.
Yes.
Those are, that should be a category in Object 2.
Yeah, and we can definitely talk about that. And I think it's, we have thought some about how we can better present some of that information through these 4 items that we brought forward to the board. Was definitely labor intensive to kind of figure out a process here, but useful in that we can now replicate some of what we've done for these items to try and provide a little bit of greater clarity on what has historically been the approach to allocating some of these contract funds, and then what options might we really need to consider as we're facing much more constrained budget in the upcoming fiscal years.
Thanks. I'm happy to hear from my colleagues. I didn't make a motion because I want to understand the best and most impactful way to request more specific information.
Yes, Vice President Arenas.
There's a couple of things. I know that the report shows how many of us in the different committees were challenged by reductions and how we are supposed to make reductions. I think the themes that were pulled are very accurate. I think it points to the board needing additional information on how to make decisions during these very major budgetary challenging times, right? When you're looking at systems and these system changes, our decisions will have impact in our systems. And yet we haven't set the criteria that we are going to hold ourselves to before we make those reductions. While I appreciate, the reductions we're making, I don't, and to your point, Supervisor Ellenberg, I don't know what we're losing in the process, right? And I'll just speak from my experience in the committee when we were talking about gender-based violence, and I know there was a tremendous amount of funding that we recognized once all the information was pooled, and I think it also tells us that we need systems within our county that can help us, again, better help us track funding across departments, internal and external, or not departments, but other county related offices, so that we can see our collective effort, right? Because we haven't seen that collective effort, and that collective effort is only done once in a while we are asking for that, and it takes a great deal of work. But I think it allowed us to see what was being invested. And so there were 7 service categories in gender-based violence, and I was asked to prioritize 3 of those service categories, and Supervisor Young as well, not just me. And I was like, well, how am I supposed to make this decision? It's like, which kid do you like the best or the least, right? And it's like, no, I like them both. And I likened it to like, what part of my body do I not want, right? Which one do I want to lose? Maybe the toe. But all in jest, right? To me, it felt that grave. Like, you're asking me something that is going to have a lot of impact in my community, in our collective community. And I don't know what that exactly is going to translate to. And it wasn't lost on me that just about a week ago, there was a triple homicide in my district that was based on gender-based violence. It was domestic violence, right? And 3 people lost their lives. And so, I think that there's something that that we need. And I don't know, I don't know what the board thinks, but I'm hoping that we can bring in a consultant that deals with the kind of funding that we have. I mean, we have major funding and very complex systems that can help us figure out how to make these decisions, whether they need to be evidence-based or outcome-based. We don't have a program-based budget that allows us to take a look at what programs are being scaled down. And sometimes it's out of complaint, it's complaint-based, right? Because whatever program that has a relationship with us or that we recognize because we like the program, then what happened to that program, and why is it hanging on by a thread, or why isn't it there anymore? And it's because you made that decision, right, to make it go away. And so I think I had asked for a budget conversation during the end of this year, and I wonder if we could bring a consultant in that can help us begin to make these kinds of decisions, because I realize that it's going to take a great deal of effort from our departments, and I'd like it to be a little more neutral, because if we ask each of the departments how we are supposed to make decisions, the method might fit what the department may want to keep, right? And so there'll be no rhyme or reason except for something that somebody else knows is crucial to their level of service or their departments. So anyways, I'm wondering if we could bring somebody in to help us, maybe have a workshop or have an approach, because I don't necessarily see it coming. We could say we want evidence-based and outcome-based, but then what? How are we going to hold that criteria when the budget comes to us? And are we going to be able to say, okay, this is all evidence-based, or this is all outcome-based decisions, or and this is how I will know that these programs are the ones that should stay or should not stay. Or we're not going to make those decisions at that level, but hopefully the direction that we give will provide direction for those folks who are in charge of programs to keep or not keep. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. Let me just share a few thoughts. Well, first, I actually totally love the analogy that you shared at CSFC about feeling like this budget process sometimes is going to feel at the department level, at the county leadership level, and at the board level, certainly also in our community, like a choice between what body part do you want cut off first. It really does feel that way. And I've actually shared that analogy that you shared with all of us at CSFC with our departments, because I think that is the experience as we stare down the magnitude of some of the reductions. What it's also feeling like at the departmental level and across the county organization. One request that we're definitely going to incorporate as best we can in the upcoming budget process that did come out of the discussions and feedback from the board is, and it speaks to something that I think you just raised, which is sometimes it's hard to hear only about what programs are slated for reduction or elimination without understanding what we're preserving by having those be the things that fall away. And so we will do our best to think about how to better present some of that context, because I think it sometimes makes even the very difficult decision to let go of a program feel a little bit less wrenching when you understand it's designed to preserve this whole other body of services that will continue on, because those are the services that were not put forward. I think the feedback that we've gotten from the board that's captured here, and definitely open to any suggestions. I appreciate that you felt like we did a good job of kind of capturing the general key themes that the board expressed, is feedback that I do think the departments can apply. One of the challenges that we as county administration face, that the board certainly faces, is the services we provide are vast. The expertise required to assess which are the right, most high evidence-based services within a particular realm requires expertise. I think our departments do try to balance both their expertise, their knowledge of what programs seem to be getting a lot of positive feedback in the community, their understanding of what other services they have in their operation may be able to absorb some of the clients that may have been currently served by one program if that program falls away. So I think a lot of what, one thing I would just say that I think we'd be challenged by with our budget timelines, getting an external partner up to speed on with the depth in each of these different domains. Of course, we're always wanting to try and learn and leverage external partners for some of those processes. But I do think on the county administration side and at the department level, we can really try to do our best work to bring forward to the board and to the community a really clear explanation of how the department, in bringing forward whatever are its recommended reductions, thought about each of these criteria, applied a lens of evidence. And I just want to also bring back another point that we've heard loud and clear and really appreciate as part of the board's feedback, which is to really ask for clarity and data from our providers on what are both the numbers of folks they're serving, the outcomes they're seeing, and exactly what data points we need and can try and bring forward as part of our budget recommendations are driving what programs we're saying to let go and what programs we say have such a strong evidence or outcomes to support them that they're the ones that we really need to hold on to. And I'll just say, you know, there's others where we also need to look at, it's hard to compare sometimes because you may have one provider who is providing a super high touch, super highly effective service, but it's really high cost per individual, so they can only serve a small number of individuals compared with another provider who may be providing a lighter touch service, but providing it to far more people. So there's also some nuance involved, of course, that our departments try to weigh too, knowing that determining which services are having which outcomes and some of those trade-offs can be a big challenge. Housing space is a good example of the comments you raised of, you know, some of the interventions that we know work best are also really expensive per person, so we can only provide them to a small number of people balanced against trying to serve more. So those are some of the, definitely the types of thought processes that are supposed to be driving all the department recommendations, and we'll do our best to try and enrich some of the presentation of the budget material to really reflect that kind of analysis.
I'm glad you brought that up because I think inadvertently we may create that for our contractors, right? This pursuit of additional numbers so that they can meet a contract minimum, but that doesn't mean that they're being effective or using the most effective engagement strategy with that particular community. And I think back to the Mayor's Gang Task Force and some of the best funded programs there were meant to interact with our kiddos that were engaged in gangs in a way that really limited their options. And what we found was because we were asking those agencies to fulfill a certain number, what they ended up doing was exactly what you said, Greta, which was a light touch here. So they were connecting with the kids who were lightly involved with gangs versus the kids who were in a deeper engagement or had family or was generational. And so we were really working against our own selves in that sense, because it's easier to do that, right? And we don't want to inadvertently create those kinds of opportunity or those kinds of decisions for contractors, right? Where they're going to engage with the more manageable of our communities, because we are the stopgap here. Like this is the safety net. There is no more unless, there's further, but we don't want folks to go into any systems beyond us, right? We want them to stop with us. We want them to feel supported. We want them to be able to shift and have opportunities. And so I think it's really important with what you were saying earlier. I think we also need to look at, as a board member, I want to look at this as an opportunity to transform our systems. But that can only happen if we, as a board, are on track and are on the same page in terms of how we're making decisions through our fiscal budget, through our budget process. And unless we have somebody who's going to support us and provide that collective effort in a public setting, we can't really do it because we can only talk to one other person. And so this is the reason why I'm asking if we could have, not necessarily to shift all and learn all about all of the complex systems, but I'm sure there's a lot of consultants who already work with counties up and down the state that are very familiar with very complex systems in California that could help us find a budget framework that would work for us. is what I'm, and I think you saw it in our committees. I mean, you've enlisted all of the themes that I think are really important. I think it's just figuring out a way, how can we be consistent in making decisions when we have those decisions to make. And then I know you want to give me some feedback, but I don't want to lose this thought, and I will come back to some additional themes that I want to add, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the comments you were making, and I was going to add one more. That's a lens that I think is going to be a challenging one for all of our departments, and I know it's one that also has been raised by all the members of the board in different contexts, which is the trade-off also between those deep end services for folks who are really, really struggling and suffering versus the prevention-oriented services that we know prevent folks from ever ending up in that situation. And a lot of those deeper end services are the mandated services. The prevention services are more discretionary. And so I think another lens that we will be asking our departments to bring based on prior feedback from the board is also trying to make sure that we're not sacrificing some of our prevention investments, knowing that those do take a lot of time to yield benefit, but we have really strong evidence bases to support a lot of our prevention oriented services, and need to keep those investments going, because there's, once folks have already, to use the common analogy, once folks have already fallen into the river and we're trying to pull them out, that's very difficult. We need to keep them from falling in the river into the first place. So.
Oh, absolutely. People are heavier. So let me just add, to your point, I want to make sure that we continue to include prevention in our budget, but this is a theme that I think we all have to figure out whether we agree on this or not, and I don't know how else to do that other than maybe a study session, a workshop that we could have, that we could talk about collectively, and create a budget strategy for ourselves. So I think never investing zero in prevention. And prevention was part of the gender-based violence, one of the 7 service categories. And I thought that is just as important as any of the other service categories. And I would love to see that included in our theme, in our themes, if our board agrees. And then the other piece is leading with equity, because I think we need to make sure that we target those who are most vulnerable, and be place-based, right? Be responsive to the communities where they actually need the support. And back to your point, Greta, that we may have to focus on those who. And I think about with under AB 109, it's, the reentry folks, right? These are folks who we want them to have an opportunity to re-engage in our community and not to fall back into the carceral system, because even if it is a lot more expensive to provide those services one-to-one to those reentry clients, it is going to be a lot more expensive to provide the services within our jail system. And so that's also another criteria that we need to figure out, even if we have to invest a little more, what are those areas that we're willing to hold on to or continue to invest, irregardless of what that budget actually represents. And not to say it doesn't matter what it costs, but the cost is gonna, eventually the cost will pay for itself in the end, right? And so to me, that's another theme. And what areas should we apply that to? I don't know, because we all have slightly different priority areas, but I know that there is definitely common themes among us as a board. So anyways, have you made a motion? No. So I'll make a motion to to receive the report relating to the service strategies and funding for the California Public Safety Realignment, AB 109. And to add to the themes that were identified to the court, to lead with equity, and then to continue to focus on prevention, or at least, I don't know how we want to say it, but always include prevention in any one of the categories that we find important, because if we lose prevention, I would love to hear from the rest of my colleagues, but I think that those are the two themes that I think we're missing, is the leading with equity and the prevention, ensuring that we always invest in prevention.
Very happy to second that.
Yes. Okay, so no more lights, I see. I just want to say that I'm concerned that there are gaps, many gaps in our data, and so moving forward, I really believe we have to be based our action that has to be data-driven, focusing on recidivism rates to help people stay out of jail and engage the people who have been through this process over and over again. Related to the CCP report, knows that reentry wasn't at the September meeting, and I understand that the state statute actually designates certain seats. But question is whether we could also include reentry because the voice is clearly important in this conversation. And relating to the DFCS issue, some concerns we've been hearing related to prevention includes lack of cultural brokers for specific populations, the long wait and response time for the CSCC program, and the lack of support for non-minor and minor dependents who are parents themselves. Thus, I want to ask that we look at all the funding avenues before cutting prevention programs and work. And again, our funding theme should be on breaking the cycles of recidivism. Another concern I've heard is that in many different contexts is the quality of the contract oversight and enforcement. So I would like to ask the maker of the motion, see if we could add to the motion and direct staff to provide an off-agenda report on major issues and barriers with respect to contract oversight and enforcement across our county departments, including outcome-based contracting. I would like to recommend, as these reports come back, that they are certainly clear and concise and easily readable by everybody. Is that acceptable to the maker?
I'm sorry, you spoke a little faster than
Sure.
I could write. So you wanted an off-agenda report on
issues and barriers with respect to contract oversight and enforcement across our county departments, including outcome-based contracting. So also I'd like to recommend that as these reports do come back, that they are being, readable, easily readable, clear and concise. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Supervisor,
Yes,
on the,
sure.
if I could just ask maybe make a suggestion on how we might tackle the request you just made, and see if this would work for you and for other members of the board. The challenges and the complexity of contract enforcement varies a bit area by area. I think we could bring back a brief report that summarizes key themes across our CBO contracts for direct services that really span departments, but then perhaps focus in on maybe one of the 4 areas that we brought forward here to do a little bit of a deeper dive for you in one area, and then see what additional information might be useful. But I think that might be better than trying to do a really high-level report across the board, focusing in on one area.
No, that's fine with me.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank
so
you.
the maker will go ahead and amend it as Greta says.
I'll accept it.
And acceptable to the
That's fine.
second? All right, good. I have a motion made, second, amended. Okay, so no further comments. All in favor say, let's take the roll. Sorry.
Okay, and that was a motion by Vice President Arenas, seconded by Supervisor Ellenberg. Supervisor Abakoga is absent. Supervisor Jung?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
And President Lee?
Aye as well. Thank you.
Thank you, motion carries.
Thank you. And then moving to the next one, which is items removed from the consent calendar. And I believe those were items 27, 29, and 30 that is being asked to be removed by Vice President Rennes and to be heard concurrently. And those are relating to the resolution of Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program funding for the Morgan Hill Subacute Facility, the Behavioral Health South County Treatment Campus, and also the Enhanced Short-Term Residential Therapeutic Program.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee, Keeley, Deputy County Executive. Today, we brought forward 4 resolutions that would allow the county to submit applications to Prop 1 Bond BHCIP program, the sort of capital improvement program, the round 2 of it. Each of these 4 proposals we have discussed at some level. For the behavioral health treatment facility, South County campus, we believe that this is one of our more competitive applications. It would significantly help us reach our goals. It is in a kind of a rural area and is an opportunity for us to have a partnership with our neighboring counties to the south. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Yes, Supervisor. Vice President Rennes?
Yes. So I have made my my concerns already known, and I'll just to share with the board is that these are a number of developments that will come to the south part of the county that will address issues for all of our county. And while I know that you know, I have one of the largest counties in terms of just geography, there is a lot of rural areas. This area has been underserved. And so we are asking the south part of the county to take on a couple of things. The South County Treatment Campus, we're asking for them to also host or have South County be the home to the subacute facility in Morgan Hill on the Valley Health Center campus. We're asking them to also have the enhanced short-term residential therapeutic program. And you know, any one of these projects would be huge in any one of the districts of my colleagues. Any one of them. But you're asking me to take 3. And there is no investment and no communication with my community about this. And so I feel that I'm going to put these on hold until the next meeting. And I realize that there's a deadline, and I want you to meet your deadline if this is something that we can get through with our community. But I can't, in good faith, ask the south part of the county to host 3 different behavioral health programs that will be the answer to a countywide issue without having some level of investment to mitigate their impact. And it doesn't have to be physical impact, but in terms of services. And then second, to have some level of communication with the community about what's potentially coming. Now, I know these are projects that we are submitting for, but at the very least, I'd like to let folks know that we're submitting for them. So I'm going to make that motion to hold item 27 and 29 until the October 21st meeting.
Yeah, a question to the county executive. Do you have any comment regarding this and regarding timing of all this?
Yeah, round 2 of the behavioral health funding is actually a smaller amount than round 1. I don't think it's likely that all these projects, if any of the projects, get awarded. The state did emphasize for round 2 projects in rural areas, which is why you see these projects brought forward. From a staff perspective, I think it would be more efficient to just not move forward with some of these than to hold them to the 21st and have us put together all the application proposals. So, you know, the new item is really that South County campus item. The Morgan Hill item is a repackaging. It's slightly different, but it's a repackaging of one of the proposals that was approved by the board for round 1, along with the 101 Jose Figueres site. So my recommendation would be to instead just not move forward with, I think it's item 29.
29. Okay. Morgan Hill is still, the south part of the county is going to take on this subacute facility. It was supposed to be meant for something slightly different, and I understand that we need to pivot. And this is our attempt to qualify for Prop 1. And I want to make sure that if this was brought to me any sooner and I was part of this conversation for the last 3 months that this project was being discussed and developed, instead of the last 2 weeks, I think I may have a different take on this. I can't fathom telling my district that they're going to have this treatment campus in Gilroy when they historically have not received services that they've been asking for generations. So, and I don't know what the step down plan was. I've asked these questions I haven't gotten the answers to, and so I'm fine with having you then not submit item 29 if that is the decision that you all need to make.
I just think that's preferable to holding all of the items to October 21st with a October 28th deadline from the state. I just think it would be, because this is my personal perspective, I think it's unfortunately unlikely that the projects will get awarded, period. But if they do, I think it's very unlikely that all 4 of them will get awarded. I think we all agree that 101 Jose Figueres is a very high priority project, although unfortunately it's not going to score well on the rural criterion from the state, but that's a project we submitted last time. It's a very high priority project, and it's not one of the ones that you pulled. So the board already approved that on consent today. But I just think from making sure that whatever applications we do submit are in the best shape possible to be as competitive as possible, my recommendation would be to just move forward with a narrower set today instead of leaving that up on the 21st. We can do that, but I just think from whatever we submit, whether it's 1, 2, 3, or 4, submitting the best things possible to give us the best opportunity of getting an award, I think it would be cleaner to just drop 29 today and move forward with the other 3 as the best proposal that we can. That's just my recommendation.
I agree. I really have no qualms about the SDRTP program. I obviously am very supportive of the program, and it's fine that, anyways, and the conversion of the Morgan Hill subacute facility is also something I can accept. But you're absolutely right. Number 29, which is the treatment campus, is something that I'm not sure that that my district could take on for the whole county.
So are you amending your motion to move forward item 27 and item 30 today?
Yes, so we'll go ahead and approve those, which, yes.
Okay, and I'll second it.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Any further comments? Actually, let me see. No, public, sorry. Anybody in the public like to speak on this item?
There are no requests to speak on this item.
Okay, let me close that first. Supervisor Ellenberg.
Supervisor Arenas, I understand your concern, and it sounds like communication could have been better, should have been better here earlier on. They're not brand new projects, but I understand if the community didn't receive outreach, they weren't aware of them until this agenda published. I think there's always a challenge in when outreach begins. These are applications for a financial award. We did apply for the first round, didn't get any of our projects funded. So my guess is part of casting the wide net here is to hope that we get at least one of these projects. The notion of getting more than one seems statistically incredibly unlikely. And I just, I want to be respectful of your district and your constituents. And at the same time, it both breaks my heart and makes me very nervous to pull out an application just because the odds are so slim and our needs are so high. Certainly across the county, there's a plethora of behavioral health facilities, and I'm working on adding more in my district, and I feel like we're just reducing our chances here of getting a grant, but certainly applying for 3 with very strong applications is preferable than spending too much time arguing about whether the 4th should be included.
Yeah, I completely understand, and this behavioral, the treatment campus that would be that could have been on St. Louis hospital campus is something that is too much for me to accept with 2 weeks of notice, as I not because I don't want our district to do our part. Absolutely, there's more space. It makes sense for people to develop a little bit more in some areas that are allowed. But the other piece you have to understand is that our emergency department has a tent in the back of the parking lot. That's our emergency department. And the upgrade to it is portables, okay? Yeah. And then right next to it will be a treatment center that will be brand new. And I don't know with what legs I'm going to stand on to tell people that we have money for a treatment campus, but we don't have money to have a dignified emergency department.
I hear you, and the legs that you stand on are that this was a state grant that we got particular funding for, and better to have that. And when our budget improves or we have other opportunities to fund the infrastructure at St. Louis, that should absolutely be prioritized. But we potentially have dollars, will have dollars to do this other project. So I don't
feel
that it's.
This is a grant. I mean, these are monies that we're going to ask the state that
Right.
we could potentially.
Exactly. And if we don't get the funding, we're not building the project. So it's not a matter of spending money on this or on St. Louis. It's spending money on this because that's what the money will be given for, or having no money. Unfortunately, it's not fungible or flexible. I am concerned, though, just from a communications perspective, that you only had 2 weeks' notice, because this isn't brand new. We have been working on these for months, and I would just look to and encourage administration to make triply sure that you are reaching out to us early and consistently so that a supervisor isn't in this position. I've known about your projects for a while.
Well, that is a shame because this is my district.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, currently I have a motion and a second
Sorry,
on 27 and 30
President,
only.
If I might,
Go ahead, Tony.
I believe the motion is to move forward with 27 and 30. In other words, the motion is to adopt the resolution as recommended for 27 and 30, but there's no action that's been stated in the motion as to 29. Do you want to do a separate
Yeah,
action
we
as to
could do
29?
separate. Let's get this one through first.
Okay, so this is just a motion as to 27 and 30.
Yes. Okay, no further comments? Let's take a vote.
And that was a motion by Vice President Arenas and a second
Seconded.
Vice President Lee.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Abakoga is absent.
I'm
Supervisor
so
Young?
sorry, Nancy. I just have a process question. Do we then do a separate vote on 29?
Yes, that's
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and once again, Supervisor Abakoga is absent. Supervisor Young?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
And President Lee?
Aye as well.
Thank you, motion carries.
Okay, thank you. So right now, we still have 29 pending. Do I have a motion?
And I'll make a motion not to approve item 29.
Second, Yoon.
Okay. Moved and seconded? Okay, all right. Let's take a vote.
Okay, that was a motion by Vice President Arenas and a
The
second
second
by
by Supervisor Young.
Supervisor Young. Okay. Supervisor Abakoga is absent. Supervisor Young?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
And President Lee?
Yes as well.
Thank you, motion carries.
Okay, here we go. All right, so today is the first time we actually get to go to the continued public comment part. First time, since we have exceeded more than 30 speakers in the beginning. So let's see how many of our speakers still are waiting patiently to speak today.
I believe we have 3 individuals that are still with us in Zoom.
Okay, be 1 minute each on non-agendized items today.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Parent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute.
Yes, I believe, just for the issue of the triple homicide, we don't need a consultant. The guy previously shot 11 rounds into San Jose, in the San Jose State Library's window. And Jeff Rosen says that it was impossible to predict that guy would do that. But the triple homicide guy just narrowly missed several people. I mean, I don't understand why he got off on probation. I mean, the guy was obviously dangerous. And I mean, just look back a couple years ago, there was another triple homicide that the guy was in custody and he ran over 2 people and he stabbed another person to death. The point being is that Jeff Rosen he's not a good district attorney, and we need to remove him because he doesn't care about murders and he doesn't care about children being sexually molested. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Larry Moody. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute. Larry Moody. He appears to be having some technical difficulties. I'll move on to our next speaker. That concludes our public comment.
Okay, thank you. That goes towards our last item of the agenda, which is adjournment. In less than 5 hours, by 9 p.m. California time, the United States federal government will shut down indefinitely. This is a result of one party going alone without bipartisan cooperation. This disaster is self-inflicted and a result of lack of willingness to compromise to solve our country's problems when only one party is in power. Many thousands of federal employees are not going to get paid, some temporarily and some even permanently. National museums like the Smithsonian, national parks, and many federal-funded programs will close. Even our federal courts will be affected. This is not how we make America great, and truly embarrassing internationally, and billions of dollars of services and programs will not be funded. This will affect every American and not in a good way. On the contrary, our county of Santa Clara, our 15 towns and cities in our county, and our state of California will definitely remain open to serve our residents. With that, we will now adjourn today's meeting. Our next meeting will be on Tuesday, October 21st at 9:30 a.m., same channel, same place. Thank you to our clerks, security staff, and administration. Have a good evening.